Brazil, as we bring you another must-see night of virtual martial arts. It's SFT 63.
Antes mesmo da porta do cage se fechar, a luta principal já foi completamente transformada.
Think we're good to go now. Jordan J. Adams here with you, bringing in for the first time, very excited to bring in Mr. Johnny LaQuasto. Johnny, a great night of fights in store for us this evening. We got a little bit of something. Every kind of style of martial arts is going to be on the card tonight. But let's start with the main event right out of the gate. We had Marcos Marajó versus Elismar Carrasco. And unfortunately, Marcos came in 11 pounds overweight. 11 pounds overweight. He's going to lose 50% of his purse, and he's going to start the fight 3 points down. This is very, very rare to have someone miss weight by this amount.
Certainly very rare, certainly very alarming, but credit to the champion, this fight is still going to happen. And JJA, it's a thrill and an honor to be on the call with you for the preeminent mixed martial arts promotion in Brazil. And what makes SFT Combat so entertaining is we don't have just a card featuring the most skilled fighters in the world, but all the different styles we're going to see. Cannot wait. This night is going to be historic for SFT and for every fighter going to battle tonight.
Precisely. We got a little something for everybody. We got low kick, we got grappling, karate extreme, MMA extreme, and an MMA title defense. A little bit of something for everything, for everybody. What particular style of martial arts kind of catches your fancy tonight?
Well, I'll be honest, I'm a traditionalist. I do love the old-fashioned mixed martial arts because that really does show every skill set that you can have. But who doesn't want to see the extreme fights? That's 16-ounce gloves minus 12. That's right, SFT Combat gives you the 4-ounce gloves. It is a stand-up war, and that is why the fans love the extreme division.
Yeah, we'll have to remind everybody before every extreme fight, whether it's a karate extreme or it's a traditional extreme fight, we want to remind everybody at home, it's not an MMA fight, despite those 4-ounce MMA gloves. So when you see a fighter get dropped, and you're wondering why is that fighter not jumping on for a ground and pound, taking top position, why isn't that happening? It's because there is no ground game. There's no submissions, there's no stalling. This is just pure action from start to finish in each round.
That's right, only kicks, punches, and knees allowed for extreme. No takedowns, and there is a standing 8 count on a knockdown. But we will get to that. We have so much more in store. We have grappling, we have heavyweight clashes, we have extreme karate, and of course we have women's fights, and we have a title fight in our main event. Although it's a bit of a interesting situation, we'll discuss that in full as we move on for SFT 63.
Yeah, Johnny, you're looking at the big boys. You were just looking at Lucas Vicente and Wijiman Tado, and they're going to be fighting in a full kick matchup, and that's very, very interesting. It's going to be 1 6-minute round. The first 3 minutes is trading kicks. You take a minute in between, and then the second 3 minutes, everything is sped up. You're still trading. It's still controlled format, controlled pacing, but the pacing in between kicks gets much faster as it progresses in that second 3-minute rounds. Very, very interesting.
And it really speaks to a smorgasbord of action for all the fans tonight. A little bit of everything. And that's a great way to kick off the night. Full kick. Let's get to it.
Get ready for the full kick, and look at that shot. Beautiful. Sao Paulo, Brazil. Vibrant, exciting, just some beautiful, beautiful locations in Brazil, and that's where we find ourselves tonight inside the Arthur Friedenreich Center for 14 fights. How do you beat that? You can't beat that. Now we're getting a good look at the Brazilian commentators, the crowd going nuts behind them, and these guys are really, really good. They're fun to watch, and you might see Little Nog over there. He's part of SFT now. Just great to see them. What a night of fights. Like you said, we're going to start off with the heavyweights. And as it looks like we're going to do a fresh start here, so for the people who just tuned in 10 seconds ago, we'll reiterate the situation in our main event. So the main event there was going to be a title at stake in the featherweight division. That's 145 pounds. And it was just, everybody was very, very excited for it. The belt could go either way. Unfortunately, Marcos Marajó Rodriguez did not make weight. He came in 11 pounds too heavy. Even at heavyweight, that's a lot of weight to come in too heavy. But this is a 145-pound weight. That's featherweight. 11 pounds is a huge difference. If I weigh 145 pounds and I'm in that cage and I'm getting ready to fight a 156-pounder, the differential is it's a big disadvantage. Somehow, Elismar Carrasco is going to go forward with the fight. Now, here's the thing, though. This is what's really interesting about this. Marcos, even if he wins, he's not getting the title. The only thing that's going to happen is Elismar will vacate his title. Then they're both going to be fighting to get back into position to go for that 145-pound belt. But 11 pounds overweight, Johnny, that's very, very rare.
I mean, nonetheless, you look at this fight, how could you not be excited for it? Over 70 professional fights between these two men. Carrasco is one of the top-ranked pound-for-pound fighters on the entire continent right now. And yeah, being a featherweight, being the champion, he's essentially fighting a lightweight tonight, as Marajó came in 11 pounds, 5.2 kilograms over. To be honest, there's really no excuse for that. I'm not quite sure what the situation was during camp. I don't know why he came in that heavy, but nonetheless, Marajó still wanted to fight. And if you're Carrasco, you're the champion. The last thing you want to do is get to the last moment and not get in that cage. So all the credit in the world to him. He's out to prove that he truly is one of the best. He wants to finish Marajó, maintain his championship. But here's the thing, Marajó coming in 3 points behind. He's getting those 3 points already deducted, Jay. He has to go for a finish. Otherwise, he's in deep trouble.
Yeah, no question about it. It's stacked against him. What he has to do, get that 145-pound belt around his waist, is so much more convoluted now compared to where he was if he had just made weight. You just come in for a win, and that's what happens. You just come in for a win and you get the belt. Looks like we're ready to get the big boys started. Here we go. Lucas Vicente is going to be fighting Widjiman Tado, and a good fight. I don't have a ton of background information on these guys as they're in this full kick heavyweight division, but I can tell you that these guys are powerful, and this is a fun sport to watch. It's really more than a traditional MMA fight in terms of winning or losing with a knockout or a submission. This is really more a game of attrition, Johnny.
A game of attrition is an understatement. We have one 6-minute round. The first 3 minutes is a controlled pace. Fighters can take 1 to 2 seconds to recover after each kick. The second 3 minutes is just all-out, continuous pace. If a fighter moves out of position, the referee begins a count. Once a fighter receives a third count, the fight is over. So the best way we can describe full kick is it is 6 minutes of kick. Let's get to it.
And Lucas Vicente coming in and he's serving notice that he is in the venue. There you see that black belt in Muay Thai heritage. He fights out of Team Martinelli. Big boy coming in here, looking to get into the win column. His first fight in the style was a loss, but looking to get in the win column here tonight. 31 years old, and he, when he was doing some of his pre-fight interviews, he said, "I am going to be a problem in this division. I'm going to be a problem in this style of sport, and you're going to see it tonight. You're going to see why all the heavyweights will be served notice here this evening."
And in case you're wondering, it is no surprise that in the full kick division, it really favors the Muay Thai fighters. It favors the kickboxers, and you're about to see why.
Yeah, Vicente has got the kickboxing heritage. As we take a look at Widjiman Tado, 30 years old, making his way in a very focused manner. And then you see that Muay Thai heritage. Gramaha de Muay Thai. He's got a red belt in Muay Thai. The way that the Muay Thai practitioner turns their hips, the way, especially if they've gone to Thailand and they've worked those kicks, chopping down the trees, the way they turn the hips, it's not a leg kick, it's not a muscle kick, it's a whole body kick. It's catching all that momentum, that 180-degree turn.
azul. In the blue corner, 31 anos de idade, 41 years old, 111 quilos e 70 gramas. 111 quilos e 70 gramas, 240 pounds. Fighting from São Paulo, Brazil, Hunter Vicente. And his opponent in the red corner, 30 anos de idade, 40 years old, 107 quilos e 500 gramas, 247 pounds, com uma vitória e nenhuma derrota, one win, undefeated. Fighting from São Paulo, Brazil, Widgman Tadeu. E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Robiner Morales.
477 pounds inside the cage. It's going to be a 1-6-minute round. The first 3 minutes is a slow, controlled pace. And then the second 3 minutes, you'll see them considerably pick up the speed. This is just fun. It's just a game of attrition. Reading your opponent's face. They got to play poker in there that it didn't hurt. That didn't hurt.
It really is a perfect way to start off the night. And may I say, our referee looks like he might want to kick in round 2.
I thought I saw another ref. We got 2 refs in there. Interesting. 3 refs.
And as you mentioned, Jay, when it comes to the core strength, the hip movement, the stance leg is also incredibly important as well. When it comes to placement, it really is a scientific martial art when it comes to Muay Thai kickboxing.
Exactly. And you can see the tape around the leg. It's interesting, too. The traditional low kick that I've watched in the past, the fighters stay at the center of the cage or the center of the ring, and they don't move. So here with the full kick, a lot more motion. You see that head-to-head, a little bad blood there.
This is like a couple of bulls locking horns here, just a couple of rams going head first.
I love it.
Oh, nice
head
fake.
fakes, too. Wow.
Just to reiterate the rules, if time expires, the fighter with the least amount of counts is the winner. If neither fighter receives a count or they have equal counts, it will be a draw. Now, when it comes to moving out of position, I guess that's why we have 3 referees. To be honest, I don't know where out of position is. These guys are dancing all over the cage here.
Yeah, they don't seem to be placing any kind of constraints on themselves, so I'm not sure where that would be either. It's very interesting just how free they feel to move to wherever they want to move.
Now, Tadeu is kind of shoving off Vicente a little bit. As far as I know, definitely not part of the full kick rules, using your upper body. Starting off tonight with full kick. Coming up next, we have a grappling bout. Really is a buffet of martial arts tonight for SFT 63.
Yeah, it's fantastic because the average viewer can tune in, and if they're familiar with 1 or 2 different types of martial arts, but not familiar with 2 or 3 other types, they can take it all in tonight. They can make their own decisions on which ones they may or may not want to follow vertically and, more robustly. I know that for me, this is one of the places I really got a much better feel for low kick and for full kick. And I happen to love attrition sports. I love anything that's attrition. If it's mountain biking or hiking or, anything that has to do with, you got to dig down. You got to dig down. You have to somehow rise above your brain, rise above the pain, rise above those signals that are begging you to stop doing whatever you're doing. Okay, here we go with the second 3. Let's see what the difference is with the second half of the 6.
So this is where the pace has to pick up. They call it a continuous pace. As you saw in the first 3 minutes, each man had 1 to 2 seconds to recover, strategize a bit. Now for the next 3 minutes, it's supposed to be absolutely continuous with no pauses whatsoever.
And also notice, they're not moving whatsoever from that center, as you said.
This is where those counts really might come into play here.
Yes. No question about it. And it looks like Tadeu is more of the fire plug type of body frame, much bigger legs. Maybe can take that kick a little more effectively. Not quite sure what the ref was warning Tadeu about. Maybe he had come off that center line. The Minotauro energy drink logo is the center line. Standing 8. Okay. He gets 2 more of those, as I understand it, and he loses.
So this puts Tadeu in the driver's seat for the final minute and 38 seconds.
Tadeu
really
like
leaning into his even nose. Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't it? To me, it looks like Tadeu's getting more on his kicks. It's like he's whipping them.
Tadeu coming in a red belt in Muay Thai.
Yeah, and Vicente, the kickboxer, you're seeing the difference, right? Kickboxers better at distance. In close, they're not getting that whip around. See that whip? That's Muay Thai. It's so much harder. Vicente's got nothing on his kick.
Yeah,
I could take those
Jay,
kicks, I'm a wimp.
Yeah, there really isn't anything behind what Vicente is offering here, especially in the continuous round.
Yeah, he had a little more something in the first 3 minutes. He's a little more competitive, and those Muay Thai kicks are starting to add up. I give Vicente credit. He's got a great chin. He's got a great leg.
Vicente's left knee buckled a little bit just moments ago. Final 20 seconds.
Fight!
Fatigue really starting to set in here.
Yeah, look at the left leg of Tadeu. I can't imagine Vicente's leg.
That'll do it.
Yep, that'll do it. That's an easy pick in my book. Widjiman Tadeu moving. This could very well have been, that'll be his second victory. Moving to 2-0, undefeated in full kick.
And by our count, 0 counts for Tadeu. There was the 1 count for Vicente, which led Widjiman Tadeu to victory. He remains undefeated, and looking forward to seeing some more full kick in SFT Combat.
Here, action from the first 3 minutes. We were saying, he was way more competitive when he was able to move around a little bit more and kind of lean his weight into Tadeu. Had some good kicks. Again, kickboxing is at distance, so you're able to sort of do that front turning kick. But when you're in close, look at how effective Muay Thai is. Muay Thai, you don't need a big distance.
During those first 3 minutes is when Vicente really thrived. Nonetheless, Tadeu stayed consistent throughout the entire round, but once they had to stay in place, as you mentioned, Jay, there wasn't a lot of force behind the kicks by Vicente.
And then you saw Tadeu motioning to the referee that Vicente had come off the center line, off the Minotauro, if you will, and the ref, that time below the belt, I'm not quite sure what that complaint was.
Senhoras e senhores, vamos para o resultado oficial. O vencedor do combate foi o atleta Widjiman Tadeu.
He says, all day long, baby, all day long. We'll see if he feels the same way tomorrow morning.
That's a miniatado left leg right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but unlike, say, does he have a good chin, now you and I have to say, hey, does he have a good leg?
They absolutely do, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing the full kick division continue to grow as we move along here. SFT 63. It's incredible that we're just getting started tonight. There's been a lot of changes, but nonetheless, SFT cards are still nonstop fireworks throughout the night.
You get your money's worth with SFT. Best bang for your buck. 14 fights. Come on, Xtreme, Karate Xtreme, MMA, all your favorites. New stuff to check out. And what I love about SFT is El Presidente David Hudson experiments. He tries new stuff and he sees how it does. He sees how it performs. Do the people like it? If people don't like it, he gets rid of it. You know, he's for the fans. That's what makes SFT different. Oh, here it comes. This one is going to be grappling. Very interesting.
This is our lone grappling bout of the night. It'll be 1 6-minute round, and you know what you were just saying, Jay, is absolutely correct. The best part about SFT Combat is people can be watching this from all across the globe. SFT has truly grown to be on so many different outlets, fast channels, cable networks, and that's what's so exciting for us to be doing English commentary, because we know people are watching from all over, being introduced to many different styles.
Rian Prahilo. Grappling is back in the SFT cage, kicking off with a clash between two newcomers to the sport. On one side is Rian Prahilo from Minas Gerais, the 74-kilo champion. He was amazing at the ADCC Brazilians in 25, and one of the rising stars, new generation of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. On the other side of the cage, wrestler Mateus Monstro riding a wave with 2 consecutive victories at Fight Club Amador, and eager to prove that wrestling has a place amongst the best grappling in the world. Give me a classic showdown, Johnny, between 2 of the most effective martial artists in grappling. There'll be wrestling versus jiu-jitsu, and you know what they always say, styles make fights.
No doubt, these are 2 men who are absolutely surgical on the ground. As you mentioned, Prahilo, 74-kilogram champion at ADCC Brazil, and now his opponent makes his way to the cage.
Making his way into the arena here in beautiful South Brazil, Mateus Monstro. He's a natural athlete. He's in Muay Thai, kickboxing, submission wrestling, and wrestling. Just a rounded athlete. He loves this sport. He loves which he can achieve. There's the ADCC Sao Paulo. He's currently a member of Paulo State. That's very hard to get on. He's played consecutive victories in Fight Club Grappling. Monstro now stepping up challenge by entering the SFT cage to face off against one of Brazil's top jiu-jitsu pros. It's going to be a major test to prove that wrestling prevail against a specialist in the gentle art. I love this big fight. Wrestling versus jiu-jitsu.
And Mateus Monstro, this man already has 2 wins under SFT grappling rules. You want to talk about well-rounded. As you mentioned, literally every form of martial art, along with mixed martial arts, he is already competing in. And both of these young men are far ahead of their age. Prahilo coming in only 22 years old. Monstro now 29, but as you mentioned, the Sao Paulo State wrestling team, he can do it all. But tonight, it's all about the ground game, and being a high-level wrestler, that means his motor never stops. That means he wants to try to smother Prahilo, but that is a very tall task.
Yeah, and the dude seriously came in. Look at this guy, man. He is in shape. Told us he had a great camp. 2 wins, 0 losses under SFT grappling rules. Selected at Fight Club. Good sportsmanship as well. There's a lot to be desired.
As we go to the tail of the tape, once again, I believe, as far as I know, this is 1 6-minute round for grappling. Monstro coming in at 29 years of age. Prahilo at 22. 176 pounds for Monstro, 169 for Prahilo. And both men coming in, a huge reach advantage for Monstro, almost 6 inches, and a 3-inch height advantage as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the reach advantage comes into play with, certainly with submissions, longer arms, much more leverage.
Senhoras e senhores, este combate será na modalidade Grappling. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 22 anos de idade, 22 years old, 76 quilos e 700 gramas, 169 pounds. Fighting from Santa Rita do Sapucaí, Minas Gerais, Brazil, Rian Bracilio. And his opponent in the red corner, 29 anos de idade, 29 years old, 79 quilos e 900 gramas, 176 pounds, com 2 vitórias e nenhuma derrota, 2 wins, undefeated. Fighting from Feira de Santana, Bahia, Brazil, Matheus Monstro! E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Julian Jabá.
Big round of applause for Monstro inside the cage. Big fan here in the Arthur Friedenreich, fan favorite for sure. And as you see, Bracilio with his game face, trying to mean mug, but good sportsmanship. Here we go.
Julian Japa drawing the assignment for this grappling bout, and it is actually 3 3-minute rounds for grappling under the SFT rules in the cage. As Monstro out of the red corner immediately into a full guard here.
It'd be interesting to see Monstro's defenses against the submission attempts of Bracilio. Wrestlers got the power, they ground and pound, and they love to bully their opponents. But boy, when you get these slick submissions and you can't feel them. When you're a wrestler, you can't feel them necessarily setting up the submission. But it looks like he's got a little bit of jits. You can see him defending there with the elbows, getting him in tight. Now staying in tight, trying not to give the arm to Bracilio.
Well, you know the phrase, best way to take care of a bully is take him down and twist something, and that's exactly what Frahio is looking to do with his jiu-jitsu prowess. As we mentioned, 74-kilogram champion at ADCC Brazil. But Monstro, certainly being an incredible wrestler like he is, he's not going to get tired. But when you are a high-level jiu-jitsu practitioner, you can completely neutralize someone else as a wrestler.
I wish I knew about the twisting defense on bullies when I was in school. May have been able to prevent some of those unfortunate incidences where I was getting stuffed into lockers. Would have been
guys like you and I would have to use the low blow.
That's right. That's right. Going for the knee there. Good escape from Monstro, getting back to his feet. Let's see if Monstro tries to employ some wrestling here. Shoots a single, maybe a double. Still kind of feeling Bracilio out though. See that he kind of faked like he was changing levels. See, I'm getting out of dodge. If I'm Monstro, I want nothing to do with that.
And Monstro, obviously the experience advantage when it comes to grappling here for SFT. This is now his 3rd grappling bout, and you can see exactly what the game plan is for Brahio. He has no interest on keeping this vertical whatsoever.
Yeah, that's not his world. This is his world, fishing for a knee. See, that the big difference is when Monstro gets the ground, he doesn't really know what to do with it, right? Like, he's great at taking his opponent down, but what is he doing now? Like, right now he should be trying to get like side mount or, full mount, and it's just not there. The brain's not thinking that when you're a wrestler.
Yeah, you can see Monstro's looking to make sure he doesn't leave himself open for a massive mistake for Brahio. That's exactly what he was doing there. And as you know, wrestlers tend to translate to MMA very, very effectively, but nonetheless, very competitive first round.
Welcome back inside the Arthur Friedenreich Center, everybody. Really unfortunate situation happened right at the end of the round. None of us caught it. We just noticed that Monstro wasn't getting up, and we just happened to know that Johnny LaQuasto has a background in this, and so he can tell us exactly what happened.
Yeah, very unfortunate here. It appears this grappling bout it has been called off, and I am a physical therapist, and judging by what the medical team was doing there, they were trying to get the knee an extension, and Monstro was in a lot of pain. That tells me, worst case scenario, we're thinking ligament, but it may just be a hamstring because they were palpating the distal part of the knee. The hamstring muscle belly splits off into two different muscle bellies to attach on either side of the knee, and that's generally a lot of times where people do pull the hamstring. And so with Monstro having difficulty going into full extension, that tells me there's something causing an immense amount of pain, a muscle spasm. Let's hope, best case scenario, it is only a hamstring pull or a slight tear. Let's take a look here.
Right toward the end of the round.
It is the right knee.
Oh.
It's difficult to see. I mean,
Trujillo
had a twist. It's difficult to see how much the knee was twisted there. All right, we might be talking about a patellar dislocation as well. If the patellar tracks laterally and cannot track correctly, that can also keep the knee from going into full extension. So there was a twist there at the end that could also affect the lateral collateral ligament there, but he is really having trouble putting weight on that leg, which makes me very nervous about possible ligament damage or meniscus.
And huge props go to Rion Presidio. As soon as he felt the tear and he felt it give, he immediately sat up, looked over at the referee. He didn't keep going. You know, he could have gone for the finish. He did not go for the finish. Being the good sportsman he is, he immediately got his weight off of the shin, off of the bottom part of the leg of Monstro, looked to the referee to get him over there for immediate medical attention. So huge props and huge respect.
Senhoras e senhores, este combate foi declarado no contest, sem resultado.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate.
Well, we certainly wish Mateus Monstro the best. It's very difficult to see what happened there. I'm assuming the injury happened on that knee twist at the very latter portion of the first round, but Jay, it's really difficult to tell.
Very, very difficult to tell indeed. Might as well tease up the next fight we got coming up, even though our heart is going out to Monstro right now. Breno Souza, Pedro Orlando going to be stepping into the cage next. The heavyweights. We're going to have, let me see. Let me do my quick math. 498 pounds in the cage of man muscle. And they're going to be trying to put each other to sleep in a 3 5-minute round affair in the cage next. And to tease up too, we have female fights on the card tonight. We've got extreme fights on the card tonight. Another reminder, when you're watching an extreme fight, you're going to see those 4-ounce gloves. Why aren't they dumping down into the ground? Because it's going to be an extreme fight. So just heads up on that. We want to make that very clear right now. Let's get into this MMA tilt in the heavyweight division, stepping into the arena as we speak. This will be a rare bout set to take place in the SFT cage, featuring one of the weight classes where fighters most easily gain international recognition, the heavyweight division. It was in this division that SFT unveiled Talisin Teixeira, now a UFC fighter who began his career in the organization's cage. Now SFT may be on the verge of discovering the next Teixeira in this matchup between Breno Souza and Pedro Orlando, two fighters from Bahia who specialize in jiu-jitsu and also possess heavy hands. The question remains today, though, who's going to knock out or submit their opponent? And as a bonus, get a high five from El Presidente.
And credit to Breno Souza for stepping in on short notice. Unfortunately, Richard Mota was scheduled to fight. He was a very unfortunate victim of an assault in his hometown, so we wish him all the best in his recovery. We cannot wait to see him back in action soon. So Breno Souza He only made his amateur debut 20 days ago with a flashy and vicious knockout. He got the opportunity, and JJA, you know, sometimes when opportunity comes knocking, you think about it for a couple of seconds and say, you know what, now is my time. And tonight is the night for Breno Souza.
Breno Souza stepping up to face Pedro Orlando. He had that big, as you said, that flashy knockout over Jefferson Cruz. That was in Puro Impacto 35, and that has really made a lot of people here in Sao Paulo sit up and take notice of this Breno Souza guy, just 25 years old. Let's see if it's for real. Let's see if he can repeat that or if it was just a one-hit wonder. And here's who he's going to try to do it against. Pedro Orlando, one of Salvador's most promising MMA prospects. After decades of dedication to jiu-jitsu, a discipline in which he holds a black belt, he decided to test his striking skills by competing in an amateur Muay Thai bout. Following that victory, he made his debut directly in professional MMA and showcased his striking power, knocking out Atos, a fighter from Carlson Gracie's Franco de Rocha, in the very first round. Now today, Pedro faces another debut fighter, the one with a lower jiu-jitsu rank than his own. Perfect opportunity to showcase the full quality of his gentle art inside our cage tonight. Oh boy, the big boys are going at it, but you know, as you're saying, Souza is spotting 22 pounds to Orlando.
Yeah.
We'll see what kind of a difference that makes. Orlando looks big and gnarly.
And there are heavyweights that are powerful, and then there are heavyweights who are flat out athletic. Pedro Orlando is definitely the latter. As you look at his physique, he is very explosive. He is a quick twitch athlete. And we talked about Souza's impressive amateur debut. Well, how about Orlando? The black belt in jiu-jitsu scored a knockout in his professional debut. He's got a very impressive ground game. So we have two young, rising heavyweights with a lot to gain.
No question about it, Johnny. That was a great ground and pound knockout, Alexandre Atos.
As we check out the tail of the tape, Orlando coming in 29 years of age, Souza 25, 260 pounds for Orlando. Souza giving up 22 pounds. Now 1-inch height advantage for Orlando and just over a 3-inch reach advantage, which certainly could come into play as well.
Senhoras e senhores, este combate será na modalidade MMA profissional, com 3 rounds de 5 minutos. This combat is scheduled for 5 3-minute round. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 25 anos de idade, 25 years old, 108 quilos e 200 gramas, 230 pounds. Fighting from Eunápolis, Bahia, Brazil, Breno Souza. And his opponent in the red corner, 29 anos de idade, 29 years old, 118 quilos, 260 pounds. Com uma vitória e nenhuma derrota, 1 wins, undefeated. Fighting from Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, Pedro Orlando. E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Julian Jabá.
Orlando's got a little bit of an Aquaman thing going on.
Definitely, tribal tattoos are always intimidating.
The traps, he's got the whole thing. You see this guy in the alley, you're definitely things are gonna tighten up a little bit.
You know, and Jay, if you're Souza giving up 22 pounds as, wow, quick level change already for Orlando and a successful takedown. If you are Santos, not only you're giving up 22 pounds, this is your pro debut on very short notice. You really want to get a feel for things first, but Orlando wisely pounces immediately.
Yeah, why take any chances? He knows he has the power. He knows he has the ground and pound. That was his go-to in his last fight at Bison Combat 4, where he got that ground and pound stoppage over Alexandre. And so, obviously, clearly, that one felt good because he's going right back to it here, getting over to side control, looking to let some elbows go.
And on top of that, you know, Orlando being a black belt in jiu-jitsu, 20 pounds heavier. At this point, he's looking to smother Santos. The question is, can Santos weather the early storm here?
Just got called for a 12-6 elbow. The referee did not like that at all.
And he's got full mount right now. This is not where Souza wants to be.
Hook sunk in. Golly. And he's piled up against the cage. That's taken away a lot of Souza's mobility. Nasty.
Right now, he's just picking which way he wants to attack. Does he want to go ground and pound? He thought about a Kimura there for a brief moment. And now Souza, great job using the fence.
The battle. Oh, he's got to be careful. He's in
Uh-oh,
triangle
look out.
danger now.
Oh, the black belt on full display here. This might be the beginning of the end. That is locked in, and Souza is in deep trouble here.
That looks tight. Now going for the arm. Oh, that's nasty.
Oh.
A lot of torque on the elbow. Great defense from Souza. But he falls into side control now. This is actually a better position for Orlando. He's more the ground and pound guy than he is the submission guy.
Souza maintained composure there. It looked like it was about to be curtains, and now Orlando continues.
That's that
The side control
jiu-jitsu
here.
Souza fighting on a Unipolis. Team Silverio. He's getting every opportunity here to impress us with his offense from his back.
And Orlando just has a nonstop motor. He continues to stay so active. He's making Souza constantly guess, and now some hammer fists raining down.
You had mentioned it perfectly earlier, Johnny. He's so athletic. It's hard to believe he's 260 pounds. He's moving, like he's a middleweight.
And look how easy he was able to get knee on belly, which means he's trying. Well, if he wanted to, he could have gone back to full mount there, but he stays in side control.
Looking for the cross. Ooh, nasty. Oh, he got that left hand free. He's lucky. Full mount again.
Yep.
Let
Easy
the hands
transition
go.
for Orlando. And now the ground and pound is underway. Once again, he's got very perfect positioning there in the full mount.
Hammer fist. Souza's in trouble. Souza he's not threatening anymore off his back. The hooks are sunk in. The hammer fists are raining down. It's a long night so far for Souza. I don't know if he'll get out of this one.
Jay, at this point, it's about surviving to the second round for Souza, but he still has to survive 60 seconds, and he's not going to. Orlando dominant.
Unbelievable finish again for Pedro Orlando, replicating his last win with a nasty ground and pound exhibition. And Pedro Orlando is for real, having a renaissance in his career with the ground and pound. All right, here action from the round that really was. It was a dominant round for Pedro Orlando. Souza had his moments, Johnny, getting out of some bad positions, but he had no offense.
Well, it was all about, for Souza, he had to weather the storm. You knew Orlando was going to try to take advantage of not only his strength advantage, his weight advantage, but the experience advantage. And he was too overwhelming. The black belt in jiu-jitsu was absolutely relentless. And as you saw there, the closing moments, there was nothing Souza can do. He could not defend himself. This was a perfect display for a rising heavyweight like Pedro Orlando, now moving to 2-0. He is certainly a fighter to watch in SFT.
I could not agree with you more. Pedro Orlando serving notice to the rest of the heavyweights. And it is danger zone for if you're a heavyweight in Brazil now.
Senhoras e senhores, o árbitro interrompeu o combate aos 3 minutos e 51 segundos do primeiro round, declarando o vencedor por nocaute técnico, Pedro Orlando.
You're right, boy. He was wearing it. I mean, that was a lot of hammer fists, unanswered hammer fists. The referee gave him every opportunity to get out of it. He got out of it a couple times, so the ref knew that Souza had great escapes. But I think that last time, you just could tell that he is no way. You know, Orlando was up nice and high, had his weight up nice and high
Pedro
on the
Orlando,
chest.
senhoras e
Let's see what he
senhores,
thinks.
cara, primeiro, bem-vindo ao SFT. Colocou a faixa preta para jogo, hein, meu irmão?
First of all, welcome to SFT. You really showed your black belt tonight.
Yeah, of course. I need to say it in English or? Não precisa. Ok, sorry. É isso mesmo, né? Sou faixa preta, que nem o mestrão aqui da Bahia também. Mas esse jiu-jitsu é assim. Nosso jiu-jitsu da LG System é assim, agressivo, com porrada, né?
Representou bem nossa Bahia lá, parabéns, meu irmão.
O baiano tem o molho.
Yeah, that's really it. My master is here watching tonight, and that's what LG System Jiu-Jitsu looks like. We're aggressive, we have ground and pound, and everything else we need to show.
Cara, você falou da Bahia. Quando a gente pensa na Bahia, quando a gente pensa nos lutadores baianos, a gente pensa no boxe. Você mostrou o jiu-jitsu, mas porque não deu tempo de mostrar a tua trocação?
When we think about Bahia, we think about boxing. Tonight you show your jiu-jitsu skills. Was that no time for you to show your striking?
Eu não preciso. Eu acho que eu não preciso, sou bonitão. Não quero tomar uma porrada na cara, não. É botar pra baixo e amassar.
I don't think I need striking. I'm handsome, so it's all about taking down and finishing the match.
Eu não vou discordar do cara, nem a pau. Parabéns, meu irmão. Eu queria fazer um desafio. Essa luta supostamente era para ser com o atleta Richard Mamute, mão de pedra, da CT Rodrigo Farias, mas de repente ele saiu da luta e Breno, né, aceitou em cima da hora, muito homem, né? Meu agradecimento para ele, senão teria jogado todo esse campo fora, mas eu queria que Richard me explicasse porque ele não veio, né? Ele tá me devendo essa surra aqui, não era para aquele brother não, era para ele.
This match was supposed to be against Richard Mamute, but he backed down last minute. Breno thankfully took the match as a man, so I would like some explanation on why he backed out, because this beating was for him.
Recado dado pro Richard.
Well, Jay, mark my words, within a year, I believe we'll be talking about Pedro Orlando for title contention. He has everything in his arsenal. Not only is he a powerful striker, you add in the black belt in jiu-jitsu. My goodness, what a performance tonight. Cannot wait to see more.
You heard it here. Johnny's making the call. welcome back to Sao Paulo, Brazil, everybody. Jordan J. Adams here with you alongside Johnny Laquasto, just coming off a great fight, a real exhibition of what you were saying when before the break, Johnny, a future star, Pedro Orlando. Not only is he a future star athletically in martial arts sense, but his personality as well.
And let's be honest, the heavyweight division across the world, it needs stars. Pedro Orlando might be one of those stars in the very near future.
Mas sempre eu gostava do esporte de atrito ali, o combate, a trocação. Aí o mestre foi e me apelidou de Carrasco.
Vim do município de Oriximiná, do Pará. Lá eu comecei a treinar jiu-jitsu, foi quando eu vim para Manaus, tentar a faculdade, já lutei lá fora, já assinei contrato na Rússia, voltando no Brasil, já fui campeão na SFT.
Joelhada, 2, 3, duríssimas, duríssima joelhada, vai terminar, terminou! Marcos Marajó é o novo campeão do SFT!
É sempre bom, né, a gente tá lutando, eu gosto de competir. E quando eu não tenho luta marcada, eu até fico triste. E vai ser muito bom mais uma vez estar aí para defender o cinturão.
É o título de campeão peso-pena do SFT.
E até por isso dá mais estabilidade para ele trabalhar segurando o Antônio os golpes da nuca. Olha só! Vai tentar uma chave de jogo.
Elismar Carrasco!
É o que eu sempre falo, todas as lutas que eu machuco, meus adversários eu vou machucar. E ele não vai ser diferente, que ele não é especial.
Aí tentou mergulhar nas pernas, 6,5 sprawl. E não sei se foi uma boa não. O Marajó já ficou por cima, na montada. Já trabalha com o pound, vai batendo. Com força, com potência, vai terminar.
Pra quem me conhece, né, sabe que o jeito Carrasco de lutar não tem ré. É pra frente o tempo todo, independente da situação da luta.
Boa sequência do Carrasco. Já sentiu, entrou um golpe, pode terminar a luta.
Da noite.
Infelizmente eu não consegui bater meu peso, a meta do peso batido. Mas o roteiro é o mesmo, é porrada amanhã mesmo. Não tem essa, eu sou o cara que gosta de falar, não é soberba minha. Quem acha que é soberba, eu não tô nem aí.
Entrou uma direita potente de Marajó. E tome cotovelada. E vai bater, vai terminar. Cotovelada, cotovelo duro. Bate firme, bate forte, acabou. Alucinante, avassalador, espetacular.
Independente dele estar acima do peso ou não, nós vamos bagaçar lá dentro.
A little bit of an intense stare down there, Johnny. A little bit of bad blood, clearly, between these two flyweights. How do you size up this upcoming Xtreme matchup?
Well, this is the division that so many people are excited about. The Xtreme division, we're talking 3-minute rounds, 4-ounce gloves. It is a stand-up war. And you talk about war of attrition, you talk about a test of will, you talk about outlasting your opponent. That's what Xtreme is all about. If fights like these go the distance to the judges, that just goes to show how tough both fighters are. The Xtreme division is electric, it's exciting, it's fast-paced, and I can't wait. We have a number of Xtreme bouts tonight.
It's great. And so for the people, we've been getting a lot. You know, we have great exchanges with our fans. We have great back and forth, and that's one of the things that we really love as a company is the conversations. And a lot of people are saying, why isn't the fighter jumping down when he knocks down his opponent? Why isn't he jumping down? Because they're seeing the small gloves, which automatically lets them know that it's an MMA fight, right? Because in the past, if you have 4-ounce gloves on, it's an MMA fight. And yet they're not jumping down. The rules of Xtreme are no ground game. There's no submissions, there's no stalling. If someone goes down, they're getting right back up. They might get an 8 count, it might have been a slip, but they're not going to stay down on the canvas. They're getting right back up. This has been very, very popular. The more people are learning what it's all about, and the rules, punches and kicks, nonstop action. It is one of our most popular divisions, as you were saying, Johnny. And we got a great one coming up in the flyweight division. And we have, as you're saying, we have more than one. We have more than two. I think we have 3 or 4 Xtremes We've got a karate extreme, which isn't just punches and kicks, but you can also throw elbows. So this is like, it's getting more and more intense in the combat sports world, and that's, you know, frankly, that's the way it's moving. MMA is not going anywhere. It's a hugely popular sport. You know, the gentle art is absolutely intrinsic and vital to martial arts. But we are seeing new sports developing in their catching traction, and that's what's happening here with Xtreme.
100%, because look, like you said, mixed martial arts is worldwide. People love it. But everything evolves. So now you're starting to see jiu-jitsu leagues all across the world that are being televised. They're finding ways to make it exciting. And now in the Xtreme division, it's nonstop action. You can even only have a clinch for 3 seconds before you get separated, similar to boxing. So if you have a strong inside game, you better get to that inside game immediately or you're going to be separated. So this is just another example of how mixed martial arts continues to evolve.
Getting a good look at the Arthur Friedenreich Center in beautiful and vibrant Sao Paulo, Brazil. A night of fights inside the steel cage. Having a great time, and as we were talking about earlier, just every kind of martial art you could possibly think of is on the card here tonight. So, you know, if you're a huge fan of you know, extreme karate, we got one for you. If you're a fan of Xtreme, we got it for you. As a matter of fact, not only do we got it for you, we got it for you coming up next as we bring you Paulo, Andre, and Bruno Brito in the flyweight division. That's 125 pounds.
Peso mosca do Ataque Muay Thai Xtreme, Bruno Brito, estreia no cage do SFT Combat contra o também novato Paulo André, bicampeão até 60 quilos da Arena 011 e que nunca foi nocauteado. Batalha de estreantes no SFT Combat 63.
And another great look as we look at the tail of the tape.
3 3-minute rounds in our first Xtreme bout of the evening. Both fighters coming in 27 years of age. Both fighters on weight. 135 for Andre, 136 for Brito, and 2-inch height advantage for Andre, and almost a 2.5-inch reach advantage for Andre, which in Xtreme could really pay dividends.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of information, frankly, on Paulo Andre. Maybe you could tell us, Johnny, was he a late addition? Did he take a last-minute fight, or was something bounced around on the card?
As far as I know, he did not. I can tell you he's coming in 16-10 overall, but hasn't finished anyone yet. All 16 victories in his career have gone the distance to decision. So he certainly has dominated many fights in his day and could be looking for the biggest moment of his career thus far. And yes, as a matter of fact, he is taking this fight on short notice. I don't know how much, but I will take a look right now and let's see what we have.
Two-time 60-kilo champion in arena MMA. He's never been knocked out. He's the dual champion at 60 kilo in arena.
Yeah.
And fighting out of two different academies. I can't tell if he's splitting his time between the two academies or they're both training him at the same time. A lot of times people want to train one particular type of school for ground and then they want to go somewhere else for their stand-up. He's out of Massa Randuba Academy and he's also out of Gago team. Perhaps they are two schools that work very closely together here in Brazil.
And Andre did step in last minute for Marcos Gabriel. And what's interesting about these two fighters tonight, Paulo Andre and Bruno Brito have actually faced each other in Muay Thai competition where Andre actually got the best of him and defeated him. So a bit of a history between these two, which is most likely why Andre said, look, I will jump in right now. I will fight with the 4-ounce gloves in the Xtreme division. And that's what's great about SFT Combat. You have so many willing fighters that want to jump in at any given opportunity. Credit to Paulo Andre stepping in the SFT cage.
We can't do it without these guys. Combat sports is someone like Paulo Andre, personified. Like this guy, like you said, just taking the fight on such short notice like that. We can't do it without him. When you're trying to make a card and fights are falling through due to medicals or, fighters not making weight, whatever reason they don't, it's extremely hard as a promoter to put a big card together and get over that hump, get over 12, 13, 14 fight mark in order to be able to do a show. So when the guys like Paulo Andre step up, believe me, David Hudson took mental note of that, and David Hudson will help him down the road because of that. Getting a good look now at Bruno Brito, who holds some of the top titles in Brazilian Muay Thai, including the Attack Fight Championship under Xtreme rules in the Parajanoi Championship, which is a traditional Muay Thai event. He's accustomed to clinch fighting in the pressure of close-range combat. That should really come in handy tonight for him. He'll have to be careful, though, with his entries and aim to land strikes without getting hit back, since his opponent is used to a mobile fighting style, and these guys know each other. So they know each other, and the feeling out process might not be as long in this fight due to the fact that they know how each other fights.
Yeah, and Brito does have a very strong inside game, but once again, with the Xtreme rules, you cannot stay in the clinch for very long. So when you tie up, you better start with the uppercuts almost immediately. That is where Brito thrives, coming in 26-7 overall with 12 knockouts. So Brito has proven that he certainly is one of the best strikers, and he's out for a little bit of retribution tonight against Paulo Andre following their Muay Thai clash.
Yeah, no question about it. He's coming off a win against Felipe Fontes. That was at Attack Fight 36. But before that, had 2 losses. So he's really trying to get out of that back and forth win-lose, win-lose. He wants to string some wins together here. No better place to try it than here tonight in Sao Paulo.
And Brito is currently the flyweight champion of Attack Muay Thai as well, and a black belt in Muay Thai as we go for the official
Senhoras e
introduction.
senhores, este combate será na modalidade Xtreme, com 3 rounds de 3 minutos. This combat is scheduled for a 3-minute round. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 27 anos de idade, 27 years old, 61 quilos e 300 gramas, 145 pounds, com 16 vitórias e 10 derrotas, 16 wins, 10 losses. Fighting from São Paulo, Brazil, Paulo Andre. And his opponent in the red corner, 27 anos de idade, 27 years old, 62 quilos e 100 gramas, 146 pounds, com 26 vitórias e 7 derrotas, 26 wins, 7 losses. Fighting from Manaus, Amazonas, Brazil, Bruno Brito. E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Alan Neves.
So Bruno Brito fighting out of the red corner. He has the black trunks with the red gloves. Paul Andre on the left-hand side of your screen, he has the blue trunks and the mean mug. And he obviously will have the blue gloves as well. This fight scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds. Extreme flyweight, here we go.
And once again, the rules in the Extreme division, only kicks, punches, and knees are allowed. There are no takedowns, and if a fighter does get knocked down, there's a standing 8 count, a clinch only permitted for 3 seconds, and a fight will be stopped if there are 3 knockdowns in the same round, or if a fighter gets knocked down 4 times overall.
And as you see, Andre calling Brito in. The feeling out process was brief. It was about 6 seconds to feel each other out. It's like, well, let's just pick up where we left off.
I mean, look, you know the Extreme division. There really isn't much of a feeling out process. Fighters enter the Extreme division for a reason. They want to prove striking superiority.
Which is what Andre almost did right there. Kind of came in with the semi-Superman punch. Oh, that left hook is nasty. Well, Andre really generates a lot of power with that left.
He sure did. That was non-stop core strength with that left hook, and now a body kick lands.
And you can see Brito keeping that right hand up nice and high. You got the scouting report on Andre, but Andre catches one coming in.
And look, when you're as aggressive as Paulo Andre, you're going to get clipped. Wow, you are going to get clipped, and that is what happened. Brito, for the second time in a row, caught him charging in, and wow, what a knockdown. Oh, and Brito's not done.
The right hand.
What a counter.
Catching him on the way in, and when you saw him telling the referee is okay, his left eye looks strange. It looked almost displaced. Oh, the straight right! Oh! Clips him! That time he got snapped. He's got a great chin, I'll tell you that right now.
It is becoming target practice for Brito. This is why he has 12 knockouts in his career. Andre's staying aggressive, but he's leaving himself wide open for these counters. And my goodness, it's a bullseye.
On the left, hurts him again, he goes down! This fight is over! Oh my goodness! Bruno Brito is for real!
Bruno Brito, I don't know if he has a nickname. You might as well call him the Marksman, because Paulo Andre's face was a bullseye, and Brito kept pounding it over and over again, and finally the third knockdown was the charm. How explosive is the Extreme division?
Man, I'll tell you, it was surgical precision. It was almost like his right couldn't miss. He was just, if he threw it, it was gonna land, and it wasn't like Andre had bad defense. He had good head movement, his hands were up nice and high. Just Brito just bulldogged through the defenses, and the right hand just really, all his combinations were so fast, but even more importantly than the speed was the accuracy.
And what really set everything up for Brito was he had a tremendous left-hand counter that really rocked Andre, and that led to the right hand continuously causing damage.
Exactly. That's why they say you got to throw in 2, 3, 4 punch combinations. It might not be the first one that gets through.
And look how quick his combinations are. It's very difficult to defend yourself when you have a machine gun firing away.
They're fast in slow motion. Oh, that left hand was just so destructive.
I mean, this is a thing of beauty. If you love powerful striking, if you love precise striking, you better follow Bruno Brito, now moving to 27-7 overall, 13th knockout of his career. I mean, this was absolutely surgical.
Bruno Brito, don't be surprised if he adds an SFT Championship belt to his accolades, his many accolades already. He's a relatively young fighter at 27 years old. He's got that 55 kilo championship, as you were mentioning earlier on, in Muay Thai. Got the black belt in Muay Thai, but this time it was boxing. Amazing
performance. Senhoras e senhores, vamos para o resultado oficial. O árbitro interrompeu o combate aos 2 minutos e 8 segundos do primeiro round, declarando o vencedor por nocaute técnico, Bruno Brito.
Young, good-looking kid too, Johnny. Good-looking kid, humble, showing good sportsmanship. Coming over to Andre's team, Team Gago, and showing respect.
And
getting
quite
the
frankly, tremendous technique. I mean, when it comes
Bruno
to the
Brito,
Xtreme
cara,
division,
parabéns
you could...
pela
There we
performance
go.
absurda de hoje. Vocês já tinham se enfrentado, mas eu quero saber o que aconteceu de diferente nessa luta para o resultado ser outro.
Congratulations on an incredible performance. You guys had faced each other before. I want to know what was different so we had a different result tonight.
É isso, eu já tinha enfrentado o Paulo, foi no amador, numa luta uns 2 anos atrás. Comecei ganhando, mas no decorrer da luta ele me perdi um pouco. E aqui eu sei que a modalidade é outra. Luvinha é agressividade, é ir pra cima, morder o protetor bucal e, cara, quem bate mais, apanha menos. Esse é a finalidade. Graças a Deus, eu tô numa ótima equipe hoje que me dá um suporte maravilhoso, tô feliz, só Deus sabe o quanto que eu precisar dessa vitória e mostrar pra mim mesmo que eu posso. É isso.
Yeah, I faced him a couple of years ago in an amateur bout, but here's a different sport. So here it's MMA, we're going forth all the time, we're more aggressive. Thankfully, I got a great team to coach me, and that's how I won this match.
A gente sabia que você é um cara que, é o que você falou, você morde o protetor, vai pra cima, gosta do caos, meu irmão. Só que a gente não esperava o seu adversário, o Paulo André, fazer isso, né? Ele propôs essa luta também. Te surpreendeu isso, dele chegar também propondo uma luta que você já está acostumado a fazer?
We knew how aggressive you are, but we weren't expecting your opponent to go for the striking. Was that surprising for you?
Então, o Paulo André é um cara agressivo também, que eu já sabia do jogo dele. E eu sabia que ele vem para agressividade, mas ele se expõe. Então, eu sou um cara agressivo, um pouco mais técnico. Meus treinadores passaram a visão para começar estudando a luta, bem fechado, sem muito emocionado. Então, eu sabia que no momento certo eu ia derrubar, ia encaixar alguns knockdowns e finalizar a luta.
Yeah, I know he's also very aggressive, but he exposes himself sometimes, so we were ready for that. I was more cautious, I'm aggressive, but I'm more technical, and I could study his plan from the beginning, and that's how I found my opening and got the knockout.
Falando de como você acabou com essa luta, o seu cruzado de direito vai muito bem, obrigado, né? Você encaixou algumas vezes, o primeiro, o segundo knockdown foi por causa disso, e o terceiro foi meio que uma avalanche ali de golpes. Mas você veio com ele pronto ou entendeu que foi meio que um overhand aí por cima da guarda dele, né? Esse seu cruzado. Você encaixou o primeiro e viu que o caminho da vitória era esse?
We know how dangerous your right hook is. That's how you got the first 2 knockdowns in this match. The knockout was with a flurry of offense. Was that part of your game plan from the beginning or something that you found an opening throughout the match?
Então, esse cruzado já vem de mim, já ganhei várias lutas de nocaute, tanto com cruzado de esquerda, de direita, e eu acabei conectando ali logo de início, e luvinha é isso, você deu um knockdown no seu adversário, já está com a mão ali na vitória, só manter, e eu pude encaixar outro logo após, achando bem a distância e finalizar bem a luta, graças a Deus.
Yeah, this hook is part of my game. I've had many knockouts like that, and you know, in this kind of match, when you get a knockdown, you are in front, and you just have to keep controlling until you win.
Parabéns mais uma vez pela performance, meu irmão. É isso, Melinho, o cara gosta do caos e mostrou que com a luvinha a parada é outra história.
Alrighty, hey, when we come back from this very short break, more MMA for you. Stay with us. It was just a beatdown, Johnny. Just a beatdown.
A truly tremendous performance by Bruno Brito, and this is what the Xtreme division is all about. We told you there was going to be no feeling out process. It was going to be rapid fire, and that's exactly what it was. Brito getting his revenge from their Muay Thai bout a little while back, and certainly a rising star in SFT Combat.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. You got another prospect. The prospects are really, the cream is rising to the top. The prospects are stepping forward here in the cage tonight, trying to catch the attention of El Presidente, David Hudson, and say, hey, look, I am not just a pretty face. I'm not just a specimen. Watch these hands. Like these hands, the surgical precision of the combinations. This makes the coach so happy. You're not just coming in and throwing one punch, one and done, and being amazed at your punch, like these guys who hit the homers, right? And they're admiring their own handiwork. No, this guy stays busy, and he keeps his hands going until the job is done.
And look, there are some fighters who are brawlers first, and they could do well in the Xtreme division. But Bruno Brito is a mixed martial artist, and part of that is being a very effective boxer. And you can see everything about Brito's technique. It's so precise, it's so tight, and we talked about how good he was in close quarters out of the clinch. Well, guess what? Tonight, the clinch wasn't even needed because he was rapid fire.
Welcome back to Sao Paulo, Brazil, everybody. Jay Adams alongside Johnny LaQuasto watching some great fights here. This is SFT 63, getting a little bit of something for everybody. We're getting extreme fights, extreme karate, MMA. We're getting grappling. We're getting full kick. It's just been a great night of fights, Johnny.
Yeah, we're coming off 2 first-round knockouts in a row, one in the heavyweight division, and of course we just saw in the extreme division, Bruno Brito, absolutely dominant performance, and we cannot wait to see more extreme bouts coming up. But right now, we're going back to good old mixed martial arts.
Good old MMA, Jonathan Owende William versus Danilo Bam Bam Marcus. Ooh, some nicknames there.
2025 CBJJE No-Gi World Champion Jonathan Duende makes his SFT debut inside Brazil's most coveted stage. Standing across from him, his fellow newcomer Danilo Bam Bam, a 3-time Luta Livre champion. Who will leave victorious? Find out at SFT Combat 63.
We need to figure out who that velvety tenor is who did the voiceover for that package. If you know anything, Johnny, let us know.
I don't know, he sounds intimidating. Nonetheless, let's get to the tail of the tape. 3 5-minute rounds as we go back to traditional mixed martial arts. Jonathan Duende coming in 30 years of age. Danilo Bam Bam will figure out that age at some point. Both fighters coming in at 138, also identical in height, both at 5'8". Bit of a reach advantage for Danilo Bam Bam coming in tonight.
Good matchup, catch weight fight, mixed martial arts. Be interesting to see the final weights on these two as we get ready for. Did you get it?
It was listed as a mixed weight. I mean, I guess we could say it's a 138 catch since they both came in at 138, but...
Right. It's usually, I'm always curious to see which guy's coming down from 45 or which guy's going up from 35. Because usually the guy who's coming down, he's going to rehydrate a little bit bigger just because he usually will have a bigger frame. They're just bigger in general. I think it's a real advantage for, a 45er to fight someone at 140, a 135er at 140, because that 45er is going up to 55, right? And that 35er is going up to 138. He's not even going to 140.
And while we're talking about weight, that definitely will come into play in our main event. As we mentioned earlier, Marcos Marajó came in 5.2 kilos over 11 pounds. But the champion, Elismar Carrasco, still agreed. But we'll talk plenty more about that. We now get the first entrant of this fight.
Jonathan Duende earned his nickname due to his resemblance to Charles Duende, the founder of G13 and a living legend in Sao Paulo Jiu-Jitsu. Jonathan Duende began training through a social program and caught the attention of Romildo Gordella, a former MMA athlete who began preparing him for fights in the octagon. Duende had a successful run in AMI MMA and as a pro won his first 3 fights in a row. Coming off a victory, he needs to stay on this winning track. So today, the only result that matters is a win. To do so, he'll have to overcome Rio de Janeiro native Bam Bam, who's riding a 3-fight winning streak himself. Duende will need to put his jiu-jitsu to the test and show that as in this clash of styles, BJJ can prevail over freestyle wrestling.
Duende coming in 4-3 overall. As we mentioned, a black belt in jiu-jitsu, very strong ground game. But as you mentioned, won his first 3 professional fights, then he went on a bit of a skid. And they say you learn more from your losses than your victories, and that's really the case for Duende. Had a very important victory last time out, looking to build off that momentum. But as we mentioned as well, 100% finish rate over his 4 victories. But he has his work cut out for him tonight because his opponent also has a very high finish rate in his own right.
Really good fighters here. I really like this matchup, Johnny. Magno Wilson did an amazing job putting these two guys together. You're looking at Duende with, he's the 2025 CBJJE No-Gi World Champion, for goodness sakes. 100%, as you were saying, Johnny, of his victories are quick finishes. This guy's no nonsense. This guy's all business. He's in there for the win. And as you know, the old saying, you're not getting paid by the hour in MMA. If you get that quick submission, the check in the production office at the end of the night, it's going to be the same number that it is whether you get a first round sub or you're in a war for 3 rounds.
And with SFT Combat, you're always going to get both, as a matter of fact. You're going to get the incredible first-round knockouts. You're going to get the wars that go the distance. But at this moment, it's time for Bam Bam to make his arrival.
Danilo Bam Bam! He earned his nickname for the physical strength he's always demonstrating, standing out among his training partners. He went undefeated in the AMI division, and as a pro, he's won 5 of his last 6 fights. Although he holds a black belt in wrestling, Bam Bam also excels in striking. A lot of his professional career victories have come by KO, including a win over Hamon Jajin, the former Xtreme Bantamweight champion. And despite all this success, Bam Bam has yet to face an athlete, though, with Jonathan Duende's experience. That's the difference. In addition to seeking another victory, the Rio de Janeiro native will be tasked with defending the tradition of wrestling against the dominance of jiu-jitsu in a matchup that promises to pit the two great schools of grappling against each other. I think I'm noticing a theme here when it comes to our ground fights tonight, Johnny. It's been wrestling versus jiu-jitsu.
But as you know, Jay, sometimes when you have two great grapplers going at it, they may cancel each other out, and all of a sudden it becomes a vertical fight. Because you look at Danilo Bam Bam, he's coming in 5-1 overall, 4 finishes. But guess what? All 4 finishes are via knockout. So yes, he has the black belt in freestyle wrestling, 3-time Lutadores champion, but he can knock some people out. So I'm very intrigued to find out what the game plan of Bam Bam is going to be tonight.
Very good point. Very good point. Because we know what Wendy's going to do. Wendy's going for that takedown. He does not want to mess with Bam Bam's hands. So we know Wendy's going to be all business like he always is. He's going to shoot. He's going to go for the takedown and go for the quick submission. So we know that game plan. Based on that, what does Danilo do?
Based on that, I would assume Danilo Bam Bam is expecting Duende to hit the level changes early and often, but you know Bam Bam is going to be looking for the ground and pound.
I like it. I like it. There you see some of the points, strengths, and weaknesses. Yeah, you got the grappling, obviously, the distance, and the solo fight, the Bam Bam, the stand-up fight of Bam Bam versus the jiu-jitsu, the ability to go the long distance, Duende with the cardio, with the gas tank, various strengths and weaknesses at this catchweight fight.
Senhoras e senhores, este combate será na modalidade MMA profissional, com 3 rounds de 5 minutos. This combat is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 30 anos de idade, 30 years old, 62 quilos e 700 gramas, 138 pounds, com 4 vitórias e 3 derrotas, 4 wins, 3 losses. Fighting from Teresina, Piauí, Brazil, Jonathan Duende. And his opponent in the red corner, 20 anos de idade, 20 years old, 62 quilos e 700 gramas, 138 pounds, com 5 vitórias e 1 derrota, 5 wins, 1 loss. Fighting from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Danilo Bam Bam. E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Julian Jabá.
Johnny, when I look at both of their frames, I'm thinking there's a possibility that they both are coming up from 135. I'm trying to figure out who the featherweight was and who the bantamweight was here, and their frames look comparable. So it could have been that they both had a gentleman's agreement and said, I don't want to make weight, this sucks, let's just fight at 38.
If one did come down, I'm guessing it may have been Duende, but we just heard Bam Bam only 20 years young, already 5-1. Very impressive early on in his career.
Yeah, real active fighter. 80% of his victories by quick finish, as you were saying.
And also a 100% finish rate for Duende, coming in 4-3 overall, Bam Bam 5-1. Essentially every victory between these two men but one has been a finish. So a bit of a feeling out process here early on. but that probably
Totally.
won't last very long.
Yeah, big respect based on their records. They have big respect for each other. They were very clear about that at the weigh-ins. Yeah, they did the face-to-face. Of course, you get your mean mug on, but if you took either one of them aside and asked about their opponent, they would say, huge respect. I know this is a very dangerous fight for me.
And when you have two very skilled grapplers, and there we go, first takedown.
Duenge shooting, good sprawl from Bam Bam.
And Bam Bam certainly had to know that this was coming from Duenge and had an answer here for the first shoot in.
Freestyle wrestling versus jiu-jitsu. That's our theme tonight.
Jay, yeah, we saw that earlier tonight, and things did not work out very well for the wrestler in that fight.
Right. Yeah, the weapons weren't there. You get the takedown as a wrestler, you get dominance, but you need that next step, which is the submission.
Very good patience there by Duenge. The guillotine was never really a threat there by Bam Bam, and they're back to their feet.
Good job there. Getting back to his feet. Bam Bam now looking to, most likely wanting to separate, spin out, and see if we can get into a fight. But I like this for Duende. Do I like it as watching it? Not necessarily, but I like it for Duende. Phone booth.
Yeah, Duenge certainly looking to perhaps get a leg sweep to get Bam Bam back down on the ground as we're halfway through the first.
Yeah, I heard that one. Duenge coming off a technical knockout.
We talk about the grappling prowess, but these two men certainly know how to strike as we're back down.
Yeah, they were both throwing great kicks. Well-rounded fighters.
Well, this is not where Bam Bam wants to be. Duenge taking the back here.
Duenge maybe into side control. This is good positioning for Duenge.
Oh, Duenge moving north-south here. Yeah.
Hammer fists from Duenge, but primarily a pretty good job from Bam Bam keeping the damage minimal. He's got the forearms trapped, keeping Duenge from posturing up. Now the up kicks.
And that's really the wrestling background of Bam Bam. Never stop moving, constantly trying to change position. But once again, Duenge, though, is exactly where he wants to be, trying to take the back.
Bam Bam's doing a good job preventing damage, but that's not going to win the round for him. It's great to survive and not take damage, but he's got to think of offense here in the final minute. He wants to try to steal the round. It's just been all Duenge.
And both hooks locked in here by Duenge. Does he have enough time to go for a finish is the question.
Yeah, and it's Duenge with the offense. Good chance here for Bam Bam. He's got to be careful, though. They get that, almost has that body lock on him.
Well, Bam Bam's corner will no doubt be preaching adjustments in between rounds here.
Yeah, no question about that. Team RD champions we'll be talking from for sure. And welcome back to Sao Paulo, everybody. Jay Adams alongside Johnny LaQuasto. Time for round number 2. I found round number 1 very interesting, very compelling. It brought to mind a chess match. Bam Bam trying to find openings, trying to stay on his feet, trying to defend against Duenji's offense. And I like how he didn't take damage. But as we were saying, not taking damage is not going to win the round.
No, certainly not. And Duenji, the first round really went according to plan. The first level change, Bam Bam was able to shield, but beyond that, it was really Duenji just staying in control, staying patient, was able to establish back control a couple of times. And credit to Bam Bam, though, constant motion, able to scramble out a little bit, but thus far, very little effective offense by Bam Bam.
And you had mentioned before we went to break, Bam Bam's corner giving him in-between round adjustments, RD champions.
Oh!
Interesting. And it was
Nice
interesting,
right
Bam Bam
hand by
didn't
Bam
jump
Bam.
on it. Bam Bam didn't jump on it. He's got a very, very thin margin for victory here. He's got to jump on those types of opportunities.
Well, Jay, it's like you said earlier. You can be a high-level wrestler like Bam Bam. It doesn't mean you know how to finish on the ground.
Right. Yeah, the takedowns are there as the wrestler, but then what am I supposed to do? I can get out of trouble, I can put my opponent in trouble, but how do I finish my opponent?
And when you're up against a black belt in jiu-jitsu, it doesn't matter sometimes if you have control on the ground. That can change in an instant.
Such a foundational discipline in all of martial arts. Remember when it took the world by storm back in the day, Royce Gracie hiding his submissions in his gi, driving me crazy. It felt like I was watching a fake match. He's tapping out these big, gnarly Americans like effortlessly. And I'm like, that's got to be fake. That's got to be fake. It's too easy. And my friends are calling me going, it's not fake, bro. It's real. I'm like, okay, I want to know more about this.
Yeah, if you want to talk about scripted, I was a broadcaster for WWE. We can discuss that at one point.
Right, you can tell me the differences. I like
there's
how
a lot of differences, but
WWE started implementing a bunch of our submissions in their scripts. It's fun watching arm bars and the triangles and
Well, I can tell you that was actually the choice of the competitors themselves. Certain wrestlers became such fans of mixed martial arts and started training, and many professional wrestlers have become high-level jiu-jitsu practitioners, so they started implementing a lot of the submissions into the professional wrestling world, which I love because it really has added to the realism of it. And as we check out the action here, final 2 minutes of the second round, it's, Jay, it's a little more of the same here in the second round. Duenji staying patient, staying in control, and now both men getting back to their feet.
I agree. On the wrestling side, I'll just add real fast my 2 cents on it. I loved watching the implementation of our submissions into the choreography, into the script. It made it look much more real, and it married 2 worlds that I love watching, so I knew it was going to be a win for me.
And Jay, we can see here, Duenji knows his bread and butter. He continues the level changes. Credit to Bam Bam, though. Much more effective this time.
Yeah, he's stuffing the takedowns, and he's defending those submission attempts well, and now taking the back of Duenji.
But this is where we find out what his ground game is truly like. When you could take the back of a black belt in jiu-jitsu, what can you do with it, especially in the final minute?
You better do something with it. Yeah, his wins are all by hands. Ground and pound wins, TKO punches. He had a ground and pound win in Jungle Fight 152 over Ramon Costa. Ground and pound win over Mateus Guedes in Jungle Fight 140. And then he knocked out Raul Santos in MAC 13 by TKO. And so, he has not had that feeling yet of subbing somebody. So you just see he's not fishing for it either. It's just not there for him. That offensive toolkit just doesn't exist.
Although a very strong finish here in the second round for Danilo Bam Bam. First round clearly went to Duenge. This one a lot more competitive, a lot closer, perhaps siding towards Bam Bam, especially with a strong finish here.
Yeah, easy to give him a close round. You know, if you're looking for things that distinguished him over Jonathan Ovenges, if you're looking for, you know, he was on top more than Ivende. So he had the dominant position. Let's see. Oh, it's gonna be in Portuguese. As I say, let's see. I want to hear the adjustments.
And also, Bam Bam was able to land some strikes there towards the end of the second round.
Ele tá morto. Só não dá 3 golpes, mano, pra não correr esse risco. Olha só, você tá sentando muito a entrada de queda dele, mano. Que porra é essa? Você defende bem, não fica expondo costa, não.
Esse cara tá round a 1.
Bora! É sim.
Yeah, and you know, interesting that RD champions were more emphatic there. They were more dramatic. They seem to have a little bit more urgency, which is interesting to me because Bam Bam, like you say, I think he pulled that round out. We're looking at, you know, a round apiece, and I don't get that. Well, they're trying to get him to really keep doing what he did, most likely. And yet, you know, Duenge's corner was very stoic, very calm, very methodical. And yet their fighter may have lost that round. So that was this interesting contrast in styles.
Nice combination by Bam Bam to start off the third round here. And as you mentioned, Jay, you know, Duenge is by far the most experienced fighter that Bam Bam has faced. So yes, 5-1, but you could say a bit of a caveat there. This definitely is the biggest challenge of Bam Bam's career.
Yeah, it's the perfect step up. I think Magno Wilson did a good job. And I think that Bam Bam's team, RD champions, this is the perfect fight for their guy. You got to step him up gradually. Nice right hand. Wenji's kind of falling asleep on us here. He's got to keep his foot on the gas.
Bam Bam is starting to implement his game, which is what he wants to be, is stand-up striking. It's why he has 4 knockouts. Oh, wow.
And Duenge, sloppy takedown of him.
And Bam Bam followed up with a head kick, and now another 1-2, another 1-2.
Bam Bam calling Duenge forward. He said, let's throw.
If you're Duenge, I don't think you want to stand and exchange here in the third round.
Duenge's got to go back to his strength. He's got to go back. There it is. He's got to go back to his bread and butter. Beautiful sprawl. There's the wrestling, right? The sprawl, and here comes some more wrestling.
Duenge absolutely telegraphed that one, and Bam Bam saw it coming.
From a mile away. Bam Bam taking advantage of it.
Now if you're Duenge, what can you do that you're back on the ground? We see the fatigue starting to set in, a little bit less explosion in the level change.
Yeah, and this is an area that Bam Bam might not necessarily know what to do. You know, he's not getting leg locks in wrestling. He's not, no one's attacking his heel. Oh, but full mount now. Bam Bam in dominance, taking the back of Duenge. Hammer fist now.
Without a doubt. Oh, the best ground game we've seen from Bam Bam. Are you kidding me?
No way! No way the wrestler does this. Duenge's in trouble, Johnny.
He's trying not to panic, and he's able to get out of it. He stayed patient.
I thought it was deep. A horrible turn of affairs for Bam Bam. I thought it was deep.
And credit to Duenge, able to transition right into a full mount in less than 2 minutes to go.
And that could be the difference in this fight. You know, 2.5 rounds to 2.5 rounds.
I mean, thus far, this third round has really been mostly Bam Bam. But what can Duenge do? He's got the black belt in jiu-jitsu. He was dominant throughout the first round on the ground. Oh, now he's looking for a head and arm choke. Not able to achieve the position, though.
Yeah, you know, it was all Duenji, and then it was Bam Bam's fight, and then that inadvertent, just a bad turn of affairs. He had the choke, what looked like it was sunk in, gave up on it. And that's the type of distance and mistake that you cannot make with someone with the skill sets of Duenji. Duenji will make you pay for that type of a mistake. And now instead of the judges seeing Bam Bam on the top at the end of the round, they're going to see Duenji on the top. In what is a back and forth round, each fighter winning half of the round. You could say it's 1.5 round or 1.5 round going into it. It'll be an interesting decision if it does go to the judges' cards.
You got to be careful with those up kicks. If you are Bam Bam, the official had no issue with it. But no doubt the most competitive fight we've had tonight is it certainly appears that we're going to go to the scorecards, and the judges have their work cut out for them.
Wrestling 101 from Bam Bam to get out of a little bit of trouble there, but now back into it. Duenji at the 10-second warning, looking to put it on Bam Bam and put an exclamation point on the round for the judges.
I mean, well, Duenji finishes the round in control, but Jay, the first 2.5 to 3 minutes, it was really Bam Bam having Duenji on the ropes a little bit in this third round. So, wow, very, very close fight.
Very close fight. That's what makes this decision, you know, I really wish I could speak Portuguese, so when they're given that decision, I can hear the points. Although, you can kind of make it out. You can make out the numbers. 29 for 29. You know, 20, although that's Spanish, but it's close. 30 for 30, right? So I try to decipher as much as I can. 27. I love trying to figure out.
We can assume the first round probably went to Duenji, but as far as the second or third round, it really is up to the way the judges are scoring. Obviously, you know, damage is number 1, strikes number 2, effective aggression. Wow, I'm very excited to see who gets their hand raised.
Both fighters, neither one of these fighters can feel sure of anything right now. There's no way. Both corners look nervous. Gordella's top team in Duenji's corner and RD champions in Bam Bam's corner. They all look pensive right now.
Credit to the judges, got the scores in quickly. And here was the moment, Jay, where it appeared that Bam Bam was going to score the rear naked choke. Although he didn't have full back control, he certainly had the position, but Duenji, the black belt in jiu-jitsu, was able to transition out and ended up in a full mount shortly thereafter.
Senhoras e senhores, vamos para o resultado oficial. O jurado número 1 pontuou 30-27, o 2 30-27 e o jurado número 3 pontuou também 30-27. Declarando o vencedor por decisão unânime, Danilo
Razor thin, razor thin. You can see the pain in Duenji's face because he knew how close it was. Hard to lose the close. It's, you know,
it was incredibly close, but and like I said, I don't speak Portuguese, but I thought I heard a few scores of 30-27, which to me says there are some judges that gave all 3 rounds to Bam Bam. Unless I heard incorrectly. If that's the case, then that's a little surprising in my book. Nonetheless, congratulations to Bam Bam. He's now 6-1.
As defesas, viu?
Defesa.
De queda. As 3 que você meteu aí.
Pode ser forte demais.
Defesa de wrestler tá em dia, tá em dia.
Obrigado.
Entendeu?
Obrigado.
Ele que fez a diferença aí.
Nossa.
É o Bambam, senhoras e senhores. Cara, parabéns pela performance. É bom demais assistir vocês. De fato, é o que o mestrão tava falando, né? Foi meio que uma aula pra gente ali, tanto da tua luta livre quanto do jiu-jitsu dele também. Só que você conseguiu uma disparidade ali na tua luta em pé, né? Foi acho que nesse detalhe que você acabou ganhando essa luta, até que ele que tentava as ações de te colocar pro solo, só que a defesa também estava em dia, né?
congratulations on your win. He was talking about your takedown defense, but what really made a difference was your striking. You could show how good you are in that. Do you think that was the factor that made you win this match?
Então, galera, primeiramente quero agradecer a Deus. Sem Ele, pô, eu não estaria aqui. Pô, toda a honra e toda a glória seja dada ao Senhor. Lembrando, eu fiz uma luta no começo do mês, descansei uma semana, na outra eu voltei a treinar. Já me deram essa luta, então tô batendo recorde aí, 2 lutas no mês, como dizer, 2 vitórias, graças a Deus. Quero agradecer bem a equipe RD Champion, o mestre Renato, ao Galeto, os meus parceiros de treino de equipe, meu pai, minha mãe, minha esposa, toda a minha equipe, meus patrocinadores. Pô, muito obrigado por tudo. Pô, sem eles também me dando esse apoio, eu não estaria aqui. Galera de Santa Cruz, Barra de Guaratiba, vamos, bombom pro mundo. Ouça, galera, fé em Deus.
Yeah, that's what happened. First of all, I would like to thank God before anything else. I'd like to thank all of my team, my parents, everybody has supported me throughout my career. And to Santa Cruz, I would like to say hello to everybody over there.
E esse é o Bambam, senhoras e senhores. Parabéns mais uma vez pela performance, meu irmão.
E aí?
All right, great job. We have more MMA on the dais in store for us next, coming up. Stay with us. Welcome back to Sao Paulo, Brazil, everybody. It's SFT Combat 63. Hope you're enjoying the fights so far. We've had a little bit of everything here. Had some great first round knockouts. More action coming.
Tive o meu primeiro contato com a arte marcial aos 13 anos de idade, que foi o jiu-jitsu, né? A minha cidade é distante de tudo, né? É longe, é bem sertão mesmo, então tipo, pra gente fazer uma competição de jiu-jitsu a gente viajava 14 horas.
Primeiro eu conheci o jiu-jitsu em Areia Branca, pelo mestre Talson Soares. Estava lutando jiu-jitsu e um cara de 100 quilos no absoluto me colocou para fora do tatame, aí abriu minha testa, então muitas pessoas parariam nesse momento e eu só subi no tatame e vamos. E foi daí que o meu mestre falou, esse menino dá pro MMA.
Leva pro chão Alisson Silva, vai pro pescoço.
E vou te falar, essas transições é de quem sabe jiu-jitsu mesmo.
Acontece qualquer movimentação, ele já puxa alguma coisa, cara. Ligeiro demais o Silva.
Minha cidade até há pouco tempo atrás não tinha asfalto para poder sair da cidade em si. Então foi um pouco trabalhoso sim, irmão, mas isso me deu um pouquinho de tempero, sabe? Me deu uma vontade a mais.
Ali o Paulo.
Mas foi bem, já conseguiu a queda.
Vamos
ver.
Vai pegar,
Paulo
vai
pode
pegar,
terminar
não
com a
vai sair,
luta.
vai,
Vai terminar. Vai
Vai
bater.
pegar,
Fim de luta. Luiz Paulo vence o duelo.
O SFT é um dos maiores eventos, não é um eventinho qualquer, até pelo fato deles fazerem lutas muito bem casadas.
Cara, visibilidade, né? O SFT passa em vários países, é incrível isso. SFT tá mandando muito bem, cara, tá mandando muito bem. Quem não é visto não é lembrado, mestre.
A gente faz o que ama, né? Bater nos outros, mas é isso, fechou as aulas, quem ganhar aí paga a cerveja aí.
Ele falou que quem ganhar a luta paga a cerveja, tudo certo então.
Well, you know, you and I were talking earlier, Johnny, about the fact that styles make fights. And I think that's what we have coming up here in this MMA tilt. We've got a Muay Thai practitioner with serious Muay Thai credentials, including a black belt in Muay Thai, 40 wins, just 10 losses in Muay Thai, and going up against a Jiu-Jitsu black belt. So, you know, these stories kind of, you can guess and take a very good educated guess on what happens inside the cage based on which fighter is able to implement his game plan.
As you said, styles make fights, and there's nothing better than when you have a vast contrast. You got the ground game taking on vertical striking. Who can implement their will? Who can implement their game plan? And yes, when you have a dominant ground game, that tends to transition to mixed martial arts better than, say, a boxer or a striker. But when you are a high-level ground practitioner, the one thing you can't defend is getting clipped by a right hand, by a left hook, by an uppercut. So this is going to be a very exciting fight. Two men with 3 professional fights under their belt. You want to talk about rising stars? You're looking at these two men right here. Cannot wait to get to it.
No question about it. And you know what's great about when you see these types of style make fights matches, you really can translate over to the real world, right? So you're wondering, you're in a dark alley and something bad happens. What do you want to have at your beck and call? If you could only pick one, you know, obviously, ideally, you want to be well-rounded, be able to do everything. But if you could only pick one and someone made you select, are you a ground person or are you a stand-up person in a bad situation? And these types of fights can kind of give you a fair measure of which style is the most pragmatic in walking out of that dangerous dark alley in one piece.
Well, in an alley, my first choice would be a weapon, perhaps a baseball bat, maybe wrapped in barbed wire. But if I wasn't allowed to choose a weapon, if I'm being honest, I still feel like the high-level ground game would be the way to go because, yes, a lot of people can throw strikes, but they can't defend a ground game. They can't defend takedowns. You have a little bit of a judo throw, things like that. And so this is going to be a very interesting contrast to styles here as we await the first entrant. And what's so exciting about SFT 63, we've already seen a grappling bout. We've already seen an Xtreme bout and more to come on the way. We've seen full kick, and coming up after this one, we have Karate Xtreme. But right now, we are sticking with traditional mixed martial arts, not to mention main event, title fight. There's a lot going on tonight.
No question about it, Johnny. That title fight that you're referencing, Elismar Carrasco, has his belt at stake. It's a featherweight belt. It is at stake. He could lose it, and it would go vacant if Marcos Marajó Rodriguez is able to somehow defeat Lima Carrasco. He still won't get the belt because he came in heavy. This is our main event that will be going on later tonight. He did come in heavy by 11 plus pound. And at 145, a lot of weight. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Felipe Moraes, one of Brazilian Muay Thai's biggest names on the world stage, black belt in Thai boxing. Demetrio Sescaneto, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt and the 2025 ADCC Sao Paulo champion. He earned his SFT contract through Gladiadores de Futuro 2.
Tá na sequência, chutando melhor aí.
Belo chute, pode terminar a luta agora, hein? Pode terminar a luta! Um quer manter a luta em pé, o outro quer levar pro chão.
Tá dominando completamente o sem sangue, vai aí aplicando cotoveladas, socos, e ele fica ali na meia guarda, você vê que ele não quer passar, ele consegue estabilizar bem ali, vai parar o árbitro.
One wants to keep the fight standing, the other wants to take it to the ground.
Cara, aqui a gente tem trocação, tem jiu-jitsu, tem o extra, tem tudo, cara. Se for na trocação, nós vai trocar porrada, se for no extra, a gente vai... Nós vai se esbagaçar, mano. Aqui não tem tempo ruim, não.
One brings precision, the other brings pressure. Experience against you. Who is ready to reach the top? Find out now at SFT Combat 63.
Yeah, we were talking about styles making fights, and we were talking about a theme coming forward here at SFT 63, and that's got to be ground versus stand-up.
Indeed, as we check out the tail of the tape, Demetrio Sescaneto coming in 37 years of age, Felipe Moraes at 28 years of age, both fighters coming in on weight for this bantamweight bout. 2-inch height advantage for Sescaneto and just over a 2-inch reach advantage as well for Sescaneto. Very, very competitive fight that we have ready in the bantamweight division.
And listen to the crowd for Felipe Moraes. Oh, wow. After becoming one of Brazil's top Muay Thai fighters on the world stage, Felipe Moraes decided to make the switch to MMA. He lost his debut, but went on to score 2 consecutive victories. Today, he faces an opponent with a fighting style that's 100% different from his own. It won't be enough to simply keep the fight standing. He'll need to know how to close the distance, strike, and retreat without getting taken down. Moraes has a low knockout rate. Of his 40 wins, he's only had 8 finishes, so he's trained extensively in grappling, trying to pick that part of his game up. He did that at the Phuket Fight Club, one of Thailand's largest MMA gyms, but he has yet to face a true jiu-jitsu black belt. Will he be able to impose his Muay Thai style and secure another victory in the SFT Combat cage? That's the big question here tonight, John.
It certainly is. We have a number of questions, actually. You know, with both fighters coming in, 3 professional fights under their belt. Moraes coming in 2-1 overall with 1 knockout. But you can't discount 50 Muay Thai fights. He was 40-10 as a Muay Thai fighter, but then decided to make the switch to mixed martial arts. He wanted a new challenge. He saw the kind of success that he could have in an MMA cage, and where better than SFT Combat. So there's no doubt, Jay, he wants to keep this fight standing. He wants to utilize his range-finding kicks to establish his offense, but very difficult to do against a practitioner on the ground like Sescaneto.
Exactly. You try to make the strategic picks. You try to ease your way into MMA. You know the hands will be there. That's what you've been doing. Like you said, 50 fights for a relatively young guy in his late 20s. That's a lot of fights, so you know the hands will be there. So you just try to strategically pick someone who's not going to just put you to sleep in the first 30 seconds of the fight. I don't know if this is the perfect strategic pick. You do have a black belt in jiu-jitsu. You do have a Sao Paulo ADCC 2025 champion in Demetrio Sescaneto. And so, you know, Sescaneto is the real deal on the ground. He returns to SFT. This time he faces a major challenge, a Muay Thai specialist with experience fighting in Thailand. Demetrio, his main strength, as we know, is jiu-jitsu. Does enjoy exchanging strikes, though. He wants to try his hand. Today he's going to have to put his black belt in jiu-jitsu maybe down. It just depends on whether Felipe can impose his will. And he's going to try to secure the victory. Sescaneto is trying to take another step toward the top of the rankings. And how strategically smart was the pick of Felipe, just like how strategically smart was the pick of Demetrio. Only time's going to tell.
Well, Caneto is a competitor. There's a reason he was signed after Future Gladiators 2, because he was that impressive. Coming in tonight undefeated, 3-0, a 100% finish rate, 2 knockouts, and a submission. So Jay, we know about his ground game, but the man can strike as well. ADCC Sao Paulo champion, we know what he can do when he gets his opponents down, but he feels like he's incredibly well-rounded, and that's exactly why SFT Combat saw what he can do. They signed him, and now this is the biggest spotlight of his career. Quite frankly, the biggest spotlight of Moraes as a mixed martial artist as well. I love the contrast, not just the styles of how each man fights, the styles of experience. 50 Muay Thai fights, but guess what? It's only his 4th fight in the cage, and now Caneto, the biggest challenge of his young career.
No question about it. You know, and there's a lot of irony when these types of fights unfold lots of times, because the ground guy is looking to prove his hands, and the hands guy is looking to prove his ground. So you just never know what's going to happen inside the steel cage. That's going to be some... Okay, we got some English down at the bottom. Caneto, strong jits, obviously. He's got to avoid the crazy exchanges. He's got to be careful about the outside game. And Moraes, obviously, the Muay Thai, mid-range, wants to keep the fight standing. Classic stand-up against ground player. It's been our theme tonight, and it's been highly enjoyable.
Senhoras e senhores, este combate será na modalidade MMA profissional, com 3 rounds de 5 minutos. Discovery schedule for 5 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 28 anos de idade, 28 years old, 61 quilos, 144 pounds, com 2 vitórias e 1 derrota, 2 wins, 1 loss. Fighting from São Paulo, Brazil, Felipe Moraes. And his opponent in the red corner, 33 anos de idade, 43 years old, 60 quilos e 800 gramas, 144 pounds, com 3 vitórias e nenhuma derrota, 3 wins, undefeated. Fighting from São Paulo, Brazil, Demetrio E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Cassiano Lopreto.
Crowd going nuts for the undefeated Caneto. Squaring off against Felipe Moraes. And I inadvertently had said Felipe based on Siri, who I'll never trust again on Portuguese pronunciation. Felipe Moraes, Demetrio Caneto at 135, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Here we go.
There's not a lot you could trust Siri for, but nonetheless, the crowd is here for both Moraes and Caneto. Strong ovation for both men. Sao Paulo is certainly alive in our 6th fight of tonight. 14 fights on the card. So much more action to come. It's been a little bit of everything thus far, and as we mentioned, big contrast to styles, and can't wait to see how this shakes out.
What a great night out for the fans here in Sao Paulo. Come out to the Frankenreich Center and have a great night out. Enjoy some fights, have some drinks and some great food. Such a great service SFT is providing, and we could not do it without our fans. We thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. SFT 63. And it's been more events than that, with some of the differently named fights based on pro level or AME level, semi-pro level. So substantially more than 63 events for SFT. Feeling out process here.
And Moraes in the southpaw stance, which tends to cause problems for orthodox opponents, and he's really trying to control center here early on, but certainly a feeling out process. You see Caneto trying to land some low kicks, create some distance, set up his offense.
Yeah, Sescaneto looking for openings. See the feints? Looking for openings for the takedown. Willing to trade, willing to take some to get in. Again, a lot of these guys want to prove that they're not one-dimensional. They don't like it if you say, yeah, they don't like it if you say, you know, oh, he's a ground guy, or oh, he's a stand-up guy. They all are trying to be well-rounded.
And what we're seeing here from Sescaneto is patience. And we see that from a lot of high-level jiu-jitsu fighters, is they just wait for their opening to make that first level change. We can only imagine that's what Sescaneto is looking for, because when you look at Morais, he is a striker through and through. He is so dangerous on his feet.
Yeah, he's a specimen, too. That boy is jacked. I cannot believe that this kid is 135.
Yeah, there's no doubt. You look at Morais, I mean, he just screams of featherweights. Well, credit to him, too. Coming in on weight, beautiful head kick lands for Sescaneto.
Look at this. Look at this. The jiu-jitsu black belt.
What an exchange there. Sescaneto with some powerful striking, but Morais returns them in kind.
Counter fighting from the Muay Thai black belt. That's his world. He's setting up his timing, and this is what he's been doing for the last couple of minutes. Make no doubt about that. The southpaw has been timing Sescaneto.
Beautiful right counter by Sescaneto. And you know, Jay, when it comes to fighters like Morais who have so much experience, a lot of times they need to get hit a few times to really wake up and get into their rhythm.
Good point. Good point, because you can fall into a feeling of superiority when you look at Sescaneto. He's looking at his opponent and seeing the mostly ground stuff, and maybe not taking Sescaneto as seriously as he should on his feet. One good punch will change that attitude, though.
Certainly will, and don't forget Sescaneto, 2 of his 3 victories coming in are via knockout. And thus far, Sescaneto has had no issues with standing and exchanging. We have not seen a level change yet from Sescaneto in this first round.
Good point. No lead leg issues yet either. Finally, he shoots the single to finish up the round.
And Jay, you see that very often from the high-level jiu-jitsu guys. They wait towards the end of the round to try to put an emphasis on the round. Now, credit to Morais, though. Tremendous takedown defense here.
Yeah, beautiful takedown defense from Felipe. And now trying to get the hands going with 10-second warning.
Highly competitive first round. We are in break, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back. Second round of this bantamweight matchup. Demetrio Sescaneto in the red gloves, black trunks. Felipe Morais with the blue gloves. I thought that Sescaneto fought a perfect round, Johnny. He did just what he needed to prove he had hands, maybe did more damage with his hands than Morais, and shot the takedown in the last 30 seconds of the round. Like you said, to put the emphasis on, hey, look who's on top as this round closes. It's the last thing the judges see is Rice on top of Chase Caneto.
Yeah, Sescaneto really had Moraes guessing throughout the majority of that round, and I think the takedown probably put the emphasis on that first round in the eyes of the judges. But what's most impressive is the striking of Sescaneto. We're seeing a lot of aggression here in the opening minute, and also he's mixing in the body kicks and the head kicks, which is really difficult for the southpaw and Moraes to handle right now.
A point to make, you know, we talked about this at the beginning of the fight. A lot of times the ground guys will test their hands. That's why they wanted to go into MMA. They didn't, it's not a grappling fight. He knows it's an MMA fight. He wants to prove to the world he has hands.
Beautiful jab there by Sescaneto moments ago, and we are seeing how vicious that right hand is by Felipe Moraes. The question is, how many of those will he be able to land?
The 28-year-old, 40-10 fights. He's 48-10, 50 fights. Just 28 years old, now wanting to prove the ground game if he has to.
And it really speaks to, you're always in camp. When you have that many fights under your belt at a young age, that means you're willing to fight at any given moment. Oh, that knee may have landed square there on Sescaneto.
Hip pop.
And that's what makes Moraes so dangerous.
Yeah, he can take your legs away from you with one kick. Oh, there was malintent on that right hand.
Well, you want to talk about trying to prove you're a great striker. That's exactly what Sescaneto was going for there. The absolute home run with the right hand coming up empty halfway through the second.
He threw it from another zip code.
He threw it from Rio.
Let's see if this lands. I'm going to throw this from Copacabana. Inside leg kick by Sescaneto. This is what I think Moraes needs to do. He needs to make it ugly. Close the distance, make it a phone booth. Let that Muay Thai skill start coming forward.
As a Muay Thai fighter, fighting out of the clinch is the absolute strength of any high-level Muay Thai fighter. Utilizing the knees, the inside game. That's what Moraes has to implement. Quite frankly, I'm shocked he hasn't really attempted it until almost the end of the second round here.
Yeah, he took a long time. This is his money. Nice knee. Rice coming alive here with 1:30 to go in the second round.
When it comes down to it, Moraes has to decide, does he think Sescaneto can hurt him? If he doesn't feel like his strikes are going to be effective, Moraes has to be more aggressive throughout the last minute of this round, especially going into the third.
Up on the last minute of round number 2. Much better round for Felipe Moraes.
Close to a low blow there, but Moraes able to continue.
And Moraes has not only put his foot on the gas pedal, he's taken away Sescaneto. Sescaneto has been unheard of in the last 3 minutes. He's completely taken the offense of Sescaneto away. And that comes back to best
change.
Right? Best defense is good offense. You know, it's certainly apropos right here. Oh, nice elbow from Moraes. Moraes says, let's do it. Let's do it. Back to the center of the cage they go. Trading
that is
inside
a
leg
right
kick.
hand counter. Ooh.
Yeah. Woo! Nice round. Good round. And they both enjoy it. And the classic coming into the third round. And it's anybody's fight who wants it more. That's really, this is the whole fight is in one round, right? Like it's just like it was just one round fight. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue that first round went to Ceskineto, second round went to Moraes, although tremendous right-hand counter to close out the second round by Ceskineto, but great adjustments made in the second round by Felipe Moraes. He really amped up the aggression, and also the clinch work was very effective.
Getting his talking to by the Fighting Nerds. In the blue corner, Corner Azul. Conversely, Demetrio Ceskineto getting his in-between round adjustments from K2 MMA. So it'll be interesting to see as we come to our third and final round.
Talk about success. Those Fight Nerds are really putting in work.
I love the irreverent fun and hey, let's not take things too seriously. I love the approach. Doesn't mean you're not serious in the cage, but there's a different level of relaxation when you're not saying, hey, we're skull and crossbones. We're the murderers. We're the axe murderers. Like when you're not trying to do that and you're just having fun out there, you're fighting relaxed.
And speaking of the Fight Nerds, I know I'm not the first person to say this, but it's not going to be very long before Carlos Prates is holding UFC title. That's for sure.
He's a beast. What an animal. Crowd now singing. Can't quite pick out the song, but they are getting loud here in Sao Paulo.
Beautiful takedown defense there by Felipe Moraes, and now can he start to utilize the knees? And you could tell that the corner of Ceskineto told him, go to your bread and butter. He didn't have one level change that entire second round.
Oh, eats the right coming in. That's that southpaw. Catches you by surprise. That jab comes over the top. Catches the orthodox fighters.
And now this is where Moraes really has to take advantage. Once again, his work in the clinch, he has to keep Ceskineto guessing between the strikes and the knees. Meanwhile, if you're Ceskineto, you have to be looking for a leg sweep here to try to get Moraes to the ground unaffected.
It's got to be a little bit frustrating for Ceskineto. Oh, nice right hand, though. That'll do a lot to get rid of your frustration. And this is a close fight.
Certainly is. Moraes actually looked to counter with a takedown of his own for a second, but then thought otherwise.
He's like, wait, what am I doing? I don't want to end up on the ground with this guy. That's when you let go of your opponent. Yeah, you let go of your opponent and say, I hope I wasn't out of line there by engaging with the over-under. I'm just going to let you go now.
Jay, this fight has been as competitive as we expected. Two fighters coming in, 3 pro fights under their belt. Contrast of styles between the two. It's been very entertaining, very hard-hitting.
Ooh. Yeah, we had a ton of close fights tonight. That goes right to Magno Wilson, SFT matchmaker. Oh, take that knee, a little parting gift. Oh, and the sweep! That was crazy.
Wow, the Muay Thai practitioner with a leg sweep. But once again, thinking better of it, let's get this fight vertical again for the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, let's not go into the deep water. Hope I wasn't out of line with that foot sweep. I'm just going to walk away here a little bit.
It appears the left eye, just above the left eye of Moraes, is open. Difficult to see if that's going to affect his vision.
Yeah, I can't tell where the cut is, but his shoulder's already got a lot of leakage on it. That's a good catch, Johnny.
Yeah, if you're Ceskineto, that becomes a bullseye here in the final 90 seconds.
Great shot by the truck. Good guys. Good job, Fernando, DDM, the rest of the team in the truck. Shooting it up.
Also, great job by the referee allowing the clinch action to continue. Both fighters staying very active here up against the cage.
Yeah, good. I've noticed, you know how I'm liking the referees tonight? We have not thought about them or looked at them, or that means they're doing a great job. You haven't had to get mad about anything. Good reffing here in Sao Paulo. They know their sport.
This third round has been a lot of Felipe Moraes really implementing his will and his game plan on Cesareto. This is not going to be an easy decision.
No. You got moments for each fighter in each round. They each had their moments. 10-second warning. Gonna finish it up. Moraes shooting, but get from way outside. Half-hearted shot. Great fight. Haja Pickett at home. Keeping weak tilt. Back and forth action. Crowd loving it. Crowd loving Felipe Moraes. I used to look like that, Johnny. Never.
I'd love to see a photo.
Well, you may have not heard the second part of that equation, which was never. Never.
Hey,
Never
look,
close.
With AI, anything is possible.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah, let's, next time we're doing a stand-up to the camera, let's sweeten that up a little bit.
Well, the question is, will Moraes get his third professional victory, or will Cesareto stay undefeated? Very, very close fight. I mean, let's look over it, Jay. I mean, the first round, Cesareto really implemented his game plan effectively. He was in control, but over the last two rounds, especially into the third, the tide really started to turn, and all credit to Moraes. But the question is, was it enough?
Yeah, what was interesting about Demetrio Cesarento's dominance of the first round was he did it striking. And then it's almost as if Felipe Moraes in the second round said, wait a minute, I'm the striker. And I think you had picked out the point when he tipped the other way is when he got hit. When he really got hit hard by Cesareto, and all of a sudden he just started whipping the knees, threw a couple elbows.
Vamos para o resultado oficial. Agora sim, o jurado número 1 pontuou 29-28. O jurado número 2 pontuou 29-28. E o jurado número 3 também pontuou 29-28. Declarando o vencedor por decisão unânime, Felipe
Unanimous.
Moraes.
Unanimous. I think he did enough. You can make arguments both ways.
Absolutely tremendous matchup and an outstanding fight between two stars. Felipe Moraes now walks away 3-1 as a pro, and Demetrio Cesareto falls with his first loss as a pro. He's also now 3-1. But Jay, these are two men you want to continue to watch. This was a
Felipe Moraes, senhoras e senhores, cara, uma performance diferente do que a gente esperava, né? Cesareto, a gente sabe que é um cara que já ganhou a DCC em São Paulo, é faixa preta de jiu-jitsu, mas decidiu trocar chumbo com você. Você estava esperando sair com 3 rounds de trocação sem precisar se preocupar muito com as quedas?
Congratulations on a great performance, but the match was a little bit different than we thought. We know how strong Cesarento's ground game is, but he actually went for striking. Were you expecting that?
I respond in Portuguese or in English. Bom, eu já estava esperando que ele ia vir querer trocar porrada também, mas também estava esperando que quando ele visse que não ia dar para ele trocar porrada, ele ia querer me botar para baixo, mas eu estava pronto para as defesas dele e treinei muito isso com o meu time, a gente sabia que ele ia vir para trocar porrada e a qualquer momento ele ia querer levar para o chão. E eu estava pronto para qualquer coisa. Sou lutador de Muay Thai, mas hoje em dia eu sou lutador de MMA. Sou completo, trabalho grappling, trabalho wrestling, trabalho o game completo.
Yeah, I was expecting him to try to exchange some blows, but I knew that at some point he was going to try to take me down, so I train a lot to defend that. So I'm ready for whatever it takes. I prepared a lot for this match and I was ready for any circumstances.
Parabéns mais uma vez pela vitória, meu irmão. E é isso, agora é o que ele falou. Virou atleta de MMA, meu querido.
Posso dar uma palhinha?
Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's Extreme Karate! Welcome back, everybody, and guess who's in the house? El Presidente, David Hudson, and you picked a good time, El Presidente, to come into the dais with us, because it's time for Extreme Karate.
What's up, guys? So good to be here.
What's up?
Brazil has a new stage for the art of extreme karate, the SFT Combat Cage.
Uma luta de karatê que nós vamos curtir. Aí você vê Kaique Korczak, mais uma novidade. Karatê que é uma arte sensacional.
Kaique Korczak, runner-up in the inaugural Extreme Karate Grand Prix and one of the pioneers of the discipline in Brazil, made his SFT Combat Cage debut at SFT Combat 59.
Entrou a sequência de golpes do Korczak. Pode nocautear, pode terminar a luta, vai terminar o combate. Só dá ele, Kaique Korczak, só se defende o Pedro Henrique Santana. É fim de luta, vamos ver. É fim de luta.
Luis Soares, a Sao Paulo State Karate champion, put on a show at SFT Combat 62.
Joelhada, sequência é metralhadora. Olha a metralhadora. Olha a metralhadora. Vai pra queda, vai pro ground and pound. Sem parar, de cima pra baixo. É o meteoro de Pegasus pra cima do Pedro Henrique.
Emerge victorious inside the cage. That gives martial arts the recognition they deserve. Find out now at SFT Combat 63.
Welcome back to Sao Paulo, Brazil. Everybody, we are now joined by El Presidente, Mr. Dave Hudson. He's listened to the people. The people have demanded extreme fighting, and now he's even giving them karate extreme fighting as we look at the tail of the tape. Maybe, Johnny, give us that tail of the tape, then we'll talk about extreme karate with El Presidente.
That's right, Extreme Karate, 3 3-minute rounds, and both young men with a bright future ahead of them. Well, can't get to the stats, but that's okay. We are ready to go with Kaique Korczak and Luis Soares.
Gotta love it, man. This is gonna be really, really good, and we'll get a chance to talk with David Hudson about the demand as we look at Kaique Korczak. Karate Extreme is beginning to take shape within SFT Combat, with two athletes returning for their second bout in the organization in search of their second victory and perhaps to get one step closer to the sport's first title bout. On one side is Kaique Korczak, one of the pioneers of Karate Extreme in Brazil. On the other is Luis Soares. He's riding a 5-fight winning streak in the sport. both made their SFT Combat debuts with victories, but only one tonight can remain undefeated. You know what they say? Somebody's always gots to go.
I love that.
I love this. We've been driving you crazy, David Hudson, with more extreme, more extreme, more extreme. And the Karate Extreme's even taking it up another level. Johnny, maybe tell us like the differences between Karate Extreme and regular Extreme.
Well, when it comes to Karate Extreme, the rules are punches to the head and body, kicks to the head, body, and legs. Immediate ground and pound must occur after a takedown. A clinch is only permitted for knees, sweeps, and throws. So very much like the Extreme division, the emphasis is on action and no wasted time and no wasted motion.
Gotta love it, buddy. Now we're getting a good look at Luis Suarez coming in with a picture of his family, fighting for his family. Those are very dangerous fighters, fighting for their family, and God forbid it's some serious reason for that. You could see the champion in Paulista de Karate, Sao Paulo karate champ as well. He's got a purple belt in Shotokan. That's the other thing that's kind of fun about this. Kaike's got his belt in Gojo Karate. So we're also looking at two different forms of karate doing battle here tonight, as well as you see the Vaseline getting applied to Luis Suarez's face. So, Mr. Hudson, maybe tell us a little bit about the pressure you're feeling, and you always listen to your audience. That's the big differential with SFT, is you're here for the audience. You're here for your fans. You give them what they want.
You know, we're on an open broadcast channel. It's not specialized. So the people that watch us on national TV is people that never really watch MMA fights, so they don't understand the whole jiu-jitsu, the whole wrestling. So the idea was, let's give people what they want, they want action on the Fast channel also. You know, we're not doing pay-per-view. These are not hardcore fans. These are new fans of the sport.
Este combate será na modalidade Karate Extreme, com 3 rounds de 3 minutos. This combat is scheduled for 3-minute round. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 19 anos de idade, 19 years old, 64 quilos e 300 gramas, 141 pounds. Com 3 vitórias e 2 derrotas, 3 wins, 2 losses. Fighting from Sorocaba, São Paulo, Brazil, Kaique Rocha. And his opponent in the red corner, 18 anos de idade, 18 years old, 68 quilos e 200 gramas, 150 pounds. Com 5 vitórias e nenhuma derrota, 5 wins, undefeated. Fighting from São Paulo, Brazil, Luis Suarez. E a árbitra para este combate, the referee, Cynthia Nakamura.
I love the gi too, guys. I love the look. I love the sport. I love the action. This is such a winner.
You know, even the UFC submission is way down. It's not like it used to be before. We're seeing a lot more knockouts. For an SFT this year, our fights are 2.5 minutes faster than last year. People don't want to see anymore the jiu-jitsu and the wrestling unless you're hardcore. So I figured we got the Extreme, which is amazing. I love those pants, those correct, the pants makes it look cooler.
I love the look. Yeah. It's old school. It brings me back. You know, it's paying respect to the old style and showing that the old style is still relevant. It's applicable on the streets.
And look, we already spoke about how, mixed martial arts has continued to grow and evolve all throughout the world. You could argue it's more popular now than ever. But when it comes down to it, the casual fans, what do they want to see? They want to see action. They want to see fast pace. They want to see strikes. They want to see knockouts. And that's really what Karate Extreme and Extreme are doing for them. Oh, wow.
Yep. Oh, wow. That's right. Kaique bum rushing Luis. Kaique giving Luis no space at all. He's letting his hands go. Chasing him on. He's running after him like he's on his bicycle.
Luis Suarez is non-stop on Korchak right now. This is unbelievable. There's a reason at 18 years of age he's 5-0.
Unbelievable.
Now, if you're Korchak, if that's the style that Suarez is going to implement, you have to look for an opening and a counter.
And we're planning to maybe close out the year with a title fight. So this, whoever wins here is going to be 2-0 in SFT in the Karate Xtreme. So that's pretty safe bet. He's going to be one of the favorites to fighting for that. And I want to bring more fights. I want to try to do it in 2 or 3 event, not just one. People love it.
And once again,
you know, I wanted to introduce elbows in the extreme fighting, but the fighters said, no, President, we don't want elbows. We're not going to fight extreme if there's elbows involved.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, are our elbows allowed in extreme karate, or is it? I thought I saw in the rules that the elbows were allowed, but you're not doing it.
Yeah, the Karate Extreme? I don't remember now. You're allowed, yeah? Because extreme, you can't do the elbows.
Extreme and Karate Extreme was the elbows.
I know the ground and pound. You can do ground and pound immediate, which you don't have in extreme. And I don't remember.
In extreme,
so
punches
Luis
to the head
Suarez
body and kicks to the head, body, and legs. And if there is a takedown, you have to go into immediate ground and pound. Otherwise, the referee will stand you back up.
Yeah. So there's no elbows in here as well. What do you think about the changes that we had in the low kick? More movement, was a faster paced fight. What do you think?
It was very interesting. I noticed the first round you let fighters move around the cage, and then in the second round it was much more like traditional low kick. Hey, did I have my colors clip? Welcome back to Sao Paulo, Brazil, everybody. Jay Adams alongside Johnny LaQuasto, David Hudson, and I inadvertently had Korchak as bum rushing Luis. It was the other way around. Thank you for the catch, Johnny. Luis Suarez bum rushing Kayike and really implementing his game plan, taking away Kayike's offense. And that you know, we keep coming back to the best defense is a good offense. And Luis was just so hyperactive. There was not much Kayike could do with it.
Yeah, he was absolutely relentless there for a good portion of that first round. Clearly a height advantage and a reach advantage, and he's been utilizing it. Case in point right here. Beautiful.
Nice.
Right knee lands. This might be the beginning of the end. A knee lands. Another combination.
Right, left from Luis.
Nice.
Hip toss. Oh, now the ground and pound.
Wow. That was exciting.
Hip toss from Luis Suarez dumping Kayike Korchak. Korchak put his belt back on.
Korchak may have been saved there by the referee. Another bum rush by Luis Suarez. And keep in mind, Suarez, 18 years old. Are you kidding me?
Undefeated. Looking for his sixth win in a row. He's got a ground and pound win over Pedro Santana in SFT 62. He's got another knockout punch over Sandro Bonifante. That was in the Brazil Karate Cup. And here we go.
So good to be young and able to take a beating and be standing upright.
I know. It's like my son when he was playing lacrosse, he used to get all these bruises up and down his forearms. And then 3 days later, all the bruises were gone. You know, he's like the Wolverine, because he's 15. Oh, big flying kick attempt. Kaike. The height advantage and the reach advantages are really turning out to be the difference here.
And that's what's difficult for Kortechak, because if this was more traditional, he would be able to try a level change, maybe get him on the ground. But here in Karate Xtreme, if you get someone on the ground, you immediately have to go into the ground and pound. Oh, wow. Look at Kortechak go.
Kaike may have hurt Luis. He had clipped him. Oh! What on the shin? Oh, Kaike.
Oh,
right
nice.
when we were writing his obituary.
The crowd's loving it.
Oh my God, just non-stop action. Lucky fight.
What a flurry to end the second round by both men. One gi is down. Suarez continues.
Oh my goodness, how do these guys keep going?
Kortechak's about to be saved by the bell.
Kortechak spins out away from the power of Luis.
And Suarez doesn't have any strength to punch. He's also exhausted.
He's exhausted, only 18. And don't forget, Kaike is only 19, so two young Turks in there practicing their chosen martial art.
We're definitely seeing signs of damage on the face of Kortechak after that second round.
Yeah, no question about it. The 4-inch reach advantage for Luis. 70 inches over 66 inches. And he's got about 5 inches on him on height, 5'8" to 5'3". And he's utilizing all of those physical advantages very well.
And we talk about the aggression of Suarez, but Kortechak is a finisher. He's coming in 100% finish rate.
Oh, that overhand left from Kaike. Kaike's throwing bombs. Oh, man. What a back and forth fight. It came to a karate match and a hockey fight broke out.
I'm not quite sure what happened there at the end of the second round, why there was a pause with the clock, but nonetheless, the second round now is officially over.
Yeah, the clock ran out pretty quick. I don't remember there being a stoppage, was there?
There was a brief stoppage, and then the second round continued for about 10 seconds. We're not quite sure what the official decision was there, but nonetheless, we're entering a third and final round.
Kaike with Fighting Nerds in the blue corner is wearing that attack that Luis Suarez did both in the first and second round, the bum rush attack. And if you're going by damage, you've got Luis Suarez winning this fight quite easily, if that's all the factor you're looking at. Fortunately, there are other things to look at as a judge, but they definitely notice that damage, and that is going to weigh their decision if it does indeed go to the judges' cards.
Well, Kortechak has 3 minutes to get a finish.
And this is not the way to do it, boys. Oh, the bum rush worked so well in the first and second round. He's utilizing it again. Oh, that knee just missed the chin.
Suarez is not even giving Kortechak a chance to counter.
Yeah, giving him no room at all, guys. Just putting it in a phone booth, letting his hands and his knees go. Inside leg kick from Suarez. Kaike's trying to close the distance, but he's getting punished on the way in. And he looks tired. Oh, see the difference? There's that 4-inch difference. That was exactly the difference from the end of his fist to Suarez's face is 4 inches. There's your reach advantage.
Suarez also utilizing kicks as well to create that distance.
Yep. Teep kicks. Front push kicks. Mixing up his offense.
Kortechak's becoming quite predictable. He'll try to get aggressive, and Suarez is able to counter every time.
Yeah, Yeah, Kaique he's game. You can't take anything away from him. He doesn't have an ounce of quit in him, but it's been the same approach. Oh, caught that one. He's okay. Below the belt. Another knee to the liver. Oh, Luis.
What a beating.
Luis Suarez.
Can Korczak
Oh,
survive
God.
the final minute? It doesn't look likely. The official may have to step in here, and she does.
Yeah.
That'll do
Fight
it.
is over.
18 years old, remaining undefeated. Unreal.
Luis Suarez. What an exhibition of karate here tonight.
Well,
Total
David
domination.
Hudson, you're talking about possibly introducing a title fight in Karate Xtreme. You might be looking at one of the competitors.
I'm I have a feeling about this. The kid 6-0. He gave us an amazing performance. 2-0 in SFT. And people love him.
I got pairs of socks older than this guy. 18
Well,
years
guys,
old.
it was great to join you guys. I'm going to run back. It was nice to sit for a few minutes and watch a really good fight.
Yeah,
I'll
we're
try to
really
come back
glad
at
to
that
have you.
point in the main card. Yeah.
He's
Keep
visiting
up
us
the great
again.
job. I'm loving it.
Yeah, man. It's been a great night of fights. I'm really enjoying the production and really enjoying. Please thank Magno for us because this matchmaking's been insane.
I know it's a miracle because you guys know how many fights felt this week. I don't even know. I felt like it was nothing frozen. It was crazy, but it worked out.
And you
All
only
right,
had to
take
move
care.
one Gladiadores do Futuro. You only had to move one of them, right?
Only one, yeah. Yeah, thank God.
Nice.
Well, definitely an honor for us to tell the stories of all these incredible fighters, especially with so many different styles on one card. And we're only halfway through, and that's incredibly exciting.
You know, the idea is MMA is made out of a lot of different modalities. Let's introduce the world to all the modalities. People can understand better what's going on.
Do we know the story behind this?
No, I don't know. We'll find out and get back to you guys.
Yeah, it looks to be when he was a little kid, and that was his mom and dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know what the story behind that is. Boy,
Yeah,
he
I'll
sure
ask
did
him.
fight
Yeah,
with purpose, huh? He fought on purpose. That, you know,
All right,
that
take
would
care.
be...
Take care.
Okay, thanks, David. That would be how I would characterize Luis Suarez's performance here tonight, Johnny, is on purpose.
It's really incredible. And you mentioned, 18 years old for Suarez, 19-year-old for Korczak. I mean, the future is bright. You look at the signs of damage on Korczak's face, and yet he was not going to quit. The official had to step in there. To be so young for
Senhoras
both
e
of these men and
senhores,
so focused
o
is
árbitro
very
interrompeu
impressive.
o combate a 1 minuto e 57 segundos do terceiro round, declarando o vencedor por nocaute técnico, Luis Suarez.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're enjoying this night of fights. It's been just an amazing night from Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we got another one coming right at you. We don't waste any time here. It looks like we run a package, then we're back.
Two-time Bison Combat lightweight champion and kickboxing black belt Vitor Showman makes his SFT debut in Brazil's most famous cage, hunting for another victory. He faces newcomer Joab Baianinho, the K2 MMA lightweight champion and a Muay Thai black belt. A clash of styles. Who will impose his game at SFT Combat 63?
It's an embarrassment of riches here. We got another great fight of MMA action. Here's the tale of the tape.
That's right, 3 5-minute rounds. Joab Baianinho coming in 34 years of age. Vitor Showman coming in at 27. Catchweight bout here. Baianinho coming in 161, Showman 162. 3-inch height advantage for Baianinho, and just about even in reach in this 62-pound catchweight bout is what we'll call it.
I know it. That's what you got to call it. As we
when the fighters agree, we'll just fight it out.
That's right. That's just a gentleman's agreement. I don't want to make 155. That's fair enough. We still want to see a fight. Making his way now into the arena is the Showman. We got the Showman, right? Yeah, Vitor Showman making his way into the arena. He was once considered one of the biggest names in Brazilian kickboxing, standing alongside athletes like Jonas Salsicha, Gui Bastos, Gustavo Jones, and Mateus Nogueira. At the peak of his career in kickboxing, he decided to seek new challenges and make the switch to MMA. His professional debut came against Benilto Antunes, who at the time boasted a record of 8 wins and 3 losses, and is now a karate combat fighter. In that fight, Showman suffered a facial fracture, which sidelined him from competition for an extended period. But now, back in the cage, he's demonstrated his character by accepting only major challenges, even defeating Marian Brito, a shootbox fighter. And that was at his team's own event, a Bison Combat, where he won and later defended the title, becoming a 2-time champion of the organization. Now, facing Muay Thai black belt Joab Baianinho, he is going to have the opportunity to demonstrate that his evolution in MMA is definitive, and to prove that he's not just a great kickboxer, but he's a true MMA fighter. We've had that theme all night long, Johnny. These guys want to prove that they're not one-dimensional, and that's exactly what Vitor the Showman Aquino wants to do tonight.
And what we have here is 2 up-and-coming strikers, and as you mentioned, if you enjoy electric kickboxing, look no further than the 2-time Bison Combat lightweight champion, Vitor the Showman, coming in 3-3 overall in the cage. And his opponent tonight, bit of an experience advantage as far as mixed martial arts, and he's been dominant thus far in his career.
Joab Baianinho trains under former 2-time SFT Combat champion Clarinho Souza and dreams of replicating his mentor's successful career within the organization. A black belt in Muay Thai and a purple belt in Jiu-Jitsu, Baianinho comes into this fight on the back of 4 consecutive victories, all earned against skilled opponents, demonstrating steady progress in MMA. Facing Vitor Showman Aquino, an athlete with vast experience and such a high level skill in kickboxing, trading blows on the feet throughout the fight may not be the smartest strategy. Therefore, Joab is likely to use his jiu-jitsu to close the distance, go for the takedowns, and exploit the ground game, where he may find the path to victory. The question is whether he'll be able to impose his rhythm before Showman's striking power can make such a vast difference on his feet. So the strategies are clear what each one of these catchweight fighters have to do tonight.
Well, Baianinho is so well-rounded. He is a purple belt in Jiu-Jitsu, but he's also a Muay Thai black belt. So he really doesn't have a weakness in his game, coming in 4-1 overall, 3 of those being knockouts, all of them being in the first round. So we might be in for a very explosive start to this fight. Baianinho likes to finish early. Can Vitor Showman withstand that early barrage? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Vitor, most of his wins are their decisions or their submissions, but he does have a TKO win over Marlon Brito, and that's the one you would reference, the Bison Combat win. So, these days you want to pigeonhole someone into one particular discipline. It makes interesting storylines, and sometimes it's true, and the storylines bear out to be exactly that. But a lot of these guys surprise you. But just when you think they're going to stay on the ground, they prove to you that they're going to stay on their feet, and it's just vice versa. That's the beautiful thing about being in Brazil, is most of these guys are just well-rounded.
Speaking of which, let's look at the strengths of every fighter here. Baianinho, certainly a striker, very good in close range, but you get his opponent on the ground, very effective there. Whereas if you're Vitor Showman, it's all about striking, all about creating distance, utilizing your kicks.
Senhoras e senhores, este combate será na modalidade MMA profissional, com 3 rounds de 5 minutos. This combat is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 27 anos de idade, 27 years old, 73 quilos e 800 gramas, 162 pounds. Com 3 vitórias e 3 derrotas, 3 wins, 3 losses. Fighting from São Paulo, Brazil, Vitor Showman. And his opponent in the red corner, 34 anos de idade, 44 years old, 73 quilos e 300 gramas, 161 pounds. Com 4 vitórias e 1 derrota, 4 wins, 1 loss. Fighting from Itabuna, Bahia, Brazil, Jobson Baiano. E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Julian Jabá.
So it's 3 5-minute rounds at 162. Vitor the Showman Aquino right there, getting a little bit of a Bigfoot going on there. And his opponent, Joab Baianinho, fighting out of the red corner. Mutual respect. But lots to prove for both of these 160-pounders.
Massive spotlight for both of these men. If you're Vitor Showman, you really want to maintain your distance here. The black belt in kickboxing, he's all about striking. Perfectly landed calf kick there to start.
And that's something in the last 3 or 4 years that has really been upped in terms of offensive weapons by most fighters all over the planet, is that calf kick. Ooh, head kick. A lot of that cut through.
Yeah, Baianinho going right up top here early on, and definite range advantage here for Baianinho. And he feels like whether this fight is on the ground or vertical, he has the advantage. But Vitor Showman, though, once again landing another calf kick. And Jay, if you land enough of those early on, you're going to take out one of those legs.
Yeah, it's amazing. If you have real accuracy with your kicks and real precision, you can really take away that wheel, and that, now your opponent's hobbled for the rest of the fight. It's just such an advantage if you can pull it off, especially early in the fight.
Showman very close to a low blow there, but Baianinho unaffected. Baianinho, the K2 lightweight champion. Showman has definitely proven to be very creative with his strikes, switching stances, changing up his kicks.
Yeah, he has stoppages by his hands. It's not his preference, it's not his go-to, but it does exist.
In Baianinho, we talk about his ground game, but 3 first-round knockouts in his career thus far.
Unbelievable. Big KO by punches over Felipe Souza in the K2 MMA fight night 4. That was just a flat-out KO.
Beautiful low kick once again by Showman.
Switch kick from Showman.
Bianino controlling center, but to Showman's credit, he's really switching up his kicks, trying to keep Bianino guessing. Halfway through the first.
Switching stances now from Bianino.
Ooh, nice body shots.
He went upstairs too, mixed it up.
Yeah, beautiful combination by Showman. That was close to the rib cage there, and then followed right up with another calf kick, and now Bianino's left leg is starting to be compromised, Jay.
Yep, he's already switching stances. Now he's back to orthodox, but yeah, that may have been why he switched earlier.
Oh yeah, you can see he's already limping. That's gonna take away a lot of power from his strikes. He's really struggling on that left leg, and Showman knows it.
Oh,
once again, another one.
Showman is relentless. No mercy.
You have to appreciate the scientific outlook of Vitor Showman. He came in with a strategy, and Bianino has not stopped it. That's at least 6 or 7 calf kicks landed with precision.
That one checked. That time it was Bianino trying to give a little as well as get a little. Oh, good accuracy. I really am impressed with the Showman's accuracy. Superman punch.
Oh, he is struggling. Bianino, this has been a shredding of the left leg here by Vitor Showman, and down goes Bianino. He could finish it in the first.
The right hand, Johnny.
Vitor Showman, quite possibly the most intelligent approach we have seen tonight out of any fight thus far.
Oh, right back to the right hand. Come on. Left hand, ground and pound now. Left, right.
Can Bianino survive to the second round? That is the question. If he does, he's going to have to heal very quickly with that left leg.
10-second warning. I think he's going to weather the storm.
Beautiful.
That was. Yeah, he's really good.
Dude, I love seeing that. When, like, you come in physically, who looks better? Not Showman. But man, that is just smart, and that is technique. Holy.
You said it perfectly. He's doing exactly what he wants to do. He's implementing his game plan. Welcome back, everybody. Time for round 2 between Vitor the Showman Aquino and Joab Bianino Alves. And it's been all the Showman. The Showman with precision is picking apart like a sniper Bianino's calf. And it's paying dividends now.
Certainly is. I mean, Jay, you see Bianino having to switch stances. He has to switch to orthodox because he's having a tough time even holding weight on the left leg after the barrage of calf kicks throughout that first round.
And you saw how gingerly he threw that leg up to try to kick Vitor. So it's affecting his offense as well. There's that stance switch. He's been back and forth, like, pick your poison.
Exactly. Man. He might not be able to continue. The official may have to stop this fight. You can see that calf is cramping up. It's discolored. I mean, Vitor Showman has been an absolute surgeon, and it's also now opening up his striking.
Surgical precision. Oh my goodness. In the little matrix. Stepping back.
Jay, it's unbelievable. You have to believe Baianino's corner had to talk to him about this. He just has no defense of the low kick.
I don't think he's checked one kick. He's maybe tried, but he's not successfully checked a kick.
I mean, Showman's like a shark right now. He's controlling center. He's marching forward. Oh, although, nice counter.
Baianino, that little bit of life there. Little combination. He doesn't have an ounce of quit in him, we could say that much.
No doubt, and a very powerful right hand that just landed moments ago by Baianino.
And I like how Vitor is not getting too crazy. He's never gone too crazy. He's known, he apparently knows Baianino, and he knows that Baianino is a tough out, and he's got to be very careful not to expose himself, leave himself vulnerable in the attack.
Yeah, another calf kick lands, and you see Baianino really favoring it once again. Another calf kick. I mean, it's a broken record. And it's a broken gastrocnemius, it looks like.
I love the medical quotes. That's great. Oh, my God.
The physical therapy degree pays off every now and again.
Yes, it does. I love it. I love it. Oh, I heard that one. Oh, my gosh.
Well, that's what Showman's telling Baianino. You want to switch stances? I'll kick your other calf.
Exactly. But I do like, Baianino's coming forward. He didn't get the memo that he should be done by now.
And as you mentioned, Jay, this has become a strategy more and more often in mixed martial arts. The calf kicks has essentially become, in many ways, the jab. Fighters like to set up their offense with the jab. Now fighters are setting up their offense with the calf kicks.
Good point. Oh, Baianino's done. Stick a knife and a fork in him. He is done.
That may have been a liver shot. We have to check the replay, but it looked like a body shot that sent Baianino down. What a performance by Vitor Showman.
Welcome back, everybody. Jay Adams, Johnny LaQuasta. What a fight. Let's make it official.
Senhoras e senhores, o árbitro interrompeu o combate aos 3 minutos e 31 segundos do segundo round, declarando o vencedor por nocaute técnico, Vitor Showman.
Absolutely stunning performance by Vitor Showman. His team and corner have to be very proud. You want to talk about implementing a game plan. That is exactly what the fight nerds are all about. And here's the finish here. Let's see. Okay, I believe it may have been a left hook. If we can get that one more time. I thought it was a body shot that sent Baianinho down, but perhaps it was a hook. Let's see here. Oh, wow, Jay, look at the left uppercut there. Wow.
Yeah. Yep, and then when Baianinho tried to put weight on his left leg to stay up, he couldn't. The left leg wouldn't support it. Right there, see, he couldn't support the weight. And then he was just easy pickings. Oh, you see this? You see the?
Yeah, it's not hyperbole. It's absolutely surgical. He just took one leg away, continued the attack, waited for the opening and finished. But hey, the action continues, brother.
It does. We're going right into a female fight. You gotta love it. This will be an extreme matchup. We're gonna meet Giovanna Bonanome. Giovanna Bonanome and Marcos Marajó are set to face off. I think we're gonna get a package from them shortly. Could be a really good fight. It's gonna be an extreme matchup in mixed weight. 100. Looks like they're agreeing to get to 138 to 139. Okay. No package. The package is going to come in later, so let's talk about Giovanna Bonanome. They're set to face off. This fight is all the markings, let's face it, of a striking battle. The matchup was set just one day after the weigh-in, after Luisa Caetano withdrew from the card, which prevented both fighters from having enough time to devise a specific strategy for their opponent. That's going to be very interesting as well. Accustomed to fighting 3-round bouts and having suffered few knockouts throughout their careers, both of these fighters are riding a wave of victories and are determined to maintain their winning streak. The expectation is for an intense duel with plenty of action from start to finish, in which neither is likely to back down. Get ready to watch a true war on the feet with a dash of refined brutality here and there.
Bonanome coming in 6-3 overall, 5 of those wins via decision, but it was that one knockout at SFT 55 that got her nominated for Knockout of the Year. So she is looking to continue to build momentum there. Blue belt in Muay Thai, and no doubt a massive spotlight tonight.
She feels it, she knows it, she knows how serious a match with Maria Bertan is. Giovanna Bonanome views MMA as her primary career. She's been using the rules of K1. Look at it, Giovanna on the Maria Burton notes. Interesting.
Yeah. Marcos Marajó accepted this fight on possibly the shortest notice out of any fighter on the card tonight, coming in 19-9 overall, all 19 victories via decision. So credit to her. She is a veteran. She always stays ready. She is an incredible striker, especially with the inside game. Great head movement, and she's very good with counterattacks. That is something to look out for, because you have someone like Bonanome, who is a striker. She likes to use the jab to set up her offense for a head kick. Well, Marcos Marajó is very effective with counters. This is a very intriguing matchup, especially on short notice. Neither fighter has had the opportunity to prepare.
Marcos Marajó with plenty of unanimous decision wins, sitting at 19-9, just 25 years old. The Paulista kickboxing champion. She's got a blue belt in Muay Thai, and she's not afraid to use it, making her way into the cage. And she's got the cute Princess Leia going on as well. You gotta love it.
And how about this for Marcos Marajó? 19-9, only been finished once in her career, as we go for the official introduction.
It looks like they're going to give us the strength and weaknesses. Distance, obviously, for Marajó. She's going to try to stay mid to close range and counter-punch boxing style. For Bonanome, medium distance. She's got to keep the mid-range. She's going to go for head kicks. Throwing the straight strike is the ticket for her.
Este combate será na modalidade Xtreme profissional, com 3 rounds de 3 minutos. This combat is scheduled for 3-minute round. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 21 anos de idade, 21 years old, 62 quilos, 146 pounds. Com 6 vitórias e 3 derrotas, 6 wins, 3 losses. Fighting from São Paulo, Brazil, Giovanna Bonanome. And her opponent in the red corner, 25 anos de idade, 25 years old, 63 quilos, 149 pounds. Com 19 vitórias e 9 derrotas, 19 wins, 9 losses. Fighting from Pirassununga, São Paulo, Brazil, Marajó Bertin. E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Alan Neves.
And what a mean mug from Marajó Bertin. Just focused. Maybe mean's not the right word. Just plain focused. I mean,
no doubt. I mean, when you take a fight on such short notice, you have no choice but to lock in immediately. And when you are a veteran like Marajó Bertin, 28 fights in, you're always ready. And that's what happened. The opportunity came up, massive spotlight, SFT 63. Hey, let's go.
Giving up size, obviously, to Giovanna Bonanome. Bonanome in the white with the blue gloves, and Bertin with the red. Oh, Bertin ate that left coming in as she closed the distance, but she ate it.
And this being our second Xtreme fight of the night, the rules are only kicks, punches, and knees are allowed. No takedowns, and if a fighter is knocked down, there's a standing 8 count. A clinch is only permitted for 3 seconds because the fighters need to stay active, and a fight will be stopped if 3 knockdowns happen in the same round or if a competitor is knocked down 4 times overall.
Thank you so much for reminding us of all that, Johnny. We've had a lot of questions about that when they see, you know, the Muay Thai look and the MMA look, and they see an octagon and they see the 4-ounce gloves, and it could be confusing when the fighter gets dropped and then gets stood back up. This is just the next evolution of combat sports. It's striking without, like you said earlier, you're taking away 12 ounces. You're going from 16 ounces down to 4 ounces on the glove size, and it makes for incredible action.
And we are seeing an incredible attack thus far by Marajó Bertin, just completely mixing it up between the kicks and the strikes, really keeping Bonanome guessing in the first half of this first round. Ooh, nice flurry here by Bonanome.
Yeah, Bertin wisely circling out of there. She got out of dodge. Circle away from the power, that big right hand of Bonanome.
Certainly size advantage for Bonanome, but thus far, Jay, we're really seeing the quickness of Bertin on display.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Oh, it looks like Bertin was injured. Couldn't tell what happened, like a knee or an ankle. The right leg, I think.
No, it may have been something to the body. I don't know if it was a low blow or a body shot, to be honest.
It looked like she buckled.
Okay.
I think you're right, though. I think because her leg's fine. It just looked like her leg buckled in a weird way. Maybe we'll get a replay of that in between round.
That would be great.
It was quick. It was quick.
Well, Bertin is charging right back.
She's okay. No worse for the wear, clearly. But she's going backwards, though, Tony.
That'll do it.
Yeah, hopefully we get a replay when we come back. Thanks for digging me out of that one. I don't know why I had Giovanna Bonanome under Marajó Bertin's name. That's how it actually came to me. Did that come to you that way on your paperwork?
Yeah, one side was completely blank, so I just kind of
one side's blank.
Marajó was a super last minute, so.
Yeah, that's why. Like if you look at Maju's column, it's all about Giovanna. So I'm like, okay, that would. But you can only do so much. I can only fine tune if you got a certain amount of time.
That replay didn't really show what.
Welcome back, everybody. Actually, I thought it was a close round. I know you're leaning towards Bertin, but I did like how Bonanome was coming forward the whole time. And, you got to weigh who's making the fight, who's making the engagements. So you could make a case, even though Bertin is more the sniper. I give points away for the bully who's coming forward, kind of saying, no, I want to engage. Come here, I'm trying to engage with you. See, she's kind of chasing Bertin down, making the fight.
She is marching forward, but Bertin is definitely more active overall. And now we're starting to see that. Very nice exchange there. I can't see if the left eye of Bonanome's opened up a little bit or not. It appears to be. Ooh, what a right hand.
Combination from Bertin. I see that blood you're talking about.
Bonanome is a blue belt in Muay Thai, but it's really been Bertin who's just been, thus far, the quicker of the two and certainly more active as far as strikes thrown.
Yeah, definitely more active. Much better counter-fighting than Bonanome. At least so far. Most of these fighters' wins are by unanimous decisions, so I think it would be pretty thrilling if either one of these fighters can...
You were saying, Jay.
A fighter would be thrilled if they could get a finish. I was about to say those words. Oh, my goodness. That could be KO.
I was about to say, Bonanome likes to use her jab to set up her head kicks, and my goodness, she moves to 7-3 with a jaw-rocking head kick to close out this Xtreme fight. This is why the Xtreme division is here, and it's why people love it.
What a knockout. Giovanna Bonanome, as you said, moving to 7-3, and this is the smile I was expecting to see from her if she could get a stoppage, because she said so many wins by, judges' decisions, and, those are great. You'll take the win, but to get a stoppage like this, Certainly a highlight for Giovanna Bonanome. You know, this is the story she'll be telling her grandkids when they're sitting around the fire. You should have seen me knock out Maria Bertin.
Senhoras e senhores, o árbitro interrompeu o combate a 1 minuto e 28 segundos do segundo round, declarando a vencedora por nocaute técnico, Giovanna Bonanome.
As you mentioned, Jay, this is a knockout that Giovanna Bonanome has been looking for. 5 of her 6 victories coming in via decision. This was far from a decision. Another highlight knockout.
Totally.
Bonanome, primeiro, parabéns por essa performance. Bom, já vou repassar a pergunta que veio lá da cabine. A gente viu que segundos antes de você acertar o chute do nocaute, passou um. Aquilo foi para medir a distância, depois você conseguiu ficar confiante para soltar o que de fato derrubou a Maju.
First of all, congratulations on your performance. We saw that right before the knockout blow, you threw a kick that almost got her. Was that just to set the distance, or that just made you more confident to go for it?
Eu já tinha visto a distância, né? Quando eu vejo assim na hora, eu vi que ia ir de um lado, na hora que eu vi que eu dei o direto, já foi automático, porque eu treino muito, é a especialidade da casa, então é isso.
Yeah, it was actually part of the plan. When I threw the right hand, I saw the distance was right, and then I threw the kick because that's my specialty.
E logo no primeiro round, né, a gente viu que foi aberta a contagem para a Maju, e ela sentiu o golpe, até ajoelhou, só que você deu um passo para frente e ia continuar, mas mesmo sem a interrupção da arbitragem, você parou. É um gesto de muito respeito, né, que você teve ali, porque sem mesmo a arbitragem interromper o combate para a abertura da contagem, você decidiu por livre e espontânea vontade parar com as suas ações. Isso faz mostrar ainda mais respeito à adversária, vocês que se abraçaram depois aqui no cage.
In the first round, when you got that knockdown, she went to a knee and you stopped before you hit her, even before the ref did anything, which is a great show of respect. I'd like to talk to you a little more about that.
Sim, eu vi ali na hora, eu tenho que muito agradecer a Maju, que aceitou a luta de última hora, né? Eu tive um problema com a minha adversária, ela acabou aceitando e deu essa oportunidade da gente estar aqui hoje, então eu vi ali, né, que ela tinha sentido muito, aí eu dei a parada.
Yeah, it was a show of respect, all the respect. Thanks to Maju for accepting the fight last minute. And yeah, I saw that was the right thing to do.
Agora, você falou que é a sua especialidade, né? A gente viu, não precisou nem falar, né? Você mostrou, né? Quando você coloca ali a prova, o que de fato você sabe fazer, não precisa nem falar que é a sua especialidade. Mas e o caminho das pedras? Dá para falar qual que é o segredo desse chute, que não é o primeiro e acho que não será o último também?
Yeah, you said yourself that kick is your signature. Can you tell us a little bit about the secret? How do you manage to connect it every time?
Não tem segredo. Eu vi ali a oportunidade, é uma coisa que eu treino muito mesmo, uma coisa que eu já vi. É a especialidade da casa, as meninas também treinam muito, então é um chute que assim, você sabe que vai vir, mas não tem jeito, ele vai pegar e é isso.
There's actually no secret. I see an opening, I go for it. We train all the time with my team, and that's how I do it.
Essa é a Bonanome. Parabéns mais uma vez pela vitória. Até a próxima.
Yeah, left kick to the side of the face, the right side of the face. For Maria Bertin went down, and, you know, story of a lifetime. Back with more when we return. All right, everybody, this is the last fight on the undercard. We're going to see how it times out before we do our main card, hopefully at 10:30 EST. This will be a good one. This one is going to be an MMA matchup. João Marita, the sledgehammer, versus Edson Mao Nervosa, the nervous hand. And you know the nervous hand wants to get its hands on the sledgehammer. It should be a good one. João Marita, Edson nervous hand. Looks like we got a little bit of time to kill, so we could talk about that last head kick. I was able, I don't know about you, I was watching the replay behind the interview, and it was a left kick to the right part of the face of Mertan, and that's what took her out. It was flat out flash knockout though, because Mertan almost came out of the knockout when she hit the ground. It's one of those weird things, you get knocked awake. That's at least how I saw it. But let's
certainly looked to be the case, and one of the many highlights we've had tonight. You know, going into this next fight, we'll get to it, but two men with astonishing finish rates. Cannot wait to see that fight. But you look at all the highlights we've had tonight. We're talking about Pedro Orlando, a heavyweight, undefeated thus far, dominant first-round knockout. Bruno Brito, a first-round knockout in Xtreme competition. Vitor Schoeman was surgical with the lower calf kicks, and that led to a knockout for him in the second round. Luis Suarez, only 18 years old, a third-round knockout in Karate Xtreme. And as you mentioned, Jay, what we just saw, Giovanni Bonome, just an absolute explosive head kick, leading her to victory in Xtreme.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Great recap there, all the exciting fights. You know, we were actually chatting it up, during commercial break, and both agreeing, like, what a great night of fights. Just plain out entertaining fights, really close matches, interesting matches that, pit Muay Thai against kickboxing, or pit standard traditional wrestling against Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Just interesting styles making the fight. So those were ground versus ground and striking versus striking. And then you had the classic, Muay Thai versus Jiu-Jitsu, or kickboxing versus Jiu-Jitsu. So not only are we doing 5 different types of martial arts,
vem aí Elismar Carrasco. Carrasco faz jus ao apelido que recebeu no MMA.
Eu fui praticante de capoeira por alguns anos, mas sempre eu gostava do esporte de atrito ali, o combate, a trocação. Aí o mestre foi e me apelidou de Carrasco.
Vim do município de Oriximiná, do Pará. Lá eu comecei a treinar jiu-jitsu, foi quando eu vim para Manaus, tentar a faculdade, já lutei lá fora, já assinei contrato na Rússia, voltando no Brasil, já fui campeão na SFT.
Joelhada, 2, 3, duríssimas, duríssima joelhada, vai terminar, terminou! Marcos Marajó é o novo campeão do SFT!
É sempre bom, né, a gente tá lutando, eu gosto de competir. E quando eu não tenho luta marcada, eu até fico triste. E vai ser muito bom mais uma vez estar aí para defender o cinturão.
É o título de campeão peso-pena do SFT.
E até por isso dá mais estabilidade para ele trabalhar segurando na pode os golpes da nuca. Olha só! Vai tentar uma chave de
Elismar Carrasco.
É o que eu sempre falo, todas as lutas que eu machuco, meus adversários eu vou machucar. E ele não vai ser diferente, que ele não é especial.
Aí tentou mergulhar nas pernas, 6,5, sprawl. E não sei se foi uma boa não. O Marajó já ficou por cima, na montada. Já trabalha com o pound, vai batendo. Com força, com potência, vai terminar.
Pra quem me conhece, né, sabe que o jeito Carrasco de lutar não tem ré. É pra frente o tempo todo, independente da situação da luta.
Boa sequência do Carrasco. Já sentiu, entrou um golpe, pode terminar a luta. Nocaute da noite.
Infelizmente eu não consegui bater meu peso, a meta do meu peso batido. Mas o roteiro é o mesmo, é porrada amanhã mesmo. Não tem essa, eu sou o cara que gosta de falar, não é soberba minha. Quem acha que é soberba, eu não tô nem aí.
Entrou uma direita potente de Marajó. E tome cotovelada. E vai bater, vai terminar. Cotovelada, cotovelo duro. Bate firme, bate forte, acabou. Alucinante, avassalador, espetacular.
Independente dele estar acima do peso ou não, nós vamos esbagaçar lá dentro.
A fight not to be missed for sure. I don't know if we're getting into, frankly, our João Mareta sledgehammer fight versus Edson Mao Nervosa, nervous hand Edson, or we're going to start the main card.
Well, fortunately, Jay, you and I enjoy talking to each other, and that is exactly what we are going to do temporarily until we know.
Until we get some info.
When it comes to, when it comes to live sports, anything is possible. When you look at a card that has 14 fights, we knew going into it, we said, hey, on paper, this looks exciting. This looks like it has a little bit of something for every kind of fan, the diehards, the casuals. And it's beautiful when a plan comes to fruition. That's what we've seen so far.
Yeah, no question, Bob. We got to see a little bit of everything. We even got low kick, we got grappling, of course the karate extreme, which is even more intense, and allowing elbows, regular extreme, which everybody loves. We've gotten to watch, catch weight grappling, which was fun, and that was at the beginning of the show. And of course, as you were talking about, the Pedro Orlando, you picked him as a future star. I think I agree with you, sir. I think that's a good call. We saw some athleticism in the Paulo Andre Bruno Brito fight that is seldom seen. Just a great night of combat, a little bit of something for everyone. And we could talk too about the upcoming card. It should be good.
Yeah, no question. I mean, SFT Combat features rising stars every single time out, and SFT 63 certainly no exception. We do have Mareta and Nervosa coming up next. We also do have another extreme battle, Ubihara Calixto and Fetch Oliveira. I mean, the two dominant records in that extreme fight. Two more women going. Ooh, I believe we may be cut off there. Oh no, we're still going here. Fabiana Peixoto and Ju Vajeda, two incredibly talented women in the extreme division. And then, of course, that's all going to lead up to the main event, Marcos Marajó and Elismar Carrasco. Certainly some weight issues there as we check out.
Tive o meu primeiro contato com a arte marcial aos 13 anos de idade, que foi o jiu-jitsu, né? A minha cidade é distante de tudo, né? É longe, é bem sertão mesmo, então, pra gente fazer uma competição de jiu-jitsu, a gente viajava 14 horas.
Primeiro eu conheci o jiu-jitsu em Areia Branca, pelo mestre Talson Soares. Estava lutando jiu-jitsu e um cara de 100 quilos no absoluto me colocou para fora do tatame, aí abriu minha testa, então muitas pessoas parariam nesse momento e eu só subi no tatame e vamos. E foi daí que o meu mestre falou, esse menino dá pro MMA.
Leva pro chão Alisson Silva, vai pro pescoço.
E vou te falar, essas transições é de quem sabe jiu-jitsu mesmo. Acontece qualquer movimentação, ele já puxa alguma coisa, cara. Ligeiro demais o Silva.
Minha cidade, até há pouco tempo atrás, não tinha asfalto para poder sair da cidade em si. Então foi um pouco trabalhoso sim, irmão, mas isso me deu um pouquinho de tempero, sabe? Me deu uma vontade a mais.
Ali o Paulo.
Mas foi bem, já conseguiu a queda.
Vamos
vai pegar,
não vai sair, vai terminar, vai bater, fim de luta! Luiz Paulo vence o duelo!
O SFT é um dos maiores eventos, não é um eventinho qualquer, até pelo fato deles fazerem lutas muito bem casadas.
Cara, visibilidade, né? O SFT passa em vários países, é incrível isso. SFT tá mandando muito bem, cara, tá mandando muito bem. Quem não é visto não é lembrado, mestre.
A gente faz o que ama, né? Bater nos outros, mas é isso, fechou as aulas, quem ganhar aí paga a cerveja aí.
Ele falou que quem ganhar a luta paga a cerveja, tudo certo então.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to talk a little bit about some of our earlier fights. We're going to be going live at 10:30, picking up a bunch of new legacy networks at 10:30. So we will reopen at 10:30, and we're going to slide João Mareta, the sledgehammer, and Edson Mao Nervosa, the nervous hand, over to our main card. So they have been promoted So now they can tell everybody. I'm sure they've been on main cards before, but they can tell everybody they made main card SFT.
If there's any fight that is justified to be moving to the main card, it is João Moreta and Edson Nervosa. Moreta coming in 9-3 overall with 7 finishes. Nervosa 12-5 with 10 finishes. You want to talk about an explosive way to kick off the SFT 63 main card? I think we just got a bonus.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, you know, João Moreta, he's the Caramba Fight Combat champion. 78% of his victories are by TKO. So just when you're thinking he's one-dimensional, he's a striker with that kind of a record. He also has a black belt in jiu-jitsu. So, you know, now we're talking about in the main card. You're right. This should be slid over to the main card. When you look at the level of these guys, and then you got Edson Nervous Hand. He was discovered at Fight Club. And this is another guy that knows how to get the fight, get their opponents out of there fast. 83% of his wins are by quick finishes, not decisions, finishes. He's got a brown belt in jiu-jitsu, so, you know, he's got some knockout wins as well. He's got a TKO punch over Douglas Mario in the Demolition Fights 23. He's got a ground and pound win over Giovanni de Oliveira, and that was over in SFT 49. So both of these fighters know how to get their opponents out of there. So yes, slide it over. Slide it over.
Well, let me
ask
ask you a question right now. From all the action we've seen tonight, we're talking about the Bonanome head kick, the dominant Pedro Orlando performance, Bruno Brito, Luis Suarez, Vitor Showman. What has been your favorite performance tonight? Because we've seen some very impressive finishes.
That's a good question. You know, I think I'm going to go with Pedro Orlando because of the athleticism and the star quality that Pedro Orlando is demonstrating. So, you know, Pedro Orlando definitely stands out in my mind as like, I think you made the call on future star.
I would say if we're going off fireworks alone, I'm going to say you could say Bonanome or Brito with their knockouts. But to me, I love when a fighter is so intelligent and has a strategy and implements it. So you got to give me my man Vitor Showman, the low calf kick.
Yeah, I knew you were a Showman guy.
So precise. Oh, it was a beautiful, beautiful performance, and just a great win for him, and so much more action to come.
Yeah, like, you know, one of the things you said, and I agree with you, like, if you look before Showman, you know, he didn't look the part, but he did the part. He played the part, and he didn't look like a fighter. Like if you came to a red light and you were looking at this guy, you think, I got this guy. No, you don't. You don't got this guy. Beautiful skyline of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Getting ready for our live event, the main card, coming up in 5 minutes. Now, I would say that was probably my favorite. And I'm trying to remember, my brain's trying to remember. Who was our Aquaman tribal tattoo guy?
That was Orlando.
That was at Orlando. He's my favorite out of the bunch. Well, there was another one. I think it was there was someone who was even perhaps more athletic than, I know that sounds sacrilegious, but there's someone more athletic than Pedro before the Pedro fight. Man, look at that skyline. What a beautiful, beautiful city.
Sao Paulo is absolutely incredible. I was very lucky to get there once in my life thus far, as well as in Rio, but I certainly look forward to coming back in the very near future. But it's really been an incredible night. 9 fights so far, and now 5 on the main card, and it's got a little bit of everything. You know, we have an MMA fight, we have a couple Xtreme fights, and in the main event, it's always intriguing when a fighter comes in heavy because they know they can't win the title, but they still realize the importance of a fight, and that's how Marcos Marajó has to look into this. Why did he come in so heavy? We truly don't really know. But the bottom line is he's still facing a man who pound for pound is one of the greatest fighters on the continent as a featherweight. So this is a huge spotlight for Marajó. He needs to step up, especially considering the champion said, oh, okay, you're 10 pounds, you're 11 pounds heavy, I'm still going to take you on. That is quite the story going into the main event.
And he paid the penalty, Johnny. He paid the penalty big time. He starts this fight 3 points upside down, and he gives half of his purse to Lima Carrasco. So the only upside now for Marajó is everybody's going to be watching this so he can make a name for himself with a big finish. He can get that belt vacant. You can make sure that the SFT featherweight belt is vacant and then take another shot for it. If he can get in El Presidente David Hudson's good graces, he can circle back perhaps in 1 or 2 fights and take a shot for the vacant belt.
Can you hear me?
Well, he absolutely finished. Yes, we can, sir.
Ah, okay, good. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I'm shocked with this. It's the second time he does it. He lost his title because he didn't make weight on this when he defended his title in 2019. So it's I don't know. He's gonna have to do some 11 pounds. It's a lot of weight. It's not just 200 ounces. You know, I mean that's. And then I wonder, did he really try to lose the weight, and he came in not 100%? Or he said, screw it, I'm going to go to sleep, I'm not going to go to the sauna, I'm going to come 11 pounds over and have an advantage. We don't know which way he went. I'm not accusing him. I put two totally different results as far as performance.
Well, if you're Marcos Marajó, you need a finish in this fight. You're coming in 3 points behind. And let's be honest, if you're coming in that far overweight, decision isn't really going to do much for you in the eyes of, SFT Combat and other competitors. So Marajó really has to stick up against the wall here. He needs an incredible performance against one of the top fighters in the world.
The pressure
and
is
Carrasco
on.
is number 1 in Brazil, number 1 in South America. He hasn't lost in Brazil. He had one loss in 10 years in Brazil. The guy is a pro.
We're moments away.
Before the cage door has even
Arthur
closed,
Friedrich Sports
the main
Center.
event
Here's what
has
is
already
coming at
been
us now.
Elismar Carrasco is Brazil and South America's #1 featherweight.
Right hand hurt him again. Wow. Billy, he's in trouble. Wow. He's in trouble.
This could be it. 10 seconds left. Let's see if he can get. Let's see if he can get to the end of the bell.
He called him in, Billy. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now he's down.
34 career victories, 21 knockouts, and tonight the champion enters with every advantage. Standing across from him, his former champion Marcos Marajó, undefeated inside the SFT cage and never been knocked out in 34 professional fights. After missing weight by 11 pounds, Marajó cannot reclaim the championship and begins the fight 3 points behind. There is only one clear path: finish Elismar Carrasco. The champion can survive. The challenger must destroy. Before that, 2 submission hunters collide.
Oh, he's got the roll through. Paulo looking for the finish. That's locked in. Oh, he put it to sleep.
Luis Paulo arrives chasing a 3rd consecutive victory, while Alisson Silva fights to reclaim his place among Brazil's elite.
Another big left hand by Silva. You know it's his big weapon.
Together, they own 13 first-round victories. In SFT Xtreme, Brazilian kickboxing champion Fabi Peixoto faces War Muay Thai champion Julia Ferreira. With 4-ounce gloves, Both claims will be put to the test. And opening the main card, experience collides with momentum. Ubira Hara Calixto makes his SFT Combat debut. Across from him, Fetch Oliveira enters riding a 7-fight winning streak. 4 fights, 2 disciplines, 1 championship. This is SFT Combat 63. Brought to you by the City of Sao Paulo and SP Fight. Minotauro Energy Drink. Absoluto Minotauro 3W Whey and Absoluto Minotauro Pre-Workouts. Swen Films. And Conciencia Animal Veterinary Hospital.
And welcome inside the Arthur Friedenreich Sports Center in vibrant Sao Paulo, Brazil. You saw those beautiful skylines as we bring you another must-see night of virtuoso martial arts. It's SFT 63. Hey everyone, Jordan J. Adams, being joined for the first time by Mr. Johnny LaQuasto. David Hudson is on hand as well. We've got 5 fights on the main card. You saw some of that video, how serious the Marcos Marajó Elismar Carrasco fight is. There's a lot of controversy around it, Johnny. This was a big miss for Marajó. It's one thing to miss 11 pounds if you're a heavyweight. That's already bad enough. But at 145 to miss by 11 pounds, that is an absolute disaster.
It certainly is. Allow me to say it's a thrill and an honor to be on the call for SFT Combat 63 with you, Jordan, the top promotion in Brazil. Every single event is absolutely electric. It's fireworks, and that is how tonight has been thus far, and that is how the 5 fights on the main card are going to be. But there is a very intense story happening with the main event. Marcos Marajó, 11 pounds, 5.2 kilos over. Cannot walk away with the title. He starts that fight 3 points behind. All he can do is try to get a finish to prove how good he truly is, because he's facing one of the top featherweights on the entire continent in Elismar Carrasco.
And the penalty is he's going to start this fight 3 points down, and 50% of his purse is going to Elismar Carrasco, regardless of whether he wins or loses. Now, if he wins the fight, he doesn't get the belt, but Elismar must vacate the belt. So the 145 belt will be vacated. Then Marcos can try to circle back and grab that 145 strap, perhaps 1, 2, 3 fights down the road. Same thing with Carrasco. If he loses the belt and has to vacate, he can circle back in 2 or 3 fights. But you're right, big controversy. A lot of people not happy about that weight field. To miss weight by that much in this sport for a lot of fighters feels disrespectful.
It really does, but when it comes down to it, fight fans would rather see a fight happen with issues than not see the main event. And credit to Carrasco, coming in 34-15 in his career. He is a true pro, one of the top fighters on the continent. The last thing he wanted to do was sit at home on short notice. So he's taking the fight, and he still feels like he can finish Marajó and continue to raise his stock. And there is so much more action that we are going to get to leading up to the main event. It truly is going to be a special night for SFT 63.
Co-main event looks really tasty, Johnny. Luis Paulo versus Alisson Silva. That's going to be a 125-ish catch weight matchup. Both of these fighters are on win streaks. They both have great records. They're both young Turks, and they're both looking to make their name. They know that El Presidente, Mr. David Hudson, the founder and owner of SFT, is in the house. He's going to be watching the fight. These guys are going to really be trying to make an impression on him here tonight.
No doubt, and there's a reason why they are in the co-main event. Both have tremendous finish rates. Luis Paulo coming in 10-4, 8 of those via finish. Alisson Silva 14-3 with 10 of those victories via finish as well. And of course, it wouldn't be SFT without an extreme division battle. Fabiana Peixoto and June Barrera. And as we've already seen tonight, the extreme division is non-stop action.
Yeah, that featured fight with Fabiana Peixoto and Julia Pereira, don't be surprised if they come up with Fight of the Night here tonight. That is a very, very compelling, extreme fight. We've been talking about the extreme division for a long time.
Meu nome é Ed Souza dos Anjos, nasci na cidade de Cascavel, Ceará, mais conhecido como Edson Mão Nervosa.
Que ganhou esse apelido devido às suas mãos rápidas. Ele faz do jiu-jitsu sua principal arma para vencer todas as suas lutas.
Edson Mão Nervosa retorna ao cage mais disputado do Brasil.
E olha como a banda vem, sentiu de Oliveira, vai batendo com força, com potência, com vontade. Não sei se vai conseguir aguentar não de Oliveira. Segue batendo, segue golpeando, segue castigando o seu rival. Ligou o modo turbo, vem com tudo pra cima, vai batendo, mão esquerda, mão direita, ground and pound firme, afiado, com força, com potência. Resiste o quanto pode de Oliveira, segue golpeando, uma máquina de bater, uma máquina de bater, uma máquina de bater.
Revelado no Fight Club.
Pode esperar um cara mais agressivo ainda, que eu vou treinar mais e mais ainda. Pra quem se bater de frente comigo, eu parti ele no meio.
Mão Nervosa busca a vitória em cima do estreante e campeão do Corumba Fight Combat, João Marreta. Quem levará a melhor? Assista no SFT Combat 63.
Oh, a fight not to be missed. That is our main event on the evening here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Let's get this thing started with João Marreta, the Sledgehammer, and Edson Mão Nervosa.
Nervosa, 12 years the senior of Marreta. Both fighters coming in on weight for this featherweight clash. 1 inch height advantage for Nervosa and just about even in reach. Less than an inch advantage for Marreta. Let's get to it.
This one scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in mixed martial arts. João Marreta making his way into the arena. He was scheduled to face Tawan Regis. We saw his entire game plan go down the drain just 2 days before the weigh-ins. With no time to devise a new strategy, he steps into the cage ready to do what he loves most, trade blows. However, the matchmaking team believes the best path forward for Marreta is to put his black belt in jiu-jitsu to work and seek his first career submission victory, making his debut in the best possible way in the SFT Combat cage. To do so, he cannot fall into Edson Mão Nervosa's trap and accept a fight in his opponent's style. The ideal strategy? It's to dictate the pace, apply pressure against the cage, secure a takedown, and use his ground game to successfully complete the mission. Marreta possesses all the qualities needed to become one of the top names in the division, and by maintaining a streak of strong performances, he could even enter the race for a title shot against the current champion, Nildo Cachao.
Well, when you have two fighters with high finish rates like this, you can expect an action-packed battle. Should be a bit of a feeling out process early on, but then the action is really going to pick up. Marreta coming in 9-3 overall, 7 knockouts. So it's very interesting, Jay. He's got a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but 7 of his victories are via knockout. So he throws very heavy hands. And he's going to try to get Nervosa up against the cage to try to exhaust him and wear him down.
No question about it. Marreta, number 10 in the bantamweight division in all of Brazil. He's a Corumba Fight Combat champion. Get this one, Johnny, 78%. 78% of his victories are by TKO. And as if that isn't enough, he's got ground game too. He's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So this guy is dangerous everywhere, in every position, from anywhere in the cage. This guy is trouble.
Well,
all right, let's meet his opponent. Sorry, Johnny. Let's meet his opponent. That's going to be And now, all right, now if João Moreta is the sledgehammer, Edson Mao Nervosa wants to get his nervous Mao on the sledgehammer, get his nervous hands on the sledgehammer. He returns to SFT Combat after a meteoric ride with the organization, highlighted by his victory over Giovanni Oliveira. Known for his aggressive style, both inside and outside the cage, Edson has all the ingredients to deliver great fights. He's got a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. He transitions smoothly through all the phases of the fight. But just like his opponent, he hasn't had time to develop a specific strategy, and he'll enter the cage relying on his own experience and fighting spirit. Now, unlike his first appearance in the organization, when the best approach was ground fighting, this time the safest strategy looks to be to impose his striking power and go for the knockout. If he manages to execute this plan, he could mark his return to SFT Combat with a resounding victory and reestablish himself among the top athletes in the division.
And if you're Nervosa, yes, he has a brown belt in jiu-jitsu, but there's little doubt that he probably wants to keep this fight vertical. He wants to force exchanges. Coming in 12-5 overall, 10 of those victories via finish, 6 knockouts, 4 submissions. So this fight initially was on the prelims. We're very lucky that this is how we are kicking off the main card. 2 absolutely exciting fighters going head-to-head here in their division.
They had a look for each other there, Johnny. A little bit of a look for each other. There you see Mao Nervosa's strength, the striking mid to close range. He wants to force the wild exchanges. That's part of his game plan. And for Moreta, striking in the medium range. The takedown against the cage, got to be careful about that. Look at no love lost here between these two combatants.
Senhoras e senhores, este combate será na modalidade MMA profissional, com 3 rounds de 5 minutos. This combat is scheduled for 5 3-minute round. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 23 anos de idade, 23 years old, 66 quilos, 145 pounds. Com 9 vitórias e 3 derrotas, 9 wins, 3 losses. Fighting from Corumbá, Mato Grosso do Sul, Brazil, João Marajó. And his opponents in the red corner, 35 anos de idade, 45 years old, 65 quilos e 700 gramas, 145 pounds. Com 6 vitórias e 4 derrotas, 12 vitórias e 5 derrotas, 12 wins, 5 losses. Fighting from Cascavel, Ceará, Brazil, Edson Mao Nervosa.
There's the nervous hands.
E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Julian Jabá.
So Johnny, 78% of victories by TKO for Moreta, and 83% of wins, quick finishes by nervous hands. If you can't get excited for that lead up, you don't have a pulse.
And you can see both fighters amped up knowing that they are kicking off the main card of SFT 63. And Jay, this is a very important fight for Nervosa. He is 12 years older, but that's his only coming in 23 years of age, already 9-3. Nervosa, let's be honest, he probably has more years behind him than he has ahead of him at this point. So every fight is very important.
That was extremely politically delicately phrased, amazingly articulately phrased. More years behind him than in front of him. Love it.
Well, Nervosa is still in his prime, but nonetheless,
yeah,
35 years of age, it could be different.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's the reality, and you know that's on his mind, and he'll be the first to tell you that. He's looking for the big fights. He wants the big fights. He wants to go out on his shield.
We're seeing frequent stance switches here early on by Moreta as Unsuccessful level change there by Nervosa.
It's the sledgehammer versus nervous hands. Wanting to get on, and he's saying nothing. Joao just saying, not impressed with this takedown attempt.
Well, the question is, what happens when nervous hands get a hold of a sledgehammer?
Exactly. Height advantage clearly for Marreta. About a 5'9" to 5'5" differential, and that translates to about a 64 to 68 inch reach differential as well. Southpaw stance for Marreta.
Marreta also coming in 10th ranked bantamweight in Central West Brazil. Caramba Fight Combat champion as well. Oh, nice left hand. We are certainly seeing an aggressive Nervosa here early on. Relentless with the takedown attempt, but great defense by Marreta.
And I'm loving the faces that Marreta makes. Oh, elbow. Hey, it broke the grip. Did what he wanted it to do. Kick punch combo from Marreta. And now Edson says, that's all you got. Psychological warfare here.
And it's really incredible, too. We're seeing the strategy early on here by Marreta. He's a very powerful striker, but don't forget, when Marreta hits a level change, he's got the black belt in jiu-jitsu. Case in point, right there.
Yeah, he's dangerous everywhere. There's no place in the cage he's not a problem. Taking the back now of Edson.
Referee has to watch the hands of Nervosa on the cage there and able to get back to his feet.
Oh, wow, the clobbering time. The Thing from Fantastic Four punch. That was not Superman. That was the Thing.
Yeah, CM Punk would appreciate that.
It's clobbering time. I like the striking of Marreta.
And what that takedown did for Marreta, it made Nervosa start thinking. It was a reminder of, hey, I can take you down anytime I want to. So you have to imagine Marreta's going to wait for another opening.
Yeah, and it affects Nervosa's strategy. It affects him psychologically because he knows if he does certain things, he's going to get taken down. So it limits his offense. That's about the third takedown attempt stuff. This one's a double leg. But boy, I'll tell you what, Marreta is a tough out.
He certainly is, and Nervosa, to his credit, Nervosa has a non-stop motor, but Marreta is just very calm and composed throughout this first round.
And Marreta will look anywhere he can. He'll try to get anyone's face and say, look, this guy's got nothing. Look at him. This is nothing. He's just, spinning back elbow, but then he gets taken down. That's the danger of throwing that elbow. You give up your back for a second and you put yourself in trouble.
Yeah, Nervosa threw himself off balance, and that's all Marreta needed.
Round 2 beginning as we pick it up. And this is live fight between João Marreta, the sledgehammer, and Edson Mal Nervosa. Nervous hands. Nervosa's letting those nervous hands go right now.
Things got very chippy at the end of that first round. I don't believe Nervosa appreciated that final right hand by Marreta. Perhaps he thought it was a second too late, and Nervosa came out like a bull in the opening seconds here.
Yeah, he was trying to get at Marreta in between rounds, and they had to throw a bunch of officials up into the cage to separate the two. So there is no love lost between these fighters, no question about that.
Even the commercial breaks are exciting in SFT Combat.
Well played, well played. Chant now for Marreta. But the fans going just as nuts when Nervous Hand lets those hands go.
The first successful takedown by Nervosa, and one thing fans appreciate about Nervosa is the fact that he is relentless, he is fearless, which is why he has 10 finishes out of his 12 victories, and he realizes his best opportunity against Marreta is to try to overwhelm him with offense.
No question about it. And he's got offense. He's got a ton of TKO wins, ground and pound wins. Got that TKO win, big one over Douglas Mano. That was in Demolition Fight Night. Ground and pound win over Giovanni de Oliveira. That was an SFT matchup, SFT 49. So Nervous Hands knows how to let those hands go. He knows how to finish a fight.
Certainly does, and now close to establishing the back of Marreta. Keep in mind, he's a brown belt in jiu-jitsu, also very skilled on the ground. 4 submission victories in his career.
You'll have a chance to see his defense, the black belt versus the brown belt. Way more experience on the ground for the sledgehammer.
Nice scramble there. We're back to a vertical base.
Oh, nice left coming in. He cracked Nervous Hand. Spinning back fist just missing. Southpaw stance from Marreta. Both fighters starting to show a little wear and tear now at the 2-minute mark of round 2. Big right hand from Nervous. Yeah, he was setting up that double leg. That was a nice setup with the right hand.
Interesting strategy by Nervosa. Once again, a level change.
Tying up the legs quite well, his Nervous Hand.
Yeah, and as far as control time for a second round, at this point, the advantage will probably go towards Nervosa.
Yeah, he's certainly making the fight now, bringing the fight to Marreta. Nervosa with the hammer fists.
At the same time, though, Marreta has no problem working from his back.
Black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Very famous for some slick submissions. You can see the referee now telling Nervosa he's got to improve his position.
Yeah.
Or he's going to get stood up.
Has to stay active here.
The posture up, but Marreta's doing a good job of keeping him in nice and tight, preventing much damage. But this is great for the visuals. Yeah, Nervosa's very good visuals, though, for the judges here in round 2.
And credit to Nervosa with the first round where, Marreta really appeared to be in control, essentially dictating the pace. Nervosa came in very aggressive and had 2 successful takedowns in this second round.
5 seconds.
That'll do it. We are going to a third and final.
Yeah, Nervosa's raising his hands. He knows he had a really good round. Interesting to see what in-between round adjustments Team Lucas Monero give to Marreta. That was not a good round for him. He was manhandled largely and controlled by Nervous Hand.
There's a very good chance that this third round is pivotal. You could argue that we're even after the first two.
Yeah, you really could. Very, very strong argument that it's really a one-round fight. Whoever wins round 3 wins the fight. Shoot box. Bauru giving their adjustments to Nervous Hand.
And these are two men who are not used to winning via decision.
Here we go. Good sportsmanship there. He always starts off kind of chippy, and then you realize the other guy's just as tough as you. And you weirdly create this very close brotherhood most of the time. It's a very fascinating dynamic. Elbows to the top of the head. Surprised he's not getting called on those. Yeah, those elbows right there, 12 to stick on the head.
Yeah. And Jay, I'm going to guess that Marreta's corner told him in between rounds, go back to the level change, go back to the bread and butter, because he shot in immediately with a successful takedown. Credit to Nervosa, though, fighting back to his feet.
Nervosa now trying to shoot the double. This is really good takedown defense from Marreta. When he's against the cage, he is so tough to take down. And even if you get him down, he bounces right back up again.
Especially when you have the height advantage like Marreta, you want to be able to use those knees in the clinch, but great takedown here by Nervosa.
Nervosa giving airtime to Marreta. Nervosa looking to sink in that choke, trying to take the back. Trying to get that left leg around, sinking some hooks. Crowd going crazy, yelling out their instructions. Everybody's a coach. Big right hands from the back. And he shucks him over the top. Great
Very
defense.
patient.
Wow, Marreta. Now letting his hands go. He knows he's behind on the card now. He's got to get the hands going.
Marreta stayed very calm and composed there, able to get back to his feet, but back down to the canvas they go.
So Marreta's not making the faces to the crowd anymore. Probably just too tired to. It takes a lot of extra effort to clown, especially during a fight. Now he's looking up again, seeing how everybody's doing. Or he's looking at his corner for advice.
One thing that's very apparent in this fight is the conditioning of Nervosa, especially over these past 2 rounds. He has really been dictating the pace, and he's been trying to exhaust Marreta, and it's really been effective as we're approaching the halfway point of the third and final round.
Yeah, good point, good point. Gas tank is a difference here. Marreta is definitely, he's not gassed, but he's definitely more tired than Nervous Hand. And yeah, that might be part of his thing, is gas tank. He's got nervous energy. Look at this. This is not the first time he's lifted him in the air for a big dump. What a strong guy.
And Jay, to me, what I'm seeing, especially in the second and third round, I am seeing a fighter in Nervosa who just wants it. He does not want to lose. He will do everything possible to get the victory. And like I said, perhaps it does go to the fact that he is 35 years of age. Every fight is so critical for him. I'm just seeing a man who wants it right now so badly.
Yeah, no question about it. It's a determination that he will not be denied.
Now, at the same time, they're about to get stood up if the action does not continue here.
Back to the feet finally, Marreta, but he's now behind on my unofficial scorecard. He's got to make the most of this little more than a minute here in the fight. That's easier said than done.
Final minute, yeah, this final minute is very critical. Who can leave the lasting impression?
And the tenacity of Edson Nervous Hand is just second to none. This guy is a pit bull. And you know, Marreta's got to be saying, what do I have to do? Another takedown, another spring to his feet. That's the pattern. But it's enough. You know, this is enough to win the round.
It is, and you know, this fight isn't exactly the kind of fight that a lot of fans want to see. They'd like to see a lot more striking, but what we're seeing is, like you said, absolute tenacity from Nervosa, especially after more or less being dominated throughout that first round.
We have plenty of Xtreme left for the Xtreme fans in the house. If you're not an MMA fan, don't be dumping out on us yet. We've got more Xtreme coming. Stay with us. There's the brothers Nogueira with their amazing energy drink. How'd you score it?
Senhoras e senhores, após 3 rounds de 5 minutos, os juízes pontuaram. O jurado número 1 pontuou 29-28, o número 2 29-28 e o número 3 também 29-28. Declarando o vencedor por decisão unânime, Edson Marajó.
There were a bunch of 29s. I heard a bunch of 29s, so 29-28.
And essentially, that's how we saw it. You know, the first round went to Marreta, but Nervosa, it was about will and grit that took over in rounds 2 and 3. He just wanted it more, let's be honest.
Yep.
That's the way it looked.
Yep. Just tenacious bulldog, man. Tenacious bulldog. Doesn't have an ounce of quit in him, does he? So strong, too. You know, 5'5".
Bom, Nervosa, vamos ficar parado um pouco, meu irmão. Primeiro,
like
parabéns pela performance absurda. Eu quero saber dessas suas últimas 72 horas. A gente contou um pouco dessa tua história, de quinta-feira até hoje, até esse seu momento. Eu queria escutar da sua boca agora a sensação de receber a ligação e hoje receber a vitória, a mão levantada nessa luta, nessa guerra que você travou aqui, cara.
Congratulations on a great performance. You just got this match last minute on last Thursday. I want you to run us through your last 72 hours and how it was.
Cara, o Magno ligou pra mim quinta-feira. Eu tava em São Paulo aqui, mas a minha mulher, eu já tava numa churrascaria pra me almoçar. Eu comprei um pratão, eu falei, o Magno ligou. E aí, meu nervoso, tem uma luta pra ti aqui, sábado aqui, na categoria 61. Tu aceita? Eu disse, pô, eu aceito, mas eu não aceito na 61 porque eu tô com 73 quilos, não tem como eu baixar. Mas se você casar um peso bom pra mim, que dê pra me perder uns 8, 7 quilos, eu vou na hora. Aí depois você luta na 65, eu disse, não, na 65 eu não luto não, mas me coloque na 66 que eu luto. Então ele me colocou, nem comi, paguei o comer, deixei lá e acabei que só tomando água. Cheguei 9 horas em casa da noite, lá em Bauru, chamei o João Paulo Bomba para me perder uns 2 quilos, 3 quilos, eu perdi 3 quilos numa noite só e no outro dia eu perdi os outros 4, 4,5. E eu tô aqui.
Yeah, on Thursday I was in a steakhouse, ready to eat a lot. Magno hit me up on the phone. He said he had a match for me on Saturday. I didn't even finish that meal. I just dropped 3 kilos in one day, and thankfully I could win tonight.
Esse é o Mão Nervosa, eu tenho certeza que por causa disso a gente vai te ver muito mais aqui no SFT, meu irmão.
All right, so Edson, nervous hand, walks away with the win, moves to 13-5. What a tenacious Bulldog, just showing you what tough mentality can do. You can overcome obstacles that look unovercomable with the right amount of tenacity. And that's exactly what Edson Mão Nervosa has. Next fight coming up. This one looks like an extreme matchup. This should be fantastic. Ubi Lahara Callisto versus Pech Oliveira. Ubi Lahara fighting out of the blue corner, Pech out of the red. Let's meet him.
Foi uma infância muito tranquila. Fui apresentado às artes marciais desde cedo, já com 8, 9 anos. Meu pai me colocou no judô.
Minha infância foi muito boa, graças a Deus. Meus pais sempre puderam proporcionar tudo de bom e do melhor para mim. Eu sempre fui uma criança muito tranquila.
Aí a gente cresce, né? Vai, fazendo outras coisas da vida, procurando trampo, até que chegar um momento que eu precisar de novo dessa energia que eu tinha na infância. Queria voltar pra luta, queria lutar, que eu sempre soube que eu nasci pra isso.
Que espetacular! É fim de luta!
Tentei jogar futebol, joguei ali um ano e meio. Aí vi que se dependesse disso para comer, eu ia passar fome. Pedi pro meu pai para me colocar numa escolinha de luta, comecei a treinar kickboxing.
É o Pech Oliveira!
Vi o evento, eu falei, um dia eu vou chegar nesse evento. Para aquele moleque que não acreditava muito nele, achava que não ia conseguir fazer nada na vida, é muito gratificante, mano. Agradeço eu por ter feito essa escolha.
Salta na grade, entra mais um golpe do Pech de Paula. O Pech pode terminar com a luta. Vem pra cima, mais um cruzado. Agora vai pra lona, é fim de luta!
É um evento muito grande, onde vários parceiros meus da minha equipe também sonham em participar. E só tenho a agradecer por estar aqui.
E vamos pra cima, é o Pech, chama.
Eu sei que é um adversário muito bom, muito duro. A gente veio fazer uma guerra, o nocaute vai vir ou pro lado de lá ou pro lado de cá.
These guys have an allergy to decisions, Johnny. Just a ton of KOs and TKOs for both of them. Here's our tale of the tape.
3 3-minute rounds in the Xtreme division. Oliveira coming in 26 years of age, Calixto at 25. Both fighters on weight in the featherweight division. 3-inch height advantage for Oliveira and a 2+ inch reach advantage. And in the Xtreme division, that could come into play, certainly. Let's get these fighters out here because it's Xtreme time, Jay.
I love it. Ubi Lahara Callisto making his way into the arena as we speak. He has yet to taste defeat, whether in the ring or in the cage. However, his SFT Xtreme debut will present an unprecedented challenge, fighting with 4-ounce gloves against one of the sport's most dangerous athletes, Pech Oliveira. Known for his explosive style and high finishing power, Kalisto will need to overcome his opponent's longer reach and find the right distance to land his strikes. If he can impose his aggression and precision, he has everything it takes to score a knockout right in his debut and show that he too can be a force to be reckoned with in extreme striking. This guy's very dangerous. Yes, he's young, 25, but he's already 7-0, undefeated, dangerous striker.
And how about that? A 6-foot featherweight. That is a very tall frame, coming in, as you mentioned, undefeated, 7-0, 5 of those being knockouts. He's currently ranked 5th in the CBKB 64 kilogram division, and he's really just had an absolutely perfect run. He's very explosive, he's very unpredictable, and thus far, he has been absolutely unblemished, looking to remain undefeated tonight.
No question about it. He's a Brazilian kickboxing champion. 71% of his victories have come by either TKO or KO. So this is a guy who just has never tasted defeat and just has been able to get the knockouts or the TKOs whenever he needs them. So he's dangerous. He says, I know Petch is one of the most dangerous strikers in the country. I get it, but don't overlook me. Speaking of one of the most dangerous strikers in the country, Petch Oliveira. He's back at SFT Xtreme. Now as an established fighter on the striking scene, riding a 7-fight winning streak, including 5 career knockouts, 4 of which came in the first round. Petch arrives confident to face a top-tier kickboxer, facing the undefeated fighter in Ubilahara Kalisto, who is known for his explosive style. His strategy will be to use his longer reach, land straight punches, and time his kicks to maintain control of the distance. Now, if he can impose his rhythm, he has a great chance of securing yet another knockout in the SFT Combat cage.
Indeed, Calixto may be coming in undefeated, but Petch Oliveira 10-2 overall with 7 knockouts. And oh, by the way, coming in tonight on a 7-fight win streak. So you talk about fights that were exciting to kick off the main card. There's a reason why this originally was going to kick off SFT 63, because it has fireworks written all over it. The fight we just had went all the way to decision. It was truly gritty. It was a ground game. I have a feeling we're not going to see that here. Why? Because the Xtreme division is all about standing up and throwing. The rules are only kicks, punches, and knees are allowed. No takedowns. And if a fighter gets knocked down, it is a standing 8 count. A clinch is only permitted for 3 seconds, otherwise you're separated. And a fight is only stopped if a fighter is knocked down 3 times in the same round or 4 times total. Cannot wait. It's Xtreme division time for SFT 63.
And if you want to see a highlight reel knockout, go to YouTube and check out a Lorraine Medeiros fight that we had, SFT 55 against Petch. Check out the head kick knockout at the 55-second mark of round number 1.
Senhoras e senhores,
scheduled for 3
combate
3-minute
será
rounds. Here we go.
Xtreme, com 3 rounds de 3 minutos. This combat is scheduled for 3-minute round. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 25 anos de idade, 25 years old, 64 quilos e 900 gramas, 143 pounds. Com 7 vitórias e nenhuma derrota, 7 wins, undefeated. Fighting from Salto, São Paulo, Brazil, Ubirajara Calixto. And his opponent in the red corner, 26 anos de idade, 26 years old, 65 quilos e 400 gramas, 143 pounds. Com 10 vitórias e 2 derrotas, 10 wins, 2 losses. Fighting from Barueri, São Paulo, Brazil, Petch Oliveira. árbitro para este combate, the referee, Alan Neves.
I'll be interested in seeing the height differential when they come to the center of the cage. See if there's any distinct reach advantages. Does not look like a huge height differential. I got Petch at 5'11". So Ubi Lahara probably coming in at about 5'10". Here we go. Oh boy, this one has knockout written all over it, does it not?
Both men are very long, very rangy, and obviously tremendous strikers. Only 3-minute rounds in the Xtreme division.
Yeah, this is a don't blink fight. Petch Oliveira has the red gloves and the white trunks. And Ubi Lahara, Callisto, he's fighting with the black trunks and he has blue gloves.
Beautiful low kick there. Oh, by Oliveira just charging in with a combination. Ooh, another calf kick.
We saw the effectiveness of those calf kicks earlier on with your boy.
Vitor Showman. And you know, in the Xtreme division, utilizing those calf kicks is actually a very smart strategy because it can open up your striking offense. You know, like we mentioned earlier, a lot of fighters now are using calf kicks almost as effectively as a jab to set up the rest of your offense.
It's amazing how well it's running. When something's effective, how quickly it gets adopted and implemented by the whole rest of the sport. People talk, it's, you know, the circles are small. It's a big sport, but the circles are small.
We're seeing both men utilize the same game plan. They are trading off lower leg kicks here in the first half of the first round.
Callisto trying to prove he deserves to be in there with someone at Petch Oliveira's gravitas. Faking the kicks. Teep kick from Petch.
Well, Callisto coming in 7-0, but you can argue this is the toughest test of his young career.
That's one of the things I love Magno Wilson does so well. He gives these guys the next step. It's never crazy, but it is significant. It's a ladder. You don't want to try to do 3 rungs at a time.
Both of these men are lightning quick. I was about to say great counter and combination by Oliveira, but now Callisto returns with his own incredible striking prowess.
Left, right, left combo from Petch. Callisto also countering well. Big overhand right from Petch. Outside leg kick from Petch, then he takes one back from Callisto. Oh, big looping right hand.
Left hook. Yeah, there's some damage done there, I believe.
Yeah, he had the hook and the big overhand right.
Strong finish
working
to the body.
Callisto. Round 2 when we return. And welcome back to Brazil, everybody. Jay Adams alongside Johnny LaQuasto, and this was a very, very compelling first round. What became really evident quickly was how dangerous both of these fighters are. Their precision is crazy.
Ooh, and how exciting the Xtreme division is. When you fight in the Xtreme division, you're putting on the 4-ounce gloves. You know it's all about stand-up. You are coming to fight, and that is exactly what Oliveira and Calixto have done in that first round. Beautiful body shot by Oliveira. He just went for the home run.
Yeah, the body work by both of these fighters has been really compelling. No head hunting.
Both men are very unpredictable with their offense as well. Very creative.
Yes. And disciplined at the same time. Disciplined offense, mixing it up, and very unpredictable, like as you say. Outside leg kick from Kalisto, followed up by a three-piece from Petch.
This is the kind of fight that really has head kick finish written all over it.
Yeah,
with how explosive they both are.
Yeah, at any time, either one of these guys could turn up the heat. They're cruising right now. This is just sparring for these guys.
Beautiful 1-2 there by Oliveira. We're starting to see a little bit of that reach advantage come into play by Oliveira.
Yeah, yeah. He's starting to push Kalisto back, starting to impose his will a little more. Stepping into that two-piece.
Only a 3-second clinch allowance in the Xtreme division.
The ref has been very robust and strict in that interpretation, which I like. Yeah, Petch starting to put it on him.
A precise combination there by Oliveira, very effective.
Petch is 26 and Kalisto's 25. I was about to say that looked a little bit like a get off my lawn. I'm the old man here. But they're just about the same age. So in the same level, a little bit more experience for Petch.
That's what's so exciting about these two men. Their best years are still ahead of them, and they're already this good.
Right. Yeah. Future's so bright, they need to wear shades. Round 2 in the record books. How'd you score that one at home? I got to lean towards Petch. Thought he started coming forward more. Starting to put it on. Kalisto still very much in this fight, but he's gonna need some adjustments from Team CDL here in between rounds 2 and 3.
What's so impressive with both men, besides the fact that they're, fast pace, incredible conditioning, high-level strikers, they're both so durable. They are taking shots from each other, and they both remain undeterred.
Yeah, not even showing it. I mean, you and I were commenting earlier, like how we were hearing these body punches, and if we're hearing it, it's rough, and they're not even flinching.
It's really incredible when you see two rangy, tall individuals like this in the featherweight division who are so quick and so precise with their striking.
Oh, big face kick just missing. Petch. Very similar body types, similar offense, similar defense. You had a Spider-Man comment in between rounds.
Yep.
Like
you have to imagine Kalisto's going to have to be urgent here in this third round.
Yeah, I think he's behind, not by huge amounts, but he's behind, on the numbers. That's all it takes is, you got to stop the guy, essentially, if you give 2 rounds away in a 3-round fight. But Kalisto's had his moments. Will he taste his first loss here tonight in 2 minutes to try to prevent that?
We knew going into it, this was going to be the most difficult test Kalisto has had, facing someone like Oliveira. And Oliveira really has looked like the veteran.
He has. Don't you feel like he's much older than 1 year older than Willie Hara?
Yeah, experience pays huge dividends sometimes.
He's just got to get off my lawn. He's telling him, just get off his lawn.
The referee doing a tremendous job of keeping the action going here as well.
Yes, yes, great referee. He's really strict on that time limit on the clinch. Case in point.
Final minute, we're coming in for a landing.
Here we go. Who wants it more? A little below the belt. He'll be given 5 minutes. But because we're in Brazil, he's going to take about 17 seconds.
Most likely.
It's just, I notice that Eastern Europe fights, Asian fights, Brazil fights, you know, you get a 5 minute for a cup and they take 10 seconds. Just the ability to eat pain. Okay, I was 16 seconds. I was off by 1 second.
One of them immediately starts with a combination.
He's not letting Obi Lahara breathe.
Beautiful left hand there.
I mean, Obi Lahara's slinging back though, Johnny. He's slinging back. See? Look at this. He's no slouch. Petch has to be careful. What, left, right?
Calixto looking
left,
to finish this one with a flurry.
What the heck? Don't count me out yet. Take
That's
me
the
lightly at
urgency
your own
that he
peril.
needed. That's the urgency that was needed earlier in this round.
Right. But, you know, he does have that take me lightly at your own peril feel. Like, he, even in his own head's like, hey, don't think you're done yet. I'm tough. I think he knows he lost. He's giving respect to Petch. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, it's the decision. You're not going to want to touch that dial. Welcome back, everybody. How did you score it at home? On my unofficial scorecard, I got Petch Oliveira walking away with it. How'd you score, Johnny Lacosto?
To me, I would probably lean towards
And welcome back, everybody. How'd you score it at home? I'm leaning towards Petch. How'd you do it, Johnny?
I would probably lean towards Petch 29-28, possibly even 30-27, but very competitive
Senhoras
fight.
e senhores, vamos para o resultado oficial. O jurado número 1 pontuou 29-28. O número 2, 29-28. E o número 3 também pontuou 29-28. declarando vencedor por decisão unânime, Pat Oliveira.
Yeah, they went with there's a lot of 2 rounds to 1s in there. I think every judge had it 2 rounds to 1. I heard a lot of 29s. I heard 3 different 29s. So no blowout for sure. No blowout. Very competitive match.
Incredible performance by Pat Oliveira, and in the Xtreme division, it's not too common to see it go to decision, and that just shows how tough both of these men are.
Moves to 11 and 12. It's win number 11. I think he's excited.
Senhoras e senhores, cara, parabéns. Acho que sua luta mais difícil aqui no SFT. E eu queria justamente que você falasse isso. Um cara com um estilo de jogo muito parecido com o seu, com um biotipo muito parecido com o seu. Isso dificultou o que normalmente a gente vê o Pat Oliveira fazer no SFT?
First of all, congratulations on your win. I think this was your toughest match in SFT so far. He has a very similar style to yours. I would like you to talk a little more about that.
Thank you, Stefan, for the words. Não, brincadeira. Brincadeira. Obrigado pelas palavras. Pô, legal demais estar lutando nesse evento. As lutas que eu tive foram lutas que acabaram rápido, mas de nenhuma maneira foram lutas fáceis. Para o cara subir aqui, ele tem que ser muito sinistro. E hoje, o Birajara, pô, um jogo muito difícil, muito parecido com o meu, de distância. Mas é um jogo que eu tô acostumado a fazer, o que eu falei ontem. Ele tinha a estratégia dele, eu tinha a minha. Quem conseguisse seguir a estratégia por mais tempo ia vencer o combate. Foi o que aconteceu.
Yeah, my first few matches, they were fast, but they were not easy by any means. To step into this cage, you need to be good. As I said yesterday, he had a very similar style to mine. He had his strategy, I had mine. Whoever followed this strategy for the longest could win it.
Mais uma vez, parabéns pela vitória, meu irmão. Por enquanto, invicto no SFT, hein, meu?
Chama! Chama, mestrão!
All smiles for Pat Oliveira tonight, and justifiably so.
Coming up big with win number 11, and just the enthusiasm and the humility when the ring announcer, mentioned that he had the win. Just it was clearly he was not sure, and he was thrilled at the win. And speaking of thrilling, we have an female Xtreme fight coming your way right now. This should be a lot of fun.
Eu tive uma infância bem bacana, graças a Deus eu não tive muitos problemas na minha infância. Brigas entre irmãos, muitas, eu e meu irmão. Acho que não sei se por conta disso eu me envolvi na luta. No Muay Thai começou quando eu tinha 9 anos, estava brincando na rua, enfim, um vizinho chegou e eu fiquei curiosa com os equipamentos dele. E no dia seguinte eu fui fazer uma aula experimental, acabei amando o mundo do Muay Thai.
Vem aí, Fabi Peixoto.
Ela que é considerada uma das melhores atletas da categoria de kickboxing brasileiro.
A luta em si mesma entrou na minha vida em 2019. Eu entrei com o intuito de emagrecer, né? Acabei de pesar 57 quilos, mas já pesei 100, tá, gente?
É agressiva a Peixoto ali, tomando iniciativa, tentando encurralar a Dandara ali.
Tem uma hora que o nível já não dá mais pra ficar lutando só no amador, né? E a gente tem que se desafiar, pelo menos eu penso isso pra mim. Então, se eu treino tanto, eu tenho que lutar com meninas mais experientes. Eu acho que meu mundo mesmo, assim, eu faço nada além de luta. Eu respiro, eu vivo, eu almoço, eu como luta. Então, assim, quando eu tô entrando pra competir, eu gosto mais de lutar profissional, inclusive, do que amador. Porque eu sinto que no profissional eu consigo ser mais concentrada, focada, eu tenho menos ansiedade, tipo, tensão de estar ali.
E agora a Fabi Peixoto responde!
Que luta, falar pra você, essas mulheres, elas sempre surpreendem a gente.
Mais uma!
Eu me sinto viva. Esse processo todo, a preparação, perca de peso, e você se cobrar pra se melhorar. E não é só você, né? O adversário também tá fazendo isso. Porque eu acho que é o amor ao esporte. O SFT é
assim, meu evento favorito de lutar, cara. Eu amo muito estar aqui.
Lutar significa muito mais que colocar um par de luva e sair na mão.
It's going down. It's going down right here in Sao Paulo. Here you see the tail of the tape between these two flyweights.
Once again, Xtreme Division, 3 3-minute rounds. Pereira coming in 23 years of age. Peixoto at 31. Both women coming in exactly on weight for the flyweight division. 3-inch height advantage for Peixoto and just over a 2-inch reach advantage for Fabi as well. Cannot wait. Our final Xtreme bout of the evening.
Yeah, let's go Xtreme. Fabi Peixoto made her debut at SFT 53 with a come-from-behind victory that was voted the best at the SFT Awards in 2024. Following her grueling battle against Priscila Vargas at SFT 56, where she suffered her first career loss, Peixoto is currently enjoying a stellar run in Brazilian kickboxing, holding the title of Brazilian champion and ranking second in the CBKB standings. Now, her focus is on winning the SFT Xtreme title, but to continue on this path, she'll need to face Sao Paulo's rising Muay Thai star, Ju Ferreira. So as we're talking about, she's got these crazy rankings, Johnny, number 2 in all of CBKB 70 kilo rankings, and she's a Brazilian kickboxing champion. Just great all around, very, very dangerous with her hands, and kickboxing her specialty in martial arts.
If there is any fight that is tailor-made for the Xtreme Division, it is classic kickboxing versus Muay Thai. You look at Fabi Peixoto, a dynamic personality, a winning smile, coming in 12-2 overall, 11 wins though via decision. So there is no doubt, both of these women, they are desperate for a highlight finish. And credit to her, back at SFT 53, she did win an award for her tremendous performance. It was a real great comeback performance, and she's currently ranked number 2 in the CBKB kickboxing rankings. Massive moment here for Peixoto.
No question about it. Hey, let's meet her opponent. You got a good look at Peixoto. Let's take a look at Ju Ferreira. Ju Ferreira is one of the athletes responsible for the rise of Jaco Fight Club, a Muay Thai team that has been making a name for itself on the national scene. Considered one of the top athletes in her weight class in Brazil, Ju Ferreira holds the War Muay Thai title in the 59 kilo division, and now faces a new challenge as she makes her debut under Xtreme rules using the 4-ounce gloves. She'll face the current Brazilian kickboxing champion, Fabi Peixoto. So, to secure the victory, Ferreira will need to close the distance, impose her aggressive striking, and go for the knockout, aiming to knock out Peixoto for the second time in her career. She's sitting at 17-3. She's just 23 years old. She's the War Muay Thai champion at 59 kilos. She's just a real tough out, Johnny.
She certainly is. 17-3 overall, 15 of those wins, though, via decision. So 2 women who really want to get an impressive finish. But for Pereira, she loves the close quarter game. She loves the inside game, whereas Peixoto really wants to create the distance. And that's going to be the difference between these 2 women. Peixoto has highlight reel kicks. She has long range, whereas Pereira, you get her in that phone booth and she might just knock you out.
There you see the strengths and weaknesses of these 2 flyweights. For Ferreira, strength waist level kicks, mid to close mid-range fighting, force, that close fight that you were talking about, Johnny. And of course for Fabi, her strengths, she's got that shoot game, she's got spinning kicks, she's got mid to long range boxing, and to come forward and be aggressive and fight at distance strategically.
Senhoras e senhores, este combate será na modalidade Xtreme Profissional, com 3 rounds de 3 minutos. This combat is scheduled for 3-minute round. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 31 anos de idade, 41 years old, 57 quilos, 125 pounds, com 12 vitórias e 2 derrotas, 12 wins, 2 losses, fighting from Guarapari, Espírito Santo, Brazil, Fabi Peixoto. And her opponent in the red corner, 23 anos de idade, 23 years old, 56 quilos e 700 gramas, 125 pounds, com 17 vitórias e 3 derrotas, 11 wins, 3 losses, fighting from São Paulo, Brazil, Ju Ferreira. E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Cassiano Lopreto.
Man, the Jocko Fight Club is representing here tonight in Sao Paulo. They're really letting their fighter, Ju Ferreira, hear it.
And once again, the rules of the Xtreme division, only kicks, punches, and knees are allowed, no takedowns. And if a fighter is knocked down, a standing 8-count will commence. And a clinch is only permitted for 3 seconds, as we saw in the previous fight. The official did a great job there. And a fight is stopped if the fighter is knocked down 3 times in the same round, or 4 knockdowns total. We are underway.
Yeah, we'll see if this third man in has the same diligence and the same robust nature in breaking up that clinch at the 3-second mark. Because that is what really makes the Xtreme fights exciting. It just keeps the action going. Feeling each other out, a little Muay Thai stance from Peixoto, bouncing that knee.
Peixoto already has 1 win in the Xtreme division. This is Pereira's debut. Really incredible. Pereira, 23 years of age, and she has 20 pro fights under her belt.
Amazing. Think about that. That is robust. I mean, if she started at 18, you know, she's 3 or 4 fights a year.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, at least. That's a lot. Some fighters can't get 1 fight a year. They want it, they just can't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Tough life. So you want to be a fighter. Ooh,
nice
in.
right hand counter by Peixoto. Certain feeling out process here, 90 seconds in.
Peixoto clearly has the height advantage and reach advantage. Looking to take advantage of that as well with the left-right combo. And then, yep, you see her get in there with that 2-piece, and then she got right out of there.
It's a big benefit in the Xtreme division. You know, generally in mixed martial arts, if you're Pereira, you want to shoot in, you want to take down the bigger opponent, but that doesn't do anything for you here.
Exactly. And Peixoto wants the knockout. You just tell by how hard she's punching. That right hand, she's tasting it. Pereira's got to do what you told her she should do, and that's close the distance, put this fight into a phone booth. I know it's going to get broken, but she's got to take those 3 seconds for damage. She's got to get past that jab. She's got to close the distance, hopefully without taking too much damage getting in. Oh, nasty outside leg kick from Peixoto.
Neither woman really revealing too much of a game plan here in the first round, so it'll be a very interesting conversation in between rounds.
Yeah, you know, Peixoto's got this herky-jerky, hard to figure out style. It's hard to tell what she's going to do next. You see that, like that wild head movement with...
Ooh, she landed a 1-2, another low leg kick effective on Pereira. And we're coming back with a second round.
Xtreme matchup here. Xtreme fighting in the female division. Fabiana Peixoto in the white trunks with the blue gloves. Squaring off against Ju Ferreira. She's got the black and red trunks and the red gloves. I have Peixoto winning that first round. I just thought she did more. She was more aggressive. See those left-right combos? Yeah, they're finding their mark. Ju has not figured those out yet.
And not only that, Peixoto had a tremendous combination just there, but she's also finishing up the combination with the lower leg kick, and she is landing a number of those. But credit to Ferreira landing also a calf kick just now.
Yep. Yeah, Ju is fighting back, no question. She has zero quit in her. She's trying to, oh, that right hurt her, but she's okay. She eats it. That's called being 23 years old. That is called being 23 right there. She eats a nasty right, buckles both knees, and she straightens right out and says, I'm 23.
Peixoto is really landing some very clean shots tonight.
Yeah, Peixoto, very disciplined, really good strategy. That head, I think the head movement may be in Ju's head. Like that weird herky-jerky is hard to figure out. He's not giving anything away.
Yeah.
Nothing telegraphed.
Peixoto continues to march forward as if she doesn't feel like Ferreira can really hurt her.
Right.
Halfway through the second round. Ooh, beautiful
Ian,
low leg kick once again.
Yeah, she's working the legs great. I'm getting the feeling, though, I'm vibing, I'm feeling like Peixoto's, if that right hand connects, it's not night. Like her combos are on point in. She's punching really hard. She's just missed a close couple times with that right hand. I don't know what Ferreira should do, except for a phone booth, like you said, but she's got to do something. She's at distance. She's right at the end of that punch. Either get out or get in.
And with the power of what we're seeing from Peixoto, it's shocking there's only one knockout on her resume.
Right? With these hands, how the heck? She's got 14 fights. There should be at least 3 knockouts in there looking at the power that she's exhibiting here tonight. But then again, we may be watching her at her best, right? Because every fight, theoretically every fight, there's that right hand. And there's the 23-year-old springing right back up again.
But that is a very pivotal moment here, a knockdown at the very end of the second round. That's essentially putting Ferreira in a desperate situation going into the third.
Good point. Must win now, must stop in the third round. Got to stop Peixoto. Oh, good right hand there from Ferreira.
Very physical end to that second round.
Yes. Don't forget, we still have 2 more fights on the card here. We've got an MMA matchup. Luis Paulo will be squaring off against Alisson Silva in our co-main event. That'll be a 125 catch weight. There'll be a little more than 125 or a little less. And then, of course, that main event we've been talking about all night long, Marcos Marajó Rodriguez will be squaring off against Elismar Carrasco. And the blood is definitely not good on that one due to a massive weight failure on the part of Marajó, missing weight by 11 pounds. So a bad blood main event at 145, and a belt is at stake to be lost, not to be gained in that fight, but it could be lost by Carrasco. If he loses, it goes vacant. The 145-pound is vacated. But this right now is a great matchup. Fabiana Peixoto, Julia Ferreira. Peixoto kind of putting it on her. And I think that Johnny and I on our unofficial scorecard have Ju Ferreira needing to stop Fabiana Peixoto.
Nice right hand finds a home for Ferreira. When Peixoto throws that right hand, it's the threat of a knockout every time.
Yes. It's a different class from the rest of the fight. That right hand is a higher class than everything else that's happening in this fight. It's straight, it's hard, it's set up from the left. And it's been close a couple times. See, that right hand from Ferreira is kind of a looping, you know, right. There's not a ton of danger to it. Just kind of like clobbers the shoulder of Peixoto. Peixoto's that right hand is like, how close was that to the chin?
And thus far, she's been executing her game plan. We mentioned she has to keep the distance. She's been utilizing those teep kicks to the midsection to maintain distance, and then she's picking and choosing when she wants to go in for combinations. We said Ferreira needed to use her inside game, but Peixoto has essentially neutralized it.
And still with that funky, herky-jerky head movement that really can hypnotize you. I wouldn't be surprised if in the post-fight interview they asked Ferreira, you know, what was the thing why couldn't you get it going? I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure out what was going to happen next.
Consistent motion. Often the best and first line of defense. We're seeing some urgency here, though, by Peixoto. She's challenging. Let's exchange here. Final 45 seconds.
It's not how it works, though, Ju. But you got to go get her. Right now, Peixoto has earned the right to be on her bike. She's piled up a bunch of points. It's on you, Ferreira, to go get her. She doesn't have to come to you. Peixoto actually would be dumb for her to come to you. And I'm not a fan of the bicycle, don't get me wrong, but I am saying strategically, it's what Fabi should be doing. Why should she take a chance? But I do like how
beautiful.
Ferreira just like, let's go. I do like
Head
that.
kick.
Get in the center of the cage and let's throw. Max
Peixoto
Holloway
landed
style.
a beautiful head kick there in the final moments of that third round. As we are going to decision, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Just 2 fights left, our co-main event and our main event on the schedule. Right now, we're going to get the decision of this Fabiana Peixoto
Senhoras
and
e
Julia
senhores,
Ferreira
após 3
fight.
rounds de 3 minutos, a pontuação oficial. O jurado número 1 pontuou 29-28, o 2, 29-28 e o jurado número 3 pontuou 30-27. Declarando a vencedora por decisão unânime que vai receber o troféu pelas mãos da Bianca Vitória, campeã do Xtreme. Agora sim, a vencedora por decisão unânime, Fabi Peixoto, que recebe agora o troféu.
Fabiana moves to 13-2. Look at the mutual respect and love being expressed in both directions between these flyweights. How excited is Fabiana Peixoto?
We mentioned the dynamic personality, incredibly likable. Massive win tonight for Fabi Peixoto.
Wow, what a cutie.
When fighters show their personality, that's what fans really resonate with, and that's how Peixoto is.
Totally. She is a star in the making. Already a star in Brazil, and I'm sure a star in the rest of the world soon.
E é isso. Fabi, primeiro parabéns pela performance, né? Agora, eu queria saber, como que é voltar a vencer no SFT?
First of all, congratulations on your performance, and I'd like to ask you, what does it feel like to go back to the winning column here in SFT?
Ai, gente, desculpa o choro, porque eu brigo, mas eu sou muito chorona. Cara, é muito bom. Eu sempre falo pra todo mundo, chega, é repetitivo. Eu amo esse evento, eu amo estar no SFT, eu amo todo mundo, tipo, a equipe, os bastidores, porque a gente sempre vê só o show, né? Mas os bastidores, gente, é muito, muito, muito mais legal do que esse show aqui ainda. Então, assim, voltar a estar aqui já é uma grande alegria, mesmo com vitória ou sem, porque a gente tem trabalhado muito isso, eu e meu professor. A gente não se importa tanto, não é que não se importe, né? É que a performance pra gente conta mais do que o resultado. Então, assim, voltar aqui já é uma grande vitória, né? Da última vez que eu estive aqui eu perdi, eu sofri uma lesão muito séria. E aí eu acabei ficando fora por um tempo, mas voltei. E agora, então, voltar vencendo, assim... Ai, gente, um troféu! Meu Deus, eu tô muito, muito feliz mesmo. Muito obrigada, de verdade.
Excuse my emotion, I'm very sentimental, but the truth is that I love this event, I love SFT, I love everybody, not just who's out here, but everyone backstage as well. In my last match, I suffered an injury, I had to stay in the shell for a while, but it feels great to be back and to have a great performance once again.
É isso, Fabi. Mais uma vez, parabéns pela vitória. Essa é Fabi Peixoto.
Filha, te amo! Se eu não falar, gente, ela vai me bater.
Perfeito.
What an adorable personality. I'll definitely look forward to watching her fight again. And she's a good fighter.
But there is nothing adorable about the co-main event. This is going to be very hard-hitting with two absolute finishers.
Yeah, this looks extremely compelling. Looking at Luis Paulo and Alisson Silva. And intensity, as you'll see.
Tive o meu primeiro contato com a arte marcial aos 13 anos de idade, que foi o jiu-jitsu, né? A minha cidade é distante de tudo, né? É longe, é bem sertão mesmo, então, tipo, pra gente fazer uma competição de jiu-jitsu, a gente viajava 14 horas.
Primeiro eu conheci o jiu-jitsu em Areia Branca, pelo mestre Talson Soares. Tava lutando jiu-jitsu e um cara de 100 quilos no absoluto me colocou para fora do tatame, aí abriu minha testa, então muitas pessoas parariam nesse momento e eu só subi no tatame e vamos. E foi daí que o meu mestre falou, esse menino dá pro MMA.
Leva pro chão Alisson Silva, vai pro pescoço.
E vou te falar, essas transições é de quem sabe jiu-jitsu mesmo.
Acontece qualquer movimentação, ele já puxa alguma coisa, cara. Ligeiro demais o Silva.
Minha cidade até há pouco tempo atrás não tinha asfalto para poder sair da cidade em si. Então foi um pouco trabalhoso sim, irmão, mas isso me deu um pouquinho de tempero, sabe? Me deu uma vontade a mais.
Ali o Paulo.
Mas foi bem, já conseguiu a queda.
Vamos ver, Paulo levou.
Vai pegar,
Paulo pode terminar com a luta. Vai terminar, vai bater, fim de luta! Luis Paulo vence o duelo.
O SFT é um dos melhores eventos, não é um eventinho qualquer, até pelo fato deles fazerem lutas muito bem casadas.
Cara, visibilidade, né? O SFT passa em vários países, é incrível isso. SFT tá mandando muito bem, cara, tá mandando muito bem. Quem não é visto não é lembrado, mestre.
A gente faz o que ama, né? Bater nos outros, mas é isso, fechou as aulas, quem ganhar aí paga a cerveja aí.
Ele falou que quem ganhar a luta paga a cerveja, tudo certo então.
Oh, this is truly a compelling co-main event. And as you were saying, just two absolute killers out there. Luis Paulo looks like an anaconda, and Alisson Silva is just dangerous from every angle. Here's the tail of the tape.
Silva, 2 years the senior of Paulo. And as we mentioned, catch weight bout. Paulo coming in at 130, 5 pounds heavier than Silva. 4-inch height advantage for Paulo, and a massive reach advantage. I don't even know if that's correct. Over 7 inches. I guess we will find out as we await the first entrant.
Yeah, I mean, the height is not that much of a differential, so that is pretty incredible. All right, well, let's meet the first combatant, Luis Paulo. Luis Paulo is back at SFT Combat in search of his second victory in the organization and his third in a row. A result that could bring him even closer to Brazil's top 10. Who knows, maybe even a title shot. To do so, the fighter nicknamed Jesus by SFT Combat matchmaker Magno Wilson will have to figure out how to handle his opponent's speed and high-level jiu-jitsu. On the other hand, Luis has the advantage in striking, and if he can use his longer reach to his advantage, he'll be able to rely on his stand-up game to secure his 4th career knockout victory. Lots of great things to talk about with Luis Paulo. He's just a winner in so many different ways.
No question, and coming in 10-4 overall, 8 of those being finishes, but 5 submission victories. What's interesting is he's really more of a stand-up striker, and quite frankly, the game plan for Paulo would probably be to keep this fight vertical, because Silva's always looking for those explosive level changes. But both of these men are finishers. Luis Paulo coming in, like I said, 8 finishes, 5 of those being in the first round. But also, we can't discount the fact that this man is a black belt in jiu-jitsu. So there's a reason why these men are in the co-main event. He is so well-rounded, there's no weakness in his game, and he has a massive opportunity tonight. These are 2 men really looking for a bounce back in their careers. And on this spotlight, the winner tonight will really raise their stuff.
Yeah, and I crunched the numbers while you were talking on the whole reach thing, so I got Luis Paulo at 5'8" versus Alisson Silva at 5'5", and yet Alisson Silva with a 65-inch reach, Paulo with a 72-inch reach. So 7 inches, you were not reading things, you were not hallucinating. It's a 7-inch differential. So why not stick that jab in Paulo's face and see if it works a little bit? So Alisson Silva, stick it in Silva's face and see if it works. He may not be the tallest fighter in the division at 5'5", but he makes up for it with a huge fighter's heart. Known for putting on epic battles inside the cage, he always delivers the spectacle fans expect. His career in the SFT Combat has been marked by major challenges. He made his debut at SFT 56 against a fighter ranked in Brazil's top 10. Then he faced South America's number 6. Now he'll face yet another top prospect in the division. Trading blows with an opponent of Luis Paulo's reach, there's the comment, that's what we're talking about, may not be his best strategy. So to come away with the victory, Alisson will have to put his brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to good use, go for his 8th submission win, and a result that could put him back on track for a future shot at the SFT Combat flyweight title.
Absolutely. Alisson Silva coming in 14-3 overall, 10 finishes, 7 submission victories, 3 knockouts. So you have 2 fighters who have more submission victories than knockouts. That tells you all you need to know about their ability on the ground. And we mentioned Paulo coming in with 5 first-round finishes. Well, guess what? Silva has 8 first-round finishes. So although we've seen 3 fights on the main card all go the distance, there's a chance that this one may be ended early, because 2 men here are tremendous finishers, and they are very, very highly skilled.
So Paulo putting his Jits black belt up against Silva's brown Jits belt in a matchup as we look at the strengths and weaknesses for Luis Paulo. Look for the takedown against the cage, mid to close range. He's obviously strong in jiu-jitsu and scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds at that catch weight.
Senhoras e senhores, este combate será na modalidade MMA profissional, com 3 rounds de 5 minutos. This combat is scheduled for 5 3-minute round. Introducing first, in the blue corner, 28 anos de idade, 28 years old, 59 quilos, 130 pounds. Com 10 vitórias e 4 derrotas, 10 wins, 4 losses. Fighting from Canapé, Alagoas, Brazil, Luiz Paulo. And his opponent in the red corner, 29 anos de idade, 29 years old, 57 quilos e 100 gramas, 125 pounds. Com 14 vitórias e 3 derrotas, 14 wins, 3 losses. Fighting from Grossos, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, Alisson Silva. E o árbitro para este combate, the referee, Alan Neves.
I don't know how this is a catchweight fight if Silva made 125. I mean, he made flyweight. He basically, it's just him giving 5 pounds to Paulo. Yep. I don't know how that's a catchweight. Like, you know, he could have taken some of his purse. He could have given a point. Paulo, you know, could have started like shy a point. But somehow they're calling it catchweight. So congratulations to Paulo's team for being able to finagle that 5 pounds with no penalty.
That appears to be the case. An agreement must have been made, but you can see the distinct reach advantage for Paulo.
Yes, you can.
Nonetheless, very nice left hand finds a home for Silva in the opening moments.
You know, the shorter guys with the disadvantage on the reach, they have to get creative. They got to think of creative ways of closing the distance. And, you know, give the taller guys different looks each time. Don't become predictable. Otherwise, the tall guys like Paul is just going to stick that jab in your face all day long. He should.
We see it all
He's
the
got
time,
a 7-inch.
A lot of times when you have two fighters who are dominant on the ground, they tend to cancel each other out, and, you know, we see a vertical fight. We'll see if that is the case tonight.
Ooh, I heard that one. That was Cup all day. Groin strike. Again, Paulo will be given up to 5 minutes to shake it off.
There's a lot of power behind those kicks of Silva.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not a great feeling.
And you know, Jay, while we're discussing weight issues, that certainly is going to be a conversation in our main event tonight. Fortunately, we do have the main event. It is going to be very exciting, but quite the story regarding Marcos Marajó coming in at 5.2 kilos over, as Luiz Paulo trying to collect himself, trying to recover here, only 1 minute in.
Yeah, Marajó Rodriguez coming in 11 pounds heavy for his title shot against Elismar Carrasco. And, of course, there's no title there available for Marajó. Doesn't matter. He could have a knockout win. He could have the best knockout of the night, and he still is not getting the belt. And that's, you know, we were talking about it earlier. We're saying it bears repeating. 11 pounds at heavyweight is one thing. Still bad. But at 145, that is a shocking advantage for the opponent. And Carrasco's giving him that advantage.
I can only imagine something happened with the nutrition regimen during camp, or perhaps there was an injury that he dealt with that we don't know about. But nonetheless, that's going to be an exciting main event. And right now we have our co-main with Silva and Paulo.
Silva with the south. Oh, they're both southpaws. Interesting. Oh, no, that's Paulo switching stances. He went back to orthodox.
Paulo switching early and often here.
Oh, that was close to another groin strike. He's got to be careful. Oh, big head kick. But Silva ate it, and he gets the takedown.
Great catch by Silva. and followed up with a relentless takedown. Big moment there.
And Paulo is really dangerous from this position. You saw the package. He is like a freaking anaconda with these submissions. And he is just deadly. Good defense.
Paulo's very comfortable working on his back, as is Silva, but great job, great scramble here. And now Silva has the guillotine. Difficult to see how tight it actually is, not very.
You guys, we're watching high-level jits here. There's a lot of stuff going on. Like the offense and the defense is crazy. Kimura attempt on the right arm of Allison. Pulls it free. And Paulo looking to close up that guard. He might stay butterfly. He's active offense with that butterfly guard.
Yeah. Silva, 7 submission victories in his career. And as we mentioned, 2 highly skilled grapplers. Not exactly shocking to see this fight go to the ground. Oh, you see Paulo looking to lock in a Kimura here.
So dangerous. Last 2 wins were submissions for Paulo.
13 first-round finishes between the 2. And Paulo's not giving up on that Kimura. He's still got a grasp of that wrist.
Finally gives up on it. Allison with good defense, now looking to get those elbows going. Looking to posture up is Alisson Silva.
Paulo took a shot with that head kick, and Silva has really made him pay for it ever since.
Cannot make even one mistake. Oh, going for the tip. Brilliant. Brilliant. This is why you study jiu-jitsu right there. Some bully's beating you up and just tip like that, and you're out. Now the knees. And second warning. We'll be taking a quick break in between this round, and when we come back, it's round 2. Stay with us. We didn't see that. We were out. Welcome back. A very competitive fight here. Very high-level jiu-jitsu. I hope you're enjoying it. Great offense and great defense from both of these lightweights.
Also a highly competitive first round. Paulo looked great early on and had to recover from a low blow after about a minute and landed a head kick, but to Silva's credit, able to catch the head kick, went for a double leg takedown, and essentially spent the rest of the first round in control time.
Inside leg kick smacking Silva. He wanted it again.
Paulo looking to use that 7-inch reach advantage.
Ooh.
Silva is absolutely relentless. When he commits, it's very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, he really dragged Paulo down, and Paulo did everything he could to shuck him, but it's just Silva just dragged him down to his level. Now looking to take back. Scooch around to his right. I'm frozen. Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Technical difficulties.
Our screen is frozen.
There you go. We're back. Sorry for that technical difficulty. Back and forth action now with the tip. And Paulo now getting into the open guard of Alisson Silva. He has about 2.5 minutes to work from this superior position. Let's see what he can put together. Nice left hand. Trying to posture up, and now Alisson closing up that guard. Oh, but he eats an elbow for the trouble. That left elbow hurt him. That hurt him.
Paulo staying very active here in full guard, and obviously Silva always feels comfortable working on his back. But Paulo ambidextrous with his shots, a little bit of ground and pound here, and now could he be trying to establish the back here? Silva certainly not going to let that happen.
Oh, just beautiful elbows. Paulo has such a diversified offensive attack. He really does it all.
And this is
and
what Paulo needs, because the...
No, go ahead.
This is really what Paulo needs. I mean, the first round, you could argue that Silva probably got the better of the round because he was in control time for a good portion of it. So Paulo really needed to have some aggressive moments here in the second.
Yeah, Alisson's lucky he wasn't opened up by those elbows because they landed flush. Now the hammer fists. Minute to go here in the second round. Paulo's starting to pull away a little bit here. Alisson's still very much in this fight, but Paulo just laying it on him. Yeah, Alisson's got to explode out of there. In a horrible position, though, up against the cage. When you get stacked up like that, you have less movement.
Silva was very wise to get that left knee up there. It prevented Paulo from taking his back.
This is a position both of these guys have been in hundreds, if not thousands of times. They train this stuff daily, nightly. They put themselves in horrible positions and they got to get out of them.
And Jay, it appears we are going to a third round of a grappling war of attrition between Silva and Paulo.
Going to a third round. We've had a lot of fights on the main card going the distance.
Could end up being 4 for 4 here as we're about to head to the main event shortly after this third round here, and very competitive. You could argue that the first round probably went towards Silva, but Paulo came back very aggressive, very strong in the seconds.
Alisson Silva getting his in-between round adjustments from Lotus Club. And Paulo, conversely, on the right-hand side of your screen, getting his in-between round adjustments from Team Nogueira.
And as you mentioned, Jay, this fight is pivotal for both men. Both Paulo and Silva really looking for a bounce back in their careers, and a victory at SFT 63 could pay huge dividends for their next opportunity.
Yeah, especially Silva, Johnny. You know, Unfortunately, went down to a rear naked choke to Antonio the Flash. That was in SFT 62, so he's really looking for a win here tonight.
Great sign
Third
of
and final
sportsmanship there at
round.
the beginning of the third. Ooh.
You know, Luis
How
Paulo
close-
more the flashy of the two. And Allison Silva more the bulldog. He's the
absolutely
journeyman. He's the worker, right? He's the worker. He's the Joe Frazier. Paulo's the Muhammad Ali. They both have very dangerous offenses. They're just completely different styles. Oh, capoeira.
No splash. And in a fight like this, it really might come down to who leaves the lasting impression in the eyes of the judges. It's been very competitive, very close. So right now, both fighters need to be thinking urgency. They need to be thinking aggression.
No question about it.
Oh, nice combination by Silva.
Down low, then up high. Side leg kick.
Ooh.
Oh, that one drops Allison Silva to the groin. Oh, he's really hurt.
Well, Silva caught Paulo in the first round, but this one appears to be much more damaging to Silva here in the third. He is writhing in pain.
Yeah, this is not something Allison Silva would be doing unless he wasn't really destroyed. He is not flashy. He's not dramatic. He's not a complainer. This one is just called think of the kind of power that a guy like Luis Paulo generates on a Muay Thai kick like that. Yeah, just good night. Boink. Oh.
Definitely caught the adductor muscles there, but I believe it certainly caught something else as well. And Silva is still down. Certainly not what you want to see here, especially in the third round of a very competitive fight.
Yeah, it'd be a shame if this one can't continue. That's a very real possibility, though. Allison is starting to give me the feeling that he could not fight intelligently at this point. I mean, he's in
The fact that he's not standing.
Yeah, he's in extreme pain. No one likes to see it end this way, and I know there's no one who feels worse than Luis Paulo.
Yeah. This fight is incredibly important for both men, and Silva still has time to recover, but the fact that he has not even stood up yet doesn't bode well for this fight continuing.
Team Brazil. Give a big shout out to the Brazilian team and to the truck. DDM over there, Fernando, Yeshua. Thank you guys for everything you do. A more complete thank you package later.
It's really incredible, the growth of SFT Combat, being able to be enjoyed in so many countries, on so many different platforms, fast channels, you name it. And it's been a long yet exciting night. This is overall our 13th fight of the night. And still to come our main event, and every fan in here is just really feeling for Alisson Silva right now.
Yeah, and as testimony to the matchmaking, that it always has to be this fight's over. So medical disqualification, probably an NA. Here it is again. Just done. Not the way any of us saw this one going.
Yeah, not much could be said other than horrendously disappointing end, and Paulo going over to check in on Silva. And as we mentioned, this fight very well may have been even going into this third round. Both men were in desperate need of a victory. Perhaps we can run it back at a future SFT event.
It's just so frustrating for both of these athletes. You look at the frustration for Allison. He's actually weeping. He is actually weeping. That's either the pain or the frustration of this fight ending like this. He might get stretchered out.
Still hasn't been able to stand up yet. And yeah, you might be right, Jay.
Okay.
In a sport such as mixed martial arts, everyone knows how violent it is, but when situations happen like this, it's incredibly difficult to watch, and we certainly hope the best for Alisson Silva.
Well, we're going to be going to a break shortly. When we come back from the break, Marcos Marajó Rodriguez squares off against Elismar Carrasco in a bad blood main event, 145-pound belt at stake. And that will be coming to you very shortly. We have a very quick station identification commercial break we're going to toss in here when we get a chance as we look at, oh my gosh, it's just brutal. Alisson Silva in so much pain. That's almost like morphine time. When you're in that kind of pain, that kind of agony, just put a needle in my arm, man. Put a needle in the arm and show some mercy.
Disappointment all around, and Luis Paulo, Alisson Silva were giving us a tremendous fight. They really were. Very competitive. Two high-level grapplers. War of attrition. And unfortunately, Paulo was struck with a low blow in the first round, which didn't really affect him for very long, but Silva was unable to continue, and we only hope for a quick recovery.
So 13 fights in the can in one way or another. Almost all of them going the distance. Some stoppages. But an amazing night of fights here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And I'm sure this will be a medical disqualification, probably an NA on the record. Let's see what the ring announcer here in Sao Paulo says on how this will all be sorted out.
Well, we await an official
Senhoras e
announcement.
senhores, vamos para o resultado oficial. O resultado do combate foi declarado decisão majoritária para Luis Paulo. Vencedor Luis Paulo por decisão majoritária.
Victory goes to Luis. Was he up ahead when it happened? And that may be how they made the decision, because there was not that much time left in the fight. Let's hear, this will be interesting to see what he thinks of it and how they came to this decision.
Dá uma recuperada aqui, né?
Luis Paulo, parabéns pela vitória. É claro que nenhum lutador gosta de encerrar a luta assim, mas mesmo assim você continua com mais uma vitória aqui no SFT, já são duas. Eu queria que você explicasse um pouco, né, daquilo que vocês conseguiram desenvolver no primeiro e no segundo round, mas também falasse da sensação da vitória, né, por uma ocasião que pode acontecer em qualquer luta.
First of all, congratulations on your win. Of course, it's not the end we wanted, but it's still a win. You're second here in the SFT. So I would like you to take us through those first two rounds, and how does it feel to get back to the winning column?
Boa noite, São Paulo. Boa noite, SFT. Mais uma vez aqui pisando nesse octógono. Que felicidade, que prazer estar aqui. Eu sou muito bem tratado, cuidam de mim muito bem aqui no SFT. E... Qual foi?
Colocaram um replay ali do momento em que o Alisson cai no chão, mas pode seguir com sua resposta.
Infelizmente a vitória não foi como eu desejei, né? Infelizmente ali foi acusado um chute no saco.
Tá passando ali atrás, né? A gente vai passar o replay se você pudesse...
Foi coxa. Chama o VAR. Galera, eu tava um pouco triste. A galera não tá deixando. Eu tava um pouco triste. Porque eu realmente achei que tinha pegado um saco, mas foi coxa. Poxa, então, galera, muito obrigado aí. Pessoal de Ribeirão Preto ali, ó. Minha namorada, a família da minha namorada. A minha filha que tá lá em casa. A minha filha me ligou há pouco tempo e falou, pai, por favor, lute direitinho, viu?
They're cheering on every kick.
First of all, it's great to be back here. It's an honor to be here in this cage. Yeah, as I can see, I actually hit him in the leg. It wasn't really a low blow, so you could check this out later. But yeah, I'd like to say thank you to my family as well.
Agora sim, acho que com a cabeça um pouco mais lavada, né? Parabéns pela vitória. Luiz Paulo, ele falou, foi na poxa, Ivan Bruno. Foi na poxa.
Pô, só queria agradecer ao mestrão aí.
A quick 2-minute break. When we come back, it's the main event. You're not going to want to miss it. Here we go. And welcome back, everybody, to beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. It is time for our main event of the evening. We've been waiting all night for this one. It is a bad blood fight. The 145-pound belt is indeed at stake. Now, Elismar Carrasco could lose his belt. If he loses the fight, it will be a vacated title. But Marcos Marajó Marajó will not get the belt even if he wins due to coming into the weigh-ins 11 pounds heavy.
Elismar Carrasco. Carrasco faz jus ao apelido que recebeu no MMA.
Eu fui praticante de capoeira por alguns anos, mas sempre eu gostava do esporte de atleta ali, o combate, a trocação. Aí o mestre foi e me apelidou de Carrasco.
Vim do município de Xtreme, do Pará. Lá eu comecei a treinar jiu-jitsu. Foi quando eu Vim para Manaus, tentar faculdade, já lutei lá fora, já assinei contrato na Rússia, voltando no Brasil, já fui campeão na SFT.
Joelhada, 2, 3, duríssimas, duríssima joelhada, vai terminar, terminou! Marcos Marajó é o novo campeão do SFT!
É sempre bom, né, a gente tá lutando, eu gosto de competir. E quando eu não tenho luta marcada, eu até fico triste. E vai ser muito bom mais uma vez estar aí para defender o cinturão.
É o título de campeão peso-pena do SFT.
E até por isso dá mais estabilidade para ele trabalhar, segurando o Antônio, os golpes da nuca. Olha só! Vai tentar uma chave de
Elismar Carrasco.
É o que eu sempre falo, todas as lutas que eu machuco, meus adversários eu vou machucar. E ele não vai ser diferente, que ele não é especial.
Aí tentou mergulhar nas pernas, 6,5, sprawl. E não sei se foi uma boa não. O Marajó já ficou por cima, na montada. Já trabalha pro tempão e vai batendo. Com força, com potência, vai terminar.
Pra quem me conhece, né, sabe que o jeito Carrasco de lutar não tem ré. É pra frente o tempo todo, independente da situação da luta.
Boa sequência do Carrasco. Já sentiu, entrou o golpe, pode terminar a luta.
Nocaute da noite.
Infelizmente eu não consegui bater meu peso, a meta do peso batido, mas o roteiro é o mesmo, é porrada amanhã mesmo. Não tem essa, eu sou o cara que gosta de falar, não é soberba minha, quem acha que é soberba, eu não tô nem aí.
Entrou uma direita potente de Marajó. E tome cotovelada. E vai bater, vai terminar. Cotovelada, cotovelo duro. Bate firme, bate forte, acabou. Alucinante, avassalador, espetacular.
Independente dele estar acima do peso ou não, nós vamos bagaçar lá dentro.
The time is now. All the talk has been done. It is going down. Here is our tale of the tape.
5 5-minute rounds in a title fight. 37 years of age for Carrasco, and Marajó coming in at 39. As we mentioned, this is a featherweight fight, but Marajó coming in 5.2 kilos over, way too much. 2-inch height advantage for Marajó, and just over an inch reach advantage for Marajó. Once again, Carrasco can only keep the title if he wins, but if he does lose, the title will be vacated.
Here is a major main event. Former champion versus champion. 2 black belts in jiu-jitsu, specialists in striking, and 2 of the biggest names in international MMA. Marcos Marajó faces Elismar Carrasco in a showdown between fighters who rarely leave the outcome in the hands of the judges. Both are knockout artists, with more than 50% of their victories coming by quick finishes. Marajó enters the octagon looking to reclaim the belt he once lost, while Carrasco aims to stay at the top of the division, where he holds the #1 spot in both the Brazilian and Central American rankings. Whoever wins tonight will not only dominate the weight class within the organization, but could also establish themselves as the division's top contender throughout all of Latin America. Get ready for a true war inside the octagon. Getting a good look now at Marcos Marajó. He is a 39 years old, 10 KOs, former SFT Combat Featherweight Champion. You heard him in the interviews. He said, okay, I came in over. Let's go to the next, right? The talking's done. I'm taking my punishment like a man. I'm starting this fight 3 points down, and I'm not even going to get the belt if I win, and I'm still fighting. So he doesn't understand the conflict. He doesn't understand the controversy, because he says he's stepping up to do the fight anyway.
And, you could give Marajó credit for saying no excuses, but that's not really the point. To come in this heavy on a title fight where you have to be exactly on weight, it's really inexcusable. What we're seeing right there, that is not a featherweight fighter. That man is much, much heavier than a featherweight fighter. And he starts tonight 3 points behind, which means essentially, if we don't see extreme aggression from Marajó and going for a finish, he's really behind the 8 ball immediately.
I mean, he looks like he weighs 185 pounds. I mean, he just does. Elismar Carrasco isn't just one of Brazil's best, he's the best. Currently ranked #1 in his weight class in Brazil, also the leader in all of Central America, and a member of South America's top 4 pound-for-pound fighters. Carrasco arrives as a well-rounded champion, winner of the Best Submission Award at the 2025 SFT Awards. He boasts an impressive 34 career victories. He's a 4-time champion of NP Fight, the premier MMA event in Brazil's Midwest, the featherweight champion of Future MMA, and the man who dethroned former champion Thiago Terranova, with 62% of his wins coming by knockout. Getting into a striking war with Marcos Marajó might not be the wisest move. Putting his black belt in Jits to work and aiming for his 7th career submission victory, probably the ideal strategy to defend his belt tonight. If he retains the title tonight, as we said, Elismar Carrasco will further solidify his position as one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in all of the Americas.
No question about that. That is why Carrasco is taking this fight. Coming in 34-15 overall, 27 finishes, 21 via knockout. Between these two men, over 70 professional fights, high finish rates. But Carrasco, the top-ranked featherweight in South America, and he's certainly in the conversation for best pound-for-pound fighter on the entire continent. Massive, massive main event right now, regardless of the weight issue we have.
It's going down, man. SFT brings the best fighters to all of us. Grateful for this matchmaking, grateful to watch a fight at this level. The pros and cons, strengths and weaknesses for Marajó and Carrasco. Long distance for Carrasco. Got that obviously striking mid to long range. Keep the fight standing. I think they're doing some maintenance on the canvas.
There is a massive, massive weight advantage, probably up to 20 pounds right now for Marajó going into this main event.
Yeah, I got him at about $185, and Carrasco's looking to me like about $165. 20-pound difference at this weight is huge.
Fãs de lutas de todo o Brasil, estamos ao vivo. SFT apresenta a luta principal da noite. Serão 5 rounds de 5 minutos. Vamos lá, no corner azul com ele. 39 anos de idade, 1,80 m de altura. Bateu 70 quilos e 400 gramas, com 24 vitórias e 10 derrotas. Da cidade de Manaus, ele é preta de jiu-jitsu, ex-campeão peso-pena do SFT. Senhoras e senhores, ele é o desafiante Marcos Marajó! E o seu adversário no corner vermelho, com 37 anos de idade, 1,73 m de altura, bateu 65 quilos e 200 gramas, com 34 vitórias e 15 derrotas, da cidade de Goiânia. Ele é preta de jiu-jitsu, campeão peso-pena do SFT. Senhoras e senhores, ele é o defensor Elismar Carrasco! E o árbitro para este combate, Julian Jabá.
So don't forget, Marajó starts this fight 3 points upside down. He had to give away 3 points, and you're going to see why when you look at the two of these guys. Look at the size difference. These are 2 weight classes apart. Not 1 weight class, 2 weight classes. One weight class
coming in
170. Sorry.
That's right. Marajó coming in 24-10 overall. 10 knockouts, 6 submissions. Carrasco 34-15, 21 knockouts and 6 submissions. But Jay, this is a real test for Carrasco, but credit to him for stepping up, still taking the fight, and giving SFT 63 an incredible main event. This is almost unprecedented with a championship fighter coming in this heavy.
You know, and we were talking about the weight divisions. It's one thing to be 20 pounds heavy. heavier than your opponent. If you're heavyweights and you're 275 and your opponent's like 260, that's one thing. People might not even bat an eyelash at that. But 15 or 20 pounds as a featherweight? So
And
all the credit in the world goes to Carrasco for still fighting at this weight.
Absolutely. And watching the press conference, we didn't really get any answers from Marajó. And you know, I don't want to say he didn't seem concerned about it. Maybe he was trying to downplay it, but it's the kind of situation you can't really downplay it.
So Marajó with the blue gloves and the black gloves calling in Carrasco. Carrasco has the red gloves and the blue board shorts.
And if this fight does go to the ground, Carrasco would probably have the advantage. Nice takedown, though, by Marajó. He's trying to get into a full mount already.
Yeah, I think he passed the guard.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he's past the guard. He's got the hooks. Wow, bad news for Carrasco. Raining down punches now.
Marajó knows that he needs a finish. Coming in 3 points behind.
Oh, hammer fist now. Carrasco not offering much up. He's got to explode out of this position, but now he risks giving his back.
Exactly.
Which is not a good idea to Marajó.
And what we're seeing early on here, this is what happens when you have a distinct, excessive weight advantage. Marajó is just as explosive and powerful, and then you add the weight, he can really impose his will.
That's right. It becomes like a big brother, where you just have way more power. So all things being equal, which they essentially are here in terms of fighting skills, all things being equal, now just give him way more power. So what will happen if it keeps going this way and Marajó comes up with the win? He doesn't get the belt, but Lima does have to vacate the belt. So then they can both get back in the hunt for the belt. Maybe they hope 1-2 fights away and then they're back with a main event title shot. Big elbows now.
Ooh, I was about to say good hip movement by Carrasco, but now Marajó able to take the back, but he doesn't have the angle, at least not right now.
Marajó really raining those punches and elbows down more to get Carrasco to make a mistake than to do any damage. He's trying to get the wrists and elbows out of there so he can get under the chin. That's what those punches are. They're not really doing much other than just making Carrasco's life miserable. They're not doing a ton of damage. Out that elbow will do damage.
He's isolating that right arm, trying to land some elbows here. And, if you're coming in a fight 3 points behind, that's the start you're looking for if you are Marajó.
Back with round 2 in just a minute. Stay with us. Welcome back to Brazil, everybody. Jay Adams alongside Johnny LaQuasto. A dominant first round for the middleweight Marcos Marajó Rodriguez. Just able to really move Carrasco around physically. Almost not quite ragdolling him, but just manipulating him into positions he wanted him to be in.
And it's shocking to hear you say the word middleweight, but you're actually somewhat correct here in describing Marajó. Obviously, this is a featherweight title fight. Marajó came in at 155 at weigh-ins, and from what we're told, he's now close to 185 entering the cage tonight. Carrasco still took this title fight, and you know, there's more of the same here early on in the second round. Although right now Marajó in the full guard of Carrasco.
The latest update I got, not to beat a dead horse, but it is pretty serious what we're talking about here. Latest update I got was 185.2. So that's a 40-pound difference from what you were supposed to have made weight-wise. Now, obviously, when he rehydrated to 185, he had already been given the green light and already had the fight. So he was not 40 pounds heavy for the weigh-ins. He was 11, but man, at 145, you can see what happens with even a 10-pound difference. But, you know, look at what happens now with the 20-pound difference. I mean.
And when you come into a fight 3 points behind, you need to have a very specific strategy over the course of 5 rounds. And obviously Marajó, he wants to get a finish, but thus far he's really been just dominant on the ground, which is very rare to see in an Elismar Carrasco fight.
So are you saying he's going for the 5 points because he's down 3 points? So he's going to stretch this thing out for 5 rounds, pick up a point every round, and then win by 5. Is that what you're saying the strategy is?
Well, Marajó's a finisher. 16 of his 24 pro fights have been via finish. Wait a second, what just happened? Okay, the official
stand up.
separating.
If Marajó is like saying that, yeah.
So Marajó's a finisher, but right now he's certainly softening up Carrasco. That appears to be the strategy here. Once again, shooting in again, and down goes Carrasco. That's essentially a 100% successful takedown rate here for Marajó in the first 2 rounds. Great job by Carrasco to scramble back to his feet.
Marajó calls him and he says, okay, let's trade. All the credit in the world to Carrasco. He has everything to lose here. Not a ton to gain, but he just likes to fight. Happy to defend his title. Happy to spot his opponent, 11 pounds. Just, this is a real fighter. Carrasco's a real fighter. You know, he would do it for free if he had to. Of course, he doesn't want us telling David Hudson that.
Right. Tonight is his 50th professional fight, and you see Carrasco switching stances often here, really trying to figure out what to do with Marajó.
Carrasco kind of walking Marajó down a little bit. Oh, that one hurt.
After that leg kick, Marajó looked a little frozen in time there for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think that was him trying to either play possum or he was playing straight-face poker, and it really hurt. Carrasco's kind of walking Marajó down now.
Well, we're going to have to see a lot more aggression from Carrasco because if these first 2 rounds are any indication, it's going to be a long and arduous 25 minutes for the champion.
Yeah, Carrasco's going to have a tough time just putting together some damage. Right now, Marajó's kind of playing with him, to be honest with you.
That'll do it for round 2. And, you know, if we're going to the scorecards, Jay, for round 1 was really on Marajó. A little more action from Carrasco in the second round, but you'd probably still have to lean towards Marajó.
Yeah, you got to give it. You got to give it to Marajó because he still was aggressive and he still was dominating for the early parts of the second round. And it wasn't until the latter parts of the second round that Carrasco started equalizing things a little bit, and it just became a little bit more, kind of cat and mouse. Both of them standing, neither one of them wanting to take a chance, neither one shooting, neither one really offering up any offense. It was really like almost not even a sparring session for the second half of the second round. So let's see if either one of these fighters gets a little more impetus to string together some offense.
Interesting to know what the corner of the champion had to say in between rounds here. Because if you are Carrasco, what generally you would say level change, take him to the ground, but so far over the first 2 rounds, it's really been Marajó that's been the more dominant fighter on the ground.
Yeah, you know, I got Carrasco listed as Team Carrasco, so looks a little bit more like a home type of fight team, you know, where it's a brother or an uncle or, you know, a wife. When it's Team Carrasco, it might not be run by a regular fight school. It could be out of his school, which is, I'm not saying anything one way or another with that, but just interesting to note that his school is listed as his own name. Mm-hmm. Catching the heel. Nice left jab from Marajó.
Oh, finally, Carrasco able to make a connection, but right away Marajó took full advantage and another takedown.
Yeah, and this is where Marajó was able to get some elbows free, get some punches free. He had no problem posturing up. We'll see if Carrasco can have a more active guard. It'd be amazing if he pulled off a submission. Crowd would
Prior to
probably
the
go
takedown,
nuts.
I was about to say that Marajó was doing such a great job of maintaining the distance. Carrasco likes close quarters, and he's really having a hard time even getting to Marajó. Hit the combination there, which was effective, but Marajó exploded into the double leg takedown.
And now Marajó with the shoulder punches a la Anderson Silva. Oh, trying to tip his Carrasco, but you can see the weight. Just too much for him. Marajó can do this all day long.
Not quite sure Carrasco in his professional career has ever had a man this heavy in his full guard, let's be honest.
Right. If he ever rolls with guys this heavy, most likely has in the past, you know, just as a way of seeing or showing some of his students, how, if it's a 185-pound guy who doesn't have any jits, how easy it is to get a big guy off you if the big guy doesn't have any jits. But he probably has rolled with bigger guys. Marajó really upset at the referee standing him up. But I agree with the referee.
Marajó is reveling in the fans not liking him, is what it certainly seems like to me.
Yes, he's enjoying himself out there. He knows he's the bad guy after missing weight. And it's fueling him. He's having a good time with it.
And to me, that was a great decision by the referee. Nobody wants to see a 5-round main event where a man who came in 11 pounds heavy is just smothering his opponents on the ground.
Right. And not even being aggressive with, he's got top position and he's throwing a punch here or there and it's just sloppy and lazy. You got full mount on somebody with hooks. You need to be throwing bombs.
That's exactly what Carrasco needs to do. I mean, we're approaching the end of the third round. And we are seeing a minuscule amount of offense from the champion thus far.
Yeah, he's really frustrated in his offensive output. He's not been able to get anything going. There's a good feel for the size differential. Look at that difference. Look at that difference. Oh, just missing the knee. There's some offense. Marajó with them just missing the knee. Carrasco just not able to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
He can't get by the kicks. He can't get by the punches.
The first round feeling out process for Carrasco has really led its way all the way to the end of the third round. He still can't quite figure out a plan of attack with Marajó.
Yeah, like that punch. Like, close the distance, brother. Back with the championship rounds when we return. Back with our championship rounds in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil, SFT Combat 63. It has been all Marcos Marajó Rodriguez. Elismar Carrasco cannot get his offense going. He's been frustrated for 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Having trouble closing the distance. He hasn't been able to get punches going, no kicks going, no submission attempts. Just, it's a mismatch. There's no other way to put this. Now, I hope that Lima proves us wrong. I'd love to see a real competitive 2 championship rounds here. But the first 3 rounds, like you were saying, Johnny, look like feel-out rounds. Look like the first 30 seconds of a fight. That's how it's looked for the whole 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation regarding the title. As you mentioned, now we're in the 4th round. Elismar Carrasco needs to win to maintain the title. If Marcos Marajó wins tonight, the title will be vacated. So very complicated situation here, and it's been physically dominant thus far for Marajó over the first 3 rounds, and Marajó came in 3 points behind. So depending on how the judges are scoring it, Jay, we might be dead even right now after 3 rounds.
Interesting. And that's what I was wondering earlier, if that was the game plan of Marajó, was just to pile up 5 points, 10-9 all the way across the board. You're down 3, you pick up 5, you win by 2. But we'll see.
And once again, I have to go back to, what is the corner of the champion saying to him in between rounds? Because, Jay, I don't know about you, I don't see any change in the game plan whatsoever from round to round.
Good point. That's why they call them in-between round adjustments. Adjustments are moving things, changing things, adjusting things. And you should be adjusting. Unless you're crushing it, you should be really looking to adjust your approach every round.
The right hand finally lands for the champion.
Yeah, Callisto's got to feel some urgency here. I mean, Carrasco. He's got to feel the urgency, you know, being down, despite starting 3 points up. It means, like you said, we're going into the championship rounds dead even. So it's still anybody's fight.
And this is such a rough situation for Carrasco. It's almost like find a way to survive. You're up 3 points to start the fight. At this point, he knows this is not the most exciting fight of his career by a long shot, but just find a way to win these last 2 rounds so you can keep your title and just move on to the next situation, because it really has been a bit of a disaster for the champion. If you say no to the fight, there's no main event. If you say yes, you're fighting a guy drastically heavier than you.
Yeah, good point. He was in a real, between a rock and a hard place. And he's got, you know, such a fighting spirit. There's no way he's going to let down his promoter, let down his team, let down his family. Now it looks like he's trying to increase the temperature a little bit. Outside leg kicks.
Yeah, this round to me is definitely leaning towards the champion, but a lot can happen in this final minute. If you're Carrasco, you have to keep your foot on the gas pedal to at least establish control of this 4th round.
Less than a minute to go. Round number 4. SFT Combat 63, been a great night of fights. The USA team, a big shout out to you guys, Brandon Boucher, Eric Gardner.
Ooh. A right hand rocked Marajó there.
Calling him in, that's usually a sign. If you say, I'm not hurt, come on in, that usually means you're hurt. Oh, the head kick. More of a smack. Definitely, it turned the head, though, of Marajó.
And also, the champion has really had a defense for everything that Marajó has thrown at him in the 4th round. The same can't be said for the challenger.
You'll see it's tilting a little bit. And Marajó fighting much more defensively, more like get off me than any kind of offense. Ooh. Beautiful head kick. What a way to finish the round. Combination. Beautiful job there. Carrasco, if we're going into the championship rounds dead even, now Carrasco is up. He's up a point.
Jay, that was the flurry that Elismar Carrasco needed. I'm confident in saying that I would assume the judges saw that round for Carrasco. That was finally what we've been looking for this entire fight. So now...
It's so important, right? Because if he can just squeak this out, he keeps his belt. It looks like there's some tension going on in Marajó's corner over there, Champions Factory. They were kind of getting after it with each other. It did not look comfortable.
And Jay, one thing to look at, how tired is Marajó? Because in his career, he usually doesn't fight anywhere near at this weight. In a 5-round fight, could that come into play here?
Good point. You know, and the rehydration, if you will, from 156 to 185, you know, that how much is that making him sluggish? That can, you know, I know it gives you more power, but it's also you're carrying it. Yeah. Carrasco's waking up here.
Oh, the right eye is opened up of Marajó. Not sure if it's affecting his vision, but there is damage there. And you know, Jay, we haven't seen a lot of strikes thrown by Marajó. He's trying to hit the rangefinder kicks, but they're having little effect, and Carrasco is starting to really gain that confidence of marching forward on Marajó.
Oh, the power. That was deadly for Carrasco. Deadly. Bad mistake. plays right into Marajó's hands.
Right.
Oh my gosh, if
And
they
when a
each
fight-
pick up a point in the championship rounds, we're going in even, and now they each pick up a point. What the heck? What the heck?
And as you know, when a fighter gets tired, a lot of times they will resort to a level change, and that's what Marajó just did there. Now he's in the full guard.
It's a shame for Carrasco because he was really changing the tide. You know, in the 4th round, he changed it. In the 5th round, he was continuing it. And now this is what the judges see. Marajó's going to have to stay active. He already knows the referee's going to stand him up if he gets lazy.
And if Carrasco's able to get this fight back vertical, he has no more room for error throughout the rest of this round.
That's right. Yeah, it's go time. There's no more feeling out. There's no more circling. There's phone booth.
And you see the referee, he is ready to make sure that action continues here on the ground.
Marajó knows there were 2 times distinctly he was upset with the referee stand-ups. So he's trying to stay as active as he can. Conversely, Carrasco's trying to tie him up, get that stand-up. Oh, out the back. Brilliant.
Hip motion
Brilliant.
there by Carrasco. And the
Brilliant.
champion's back to his feet.
Oh my gosh, that's great. 2 minutes, plenty of time. That was huge, huge for Carrasco.
Ooh, there's a
Got a left
massive
hand.
welt under the right eye. His vision may be compromised.
Yeah, he's wearing it. But Carrasco didn't get your memo. It's go time. It's not circling. It's not feeling out like it's round 1. Throw your hands. This is going to be a really interesting decision. Really, really interesting. Dead even going in to the championship rounds. Carrasco clearly wins round 4. So theoretically, Carrasco's up 1 point. And
This fight is way too close. Carrasco needs to be very aggressive in this final minute. He needs to leave a lasting impression in the eyes of the judges. Now, granted, if we're going off signs of damage, Marajó has clear damage on his face.
I don't get what the holdup is for Carrasco. I don't get it. You're the champion. You might be up. You won round 4. But you can't be comfortable. There's no way you can feel like you've got this in the bag. No way.
Not at all. If you're the corner of Carrasco, I'm not quite sure what you're saying right now. Yeah, he clearly is having trouble seeing, is Marajó.
10 seconds in the fight. Got to leave this one big. Oh my gosh. That's pretty ugly. Whatever. I got my opinion on that.
We are going to the scorecards. And what an interesting decision this may be.
Let's go. Legendary, never settle, top dog, no one better, number 1, go getter, top spot, greatest ever. Nobody better. I am the greatest
Welcome back, everybody. A title fight just taking place here. 5 rounds, and we could be tied. Don't forget, we started this fight with Marajó 3 points upside down for a pretty horrendous weight miss, an 11-pound weight miss. He got a 3-point deduction, so he starts the fight 3 points down. And we had this going in with him winning the first 3 rounds. So now we're even. We had Carrasco taking the 4th round. Did Marajó win the 5th round? And if so, it's a tie. And if so, I hear from the highest power at SFT that Carrasco keeps his belt if it's a tie.
Senhoras e senhores, por decisão majoritária, o vencedor, Elismar Carrasco.
So it was what we thought it was. Well, we want to get the score just to know if it did end up as a tie. But Carrasco keeps the belt, and Marajó goes home and goes back down to 155.
That is very interesting. Once again, I don't speak Portuguese, but I didn't hear any scores from the judges actually announced.
Yeah, that was interesting. I would have loved to have known the scores. It'll be interesting to hear. I'm interested in
Carrasco,
Carrasco's
primeiro,
thoughts on
parabéns pela vitória. Parabéns por manter esse cinturão com você e parabéns por ter topado subir no round depois de tudo que aconteceu. Queria entender de você, meu irmão, os 3 primeiros rounds, você entendeu que a estratégia dele seria essa, seria começar com o pé lá embaixo, você experiente que falou, beleza, você tem esses primeiros rounds a seu favor, mas depois o Carrasco vai ser aquele de sempre, aquele que a gente já conhece, terminar com o pé lá embaixo você, ganhando a luta e ficando com o cinturão do SFT.
First of all, congratulations on your win and on accepting this fight even after all that happened. Was it your strategy to wear him out in the first 3 rounds?
Às vezes as pessoas que assistiram a luta estão alguns vaiando, mas para que vocês possam entender, a categoria pelo cinturão, 65.700. Meu adversário ultrapassou 5 quilos. Então, para que a luta acontecesse, ele entrava com 3 rounds a menos. Então, eu só precisaria ganhar 2. Às vezes, muitos aí não estão entendendo, mas ele ficou 5 quilos acima da categoria. Eu bati 65.200, ele bateu 70.700. Então, ele já entrou com 3 rounds perdidos. Ele já dava 3 rounds no prejuízo. Eu só tinha que ganhar 2 rounds. Então, é isso aí que aconteceu. Às vezes, para quem está de fora não entende, mas eu estou explicando para vocês. E querendo ou não, eu sou o dono do cinturão e eu vou levar ele para Goiânia. Às vezes vocês podem achar, o cara bateu mais, mas regra é regra. Então eu poderia muito bem não aceitar da luta e ter ido embora para minha casa. Eu não tinha obrigação nenhuma de ter lutado. Mas, como eu falo para meus alunos, somos homens de guerra, estamos preparados e eu não conseguiria voltar para casa sem lutar. Independente, se ele tivesse com 90 quilos, eu ia aceitar a luta, eu tendo batido o peso. Então é isso aí, eu fiz a minha parte, eu sou o campeão e eu mereço estar levando o cinturão para casa. Obrigado a todos que vieram para torcer.
Just to clear things out, sometimes people boo because they don't understand what's going on. He was 5 kilos above our weight class, so he started with 3 less points. So I only had to win 2 rounds, and that's what I did. Whether you like it or not, I'm the champion. I'm gonna take this belt home. I did what was best for me.
Esse é Elismar Carrasco, senhoras e senhores, campeão dos penas do MMA do SFT, agora com 2 cinturões.
He did what he had to do. I want to give a big shout out to our Brazilian crew, the USA crew here, Brandon Boucher, Eric Gardner, of course, the president of United Fight Alliance, Kareen Adams, and everybody in the truck. We thank you, Yeshua, amazing as always. Fernando, outstanding as always. Diddy M in the house, rocking it for us. Of course, our president and founder. And before we check out, we say a huge thank you to David Hudson. Before we check out, Johnny, your final thoughts on the night.
Action-packed from top to bottom. Obviously, the main event had a lot of intriguing circumstances, but The champion found a way to retain. Brilliant strategy, albeit not very exciting. Nonetheless, Elismar Carrasco in his 50th professional fight, he is still the champion. It's been an honor to be here at SFT 63. I'm looking forward to the next time.
Alrighty, for David Hudson, for my partner Johnny LaQuasto, I'm Jordan J. Adams saying we'll see you next time on SFT.